He froze for a moment. The stockings, semi-transparent and alluring, carried a faint, delicate fragrance. The fabric wasn't stretched, subtly indicating that the owner of these stockings wasn't a large individual but rather someone with a graceful figure and slender legs. But, whose could they be? Chen Yu looked up at the girls' dormitory, scanning the building floor by floor. He quickly locked his gaze on a lit room, where a few scattered pieces of lingerie were hanging by the windowsill. Determined to return the stockings to their rightful owner, Chen Yu made a resolute decision to enter the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, it was a weekend, and the dormitory was nearly empty, making it unlikely he'd be discovered. Otherwise, he'd truly lose face. 3 minutes later, on the 7th floor of the girls' dormitory, Chen Yu found himself in front of room 702. The door was slightly ajar, offering a clear view of the interior. A girl in floral-patterned pajamas sat quietly at the desk, reading, her legs elegantly crossed. Her floral pajama bottoms barely concealed the heart-pounding curves they contained. Gulp. Isn't that Li Siyu, the school beauty who just awakened as an SSS rank frost warlord a few days ago? The stockings must be hers, no one in school has legs as slender as hers. What astonished Chen Yu even more was that, despite being the most gifted student in the school and already guaranteed admission to one of the 10 great academies, Li Siyu was still studying so diligently. She was truly a role model for all students. By comparison, Chen Yu, after 3 years of hard work, had only managed to transfer into an F-rank puppeteer, unable even to control slightly larger dolls. Across the school, Chen Yu was labeled as a once-in-3 years failure, while Li Siyu was recognized as the most talented student in 3 years. The stark difference in their abilities naturally made him envious. After confirming the owner of the stockings, Chen Yu carefully hung them on the doorknob before turning to leave. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and natural, as if he'd done it many times before. As he descended the stairs, his mood was light. Today, he had done another good deed, he felt as though he'd struck gold. He wondered what might fall from above tomorrow. No. Don't. Wei Ji. As he passed by the 5th floor, he suddenly heard voices coming from one of the dorm rooms. Chen Yu stopped in his tracks. This was the girls' dormitory. Curious, he followed the source of the sound. Before long, he found himself outside room 504, where through a crack in the door, he saw a shocking scene. It was their class president, Su Li, leaning intimately into the arms of a burly man. Su Li was known for being opportunistic in class, and there had been recent rumors that she was dating Wang Wei, the school bully, in an attempt to use his father, who was a board member of the school, to secure a spot at one of the 10 great academies. Chen Yu's mind raced. So it really was Wang Wei. The two of them were playing it quite bold. Inside the room, Su Li's voice carried shyness and hesitation, while Wang Wei sounded a bit impatient. Standing outside, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into Chen Yu's head. Su Li had often bullied him in class, exploiting her position as a C-rank fire mage to make him do all sorts of tasks. Now, he finally had dirt on her. Ahem. Chen Yu cleared his throat twice, then knocked on the door and slid a packet of tissues through the crack. Carry on, no need to worry. Inside, Su Li was startled, and Wang Wei hastily threw on his clothes. When he opened the door and saw Chen Yu, he nearly exploded with anger. What the hell? Who the F*** are you? Me? I'm your daddy. Chen Yu quipped, before turning and sprinting down the stairs at full speed. He ran away laughing uncontrollably. The thrill of a prank was exhilarating. Su Li was no saint, and neither was Wang Wei. As the school bully, Wang Wei often oppressed the academically talented. Many gifted students didn't have their futures ruined on the day they turned 18 and chose their professions, they were ruined by Wang Wei's bullying long before that. People like him deserved any form of comeuppance. Content with himself, Chen Yu headed home. But just as he was about to leave the school, a massive flame-wreathed hellhound appeared before him. The fiery patterns etched across the hellhound's body radiated an overwhelming killing intent. A furious voice boomed from behind. Chen Yu, how dare you mess with me? Today, I'll make sure you pay for it. Wang Wei, his face livid with rage, emerged from the girls' dormitory, one arm around Su Li. He had just found the perfect opportunity to claim Su Li as his own but had been interrupted by Chen Yu. Consumed by fury, Wang Wei swore to teach Chen Yu a lesson. Hellhound, attack. Woof. 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 At Wang Wei's command, the hellhound immediately lunged at Chen Yu. Chen Yu's expression shifted, there was no way for him to dodge. He was only an F-rank puppeteer, while Wang Wei was an A-rank summoner. The hellhound was Wang Wei's summoned beast. The disparity in their ranks left Chen Yu utterly powerless to resist. Just then, a cold, robotic voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. The system had arrived. Ding. Suitable host detected. Initiating binding with the God-tier puppeteer system. Binding successful. Host, Chen Yu age, 18 identity, senior student at Songjiang High School profession, F-rank puppeteer level, 1 skills, none puppets, none items, none, host may spin the wheel once per day, guaranteed to obtain an SSS tier item each time. Would you like to spin today? Spin. Spin now. Chinyu almost lost his mind with excitement. As a bookworm, he knew all too well that systems could change one's destiny. Spinning. Spinning, spin complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS tier skill, Golden Thread Marionette. Using this skill, you can randomly control any individual below SSS tier within a 300-meter radius for 3 minutes. Detected, the only SSS tier individual within a 3-kilometer radius is Lee Siyu. Would you like to bind control? Bind her. Do it now. Binding successful. Control target, Lee Siyu age, 18 profession, SSS tier Frost Warlord level, 8 skills, SSS tier Dragging Blade Slash, SSS tier Frost Shield. Upon binding, the host can directly control Lee Siyu's body to perform any action for 3 minutes. Afterward, the skill enters a 12-hour cooldown. Chinyu was on the verge of losing his mind. Quick, control her. As soon as he spoke, a 3D marionette model appeared on the system interface, golden threads wrapped around it, ready to follow Chinyu's every thought. In room 702 of the girls' dormitory. Just as Lee Siyu was preparing to rest, she suddenly felt a warm force entering her body. A strange sensation spread through her, and her limbs gradually became powerless, slipping out of her control. Who is it? Who's targeting me? Is it the demon race? Lee Siyu bit her lip, her heart roiling with unease. Since awakening as an SSS tier Frost Warlord, the demon race had made numerous attempts on her life, fearing she would become a threat. For her safety, she had chosen to stay in the school dormitory. Yet today, she had still been ambushed. Regret filled Lee Siyu's heart. Damn it, these demons want to snuff out humanity's hope, to stop us from rising. The demon race, a terrifying species from another world. 30 years ago, the barrier between reality and the other world had shattered, allowing the demons to invade. Most nations on Blue Star had fallen, leaving humanity teetering on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the advent of the Divine Temple allowed anyone over the age of 18 to awaken to special professions, such as healer, beastmaster, spirit binder, and many others, categorized into F, E, D, C, B, S, SS, and SSS ranks. And Lee Siyu was the only person in Modu in the past decade to awaken as an SSS rank Frost Warlord. She was regarded as humanity's hope. But now, very quickly, Lee Siyu felt her body completely lose control. She could only watch as her body moved swiftly outward, unable to stop it. Damn demons, what kind of sorcery is this? Do you want to take me alive? No, I'd rather die than submit to you. On the school field, the Hellhound was already lunging at Chinyu. Why isn't Lee Siyu here yet? Hurry up already. Chinyu was growing increasingly anxious. If this dragged on any longer, he was going to be torn apart by this cursed dog. Lee Siyu. Haha, kid, did you seriously think she'd come to save you? Wang Wei sneered from a distance, his eyes full of disdain. Thinking of that stunning figure, Wang Wei's heart burned with desire. Lee Siyu was the most beautiful girl in school, her figure flawless like a goddess. But such a girl had awakened as an SSS rank Frost Warlord, becoming the center of national attention. Her future was destined to place her among the top 10 Grand Marshals of Daxia, a level of existence far beyond Wang Wei's reach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for someone as ordinary as Su Li. Su Li chimed in from the side, Lee Siyu helping trash like you. Chinyu, you're dreaming. Heh, I suggest you get on your knees and apologize, or I'll make sure you regret it. Chinyu ignored the two of them, his eyes fixed firmly on the entrance of the girls' dormitory. As long as Lee Siyu came out, he'd have a chance to survive. Even though he was just an F-rank puppeteer, the thought of controlling an SSS-rank school goddess made him so excited, he could hardly contain himself. You dare ignore me? You're dead. Wang Wei roared and commanded the Hellhound to finish Chinyu off, intending to tear him to shreds. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Lee Siyu walked out of the girls' dormitory, wearing an ultra-short floral pajama set. Her eyes were vacant, as if her soul had been drained away. Chinyu's heart leapt with joy. You dare bully me? Now I'll make you taste what it's like to be crushed into the dirt. He quickly activated his puppeteer ability, directing Lee Siyu to charge at Wang Wei. Lee Siyu, what are you doing? Wang Wei's pupils contracted and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He never expected Lee Siyu would actually stand up for Chinyu. How could trash like him deserve this? Wang Wei hastily shouted at the Hellhound, which was still tangling with Chinyu. Quick, stop that woman. The Hellhound reacted instantly, charging toward Lee Siyu. Boom! The collision between the woman and the beast erupted in a cloud of thick smoke. Wang Wei's heart filled with glee. Good, good. So the mighty SSS rank Frost Warlord is nothing special after all. Looks like my summoned beast is still stronger. But just as his words fell, the smoke began to clear and Lee Siyu's figure emerged. She was clad in dazzling azure crystalline armor, wielding a 3-meter-long guandao, and seated atop a majestic white warhorse. Her presence was overwhelming, radiating an aura of unparalleled killing intent. The hellhound was held by its throat in Lee Siyu's grip. With a casual flick of her wrist, she slammed the beast into the ground with tremendous force. Thud! The summoned creature's death caused a backlash, and Wang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! Run! That woman is crazy, she's really protecting Qinyu. That damn Qinyu, I'll never forgive him for this. Tomorrow, when the school opens the secret realm trial, we'll find a way to get our revenge. Good, let's go now. Su Li helped the injured Wang Wei as they hurriedly fled toward the school gates. Fight Li Siyu. They didn't have the guts. After all, Li Siyu was an SSS rank Frost Warlord. How many people in the entire nation could stand against her? Before long, the school field was empty, save for Qinyu and Li Siyu. Ding! 3 minutes have elapsed. Control over Li Siyu has been lifted. Skill, SSS rank Golden Thread Marionette is now on a 12-hour cooldown. The scene fell into an abrupt silence. Qinyu stood there, a little dumbfounded. He had thought Wang Wei was strong, but it turned out he was just a coward who bullied the weak. What a shame he hadn't been able to properly humiliate Wang Wei as he'd wanted. But today, he had witnessed the true power of the system. Qinyu, an orphan with no talent, no family, and no confidence, had transformed into the lucky recipient of the system's favor, with the potential to become a pillar of humanity's future. Just then, Li Siyu regained control of her body. She bit her lip, furious, and marched straight toward Qinyu. She had heard Wang Wei's words earlier and immediately realized something was wrong. Protect Qinyu. She had no relationship with him, why would she protect him? Clearly, the person who had controlled her body was Qinyu. But, how? How had Qinyu, an F-rank puppeteer, managed to do it? Speak. Are you colluding with the demon race to target me? Li Siyu kicked Qinyu, sending him sprawling to the ground. Her slender, toned leg pressed against his chest as she glared down at him with fury. Qinyu couldn't help but swallow nervously, his gaze unintentionally drifting along her nearly perfect white leg. The edge of her thin floral shorts was lined with pink lace, exuding an innocent femininity. The tight fabric hugged the contours of her round, perky figure, forming a flawless curve that made his imagination run wild. Gulp. Qinyu swallowed hard. This woman was too stunning for words. Li Siyu quickly noticed his gaze and her face flushed crimson. She spun around and backed away hastily. You pervert. She gritted her teeth in frustration, her heart filled with shame and anger. As the school goddess of Songjiang High and the most gifted girl in Modu, she had been humiliated by a guy like this. She was furious and helpless. As a peerless genius, how could she even put this into words? I'm sorry. Qinyu scrambled to his feet awkwardly, backing away in an attempt to leave. If Li Siyu discovered he could control her, it would definitely lead to retaliation. Li Siyu's face darkened as she pressed him further. Tell me, are you colluding with the demon race to target me? The demon race? Qinyu froze for a moment before quickly shaking his head in denial. No, as an outstanding student of Daxia's 9-year compulsory education, my goal is to slay demons and protect humanity. How could I possibly have any connection to the demon race? Really? Li Siyu seemed hesitant. Her sixth sense told her that Qinyu was definitely connected to all this. But his righteous and sincere demeanor didn't seem like that of someone who would consort with demons. Could it really be a coincidence? Li Siyu decided to investigate this further later. As for Qinyu, being a student of Songjiang High made it easy enough to keep tabs on him. Fine, you can go. Be more careful next time. Li Siyu turned and walked back toward the girls' dormitory. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief as he watched her leave. Controlling the school goddess was thrilling, but if he were caught, it would be game over for him. Still, doing something like this was strangely addictive. Slap. Suddenly, Qinyu smacked his forehead and said anxiously. I almost forgot, I came here today to assist Teacher Qin in her research on the demon clan. Qinyu remembered that Teacher Qin was a kind-hearted person who scheduled weekly research sessions with him in the evenings to study matters related to the demon clan. Moreover, Qinyu received a decent payment for his participation. If he bailed on her, he would lose his only source of income. As an orphan, his life was already incredibly difficult. Girls' dormitory, room 702. On her way back, Li Siyu's doubts still lingered in her mind. She couldn't understand why a mere F-level puppeteer would attract the attention of the demon clan or why he seemed incapable of controlling her. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed a black stocking hanging from her doorknob. My stocking. How did it end up here? Li Siyu was instantly both shocked and mortified, her entire face flushing crimson all the way to her neck. She quickly grabbed the stocking and returned to her room. Looking out the window, she saw that the drying rack where her clothes had been hung was now completely empty. Bringing the stocking close to her nose, she sniffed it. The smell of poverty. Chin, you must have touched this, what a pervert. A scoundrel. Lee Si-yu felt on the verge of losing her mind. She had been so focused on her training that she hadn't had time to buy new socks. And now the last pair she owned had been handled by a man. For a moment, she didn't know whether she could bring herself to wear them again. Ugh, how disgusting. So gross. No way, I refuse. Lee Si-yu threw the stocking onto her bed, her suspicions about Chin Yu growing stronger by the second. That shameless creep showed no hesitation in that battle earlier. It even seemed like he had anticipated the outcome. There's no way he's as simple as he appears. I'll have to find an opportunity to test him. Research Lab. Chin Yu arrived at the doorway, panting heavily. He looked up to see a tall, elegant woman leaning against the frame. She had flawless fair skin and a strikingly beautiful face. She wore a form-fitting blue embroidered cheongsam that accentuated her figure, her long legs straight and slender, her feet encased in red high heels. Chen Yu could even catch a faint scent of jasmine wafting from her. This was Qin Naren, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 at Songjiang High School, as well as the director of the guidance office. An S-level awakened individual, her profession was that of a sage. Because her field of expertise leaned toward academics, she didn't participate in frontline battles. Instead, she focused on research, contributing to Daxia's development of advanced military equipment. Today, she had originally planned to study an SS-level demon princess that had been brought back from the front lines. However, Chen Yu's delay had disrupted her plans. Qin Naren cast a resentful glance at Chen Yu and asked, "Where have you been?" "Teacher Qin, I was handling some errands," Chen Yu replied guiltily, silently praying she wouldn't find out about his fight with Wang Wei. If she did, he'd likely face disciplinary action. For an ordinary person, studying, transitioning to a new role, and eventually going to the battlefield was the only path to advancement. Chen Yu couldn't afford to throw that away. Qin Naren sneered, clearly skeptical, and walked into the research lab. "I can smell Lee Si-yu's scent on you. You two weren't on a date, were you?" "As if. She's the Campus Belle. Why would she ever be interested in someone like me?" Chen Yu muttered internally. He marveled at Qin Naren's ability to discern scents and identify people, no doubt a skill honed by her sage profession. True, that would be unlikely. Lee Si-yu is destined to be one of the top 10 marshals of Daxia. There's no way she'd fall for you, Qin Naren teased with a smile, walking toward a large crystal coffin. Chen Yu silently retorted in his mind, "Lee Si-yu wouldn't fall for me? As if I'd care about her." From tonight onward, he had already bonded with a system, his future was limitless. Just then, Chen Yu's attention was drawn to the body inside the crystal coffin. Through the transparent casing, he could see a petite girl with delicate features lying motionless inside. She was dressed in a sleek black skirt, her legs together, and her expression calm. "Is she, the demon princess?" Chen Yu asked in surprise. The girl's beauty was astonishing. Qin Naren nodded. Yes, she was discovered by frontline warriors in the ruins. Countless top researchers have studied her, but aside from confirming her death, they've uncovered nothing of value. What a pity. Chen Yu felt a pang of regret. If she were still alive, as an SS-level demon princess, she could have been turned into his puppet with the system. What intrigued him even more was why Qin Naren had called him here late at night, especially when so many experts had failed to learn anything from the body. Just as Chen Yu was about to ask, Qin Naren suddenly turned to him and asked solemnly, "Do you want to become stronger?" Chen Yu stammered, caught off guard. After a moment, he nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to." A gentle smile appeared on Qin Naren's face. "Do you truly want it?" "I really do," Chen Yu replied, nodding again. His mind raced with thoughts. Could Teacher Qin be planning to hand over the demon princess to me? With my puppeteer abilities, my strength would skyrocket. I might even secure admission to one of the top 10 academies in 3 months. But just as Chen Yu's expectations reached their peak, Qin Naren suddenly said, "I'm glad to see your determination. Take your time, sooner or later, you'll grow stronger." Then she turned around and added, "Come, help me open the coffin lid. It's almost midnight. We need to finish the research quickly. The military will come to take the demon princess's body first thing in the morning." Chen Yu froze. "Teacher Qin, aren't you planning to give me the body?" "Don't be ridiculous. Give it to you. Do you have any idea how valuable this corpse is for research?" Qin Naren laughed mischievously, clearly enjoying Chen Yu's bewilderment. Chen Yu felt a twinge of irritation. This woman was already 30 and still found amusement in teasing him. Why ask him such questions if she wasn't serious about giving him the body? Before long, the two of them worked together to lift the lid of the coffin. A faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from the demon princess's body. At the same time, the clock on the wall ticked past midnight, signaling the start of a new day. Ding! A new day has begun. Would the host like to spin the reward wheel? Spin it. Chenyu responded without hesitation, excitement surging within him. He couldn't wait to see what he'd receive this time. Spinning the wheel. Spin complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS level skill, Soul Enchantment. This skill allows the host to summon the soul of a deceased individual and bring them back to life under the host's control. Chenyu was stunned. This system was unbelievably considerate. The SSS level skill, Soul Enchantment, was perfect for summoning the demon princess's soul and reviving her. After all, the skill specialized in controlling souls. The demon princess would effectively become his puppet. Chenyu's excitement surged. From this moment on, as an F-level puppeteer, he was already more powerful than some S-level individuals. He looked up and saw Qin Naren crouching in front of the coffin, observing the corpse of the demon princess with a magnifying glass. Her perfectly rounded hips were on full display before his eyes. Chenyu's heart suddenly surged with a wave of desire. Hiss, what am I even thinking? How could I be such a lecher? She's my teacher, for heaven's sake. A teacher-student relationship is absolutely out of the question. He quickly shook his head, driving away the inappropriate thoughts and walked up to Qin Naren. Teacher Qin, I have a way to bring her back to life. The air suddenly froze in silence. Qin Naren turned her head, her face full of disbelief. Chenyu, you? An F-rank puppet master? Bring her back to life? Dream on. Her mocking tone made Chenyu blush, but he couldn't reveal that he had gained the soul summoning technique from the system. Anyway, I really can bring her back to life. You don't need to worry about the rest, he said with conviction. If you can't, I'll hold you accountable. Gritting his teeth, Chenyu decided to go all in. He had to obtain the demon princess as a puppet. Without her, as an F-rank puppet master, he wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, the school's secret realm trial was tomorrow. Every student who had successfully advanced their class would participate. It was the ultimate opportunity to showcase one's abilities. Qin Naren seemed intrigued by his determination. Crossing her arms over her chest, she smiled. Alright, since you're so confident, I'll let you try. If you succeed, I'll grant you one request. A request? Chenyu's eyes lit up, his heart brimming with anticipation. Anything I want. Qin Naren nodded. Of course, anything. Chenyu swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting over Qin Naren's shapely figure before landing on her prominent chest. If only. You little rascal, where are you looking? Qin Naren's cheeks flushed red as she smacked the back of Chenyu's head. You're not even grown yet, and you're already thinking of such things. She couldn't believe that as a teacher, she was being teased by a student. If it weren't for the fact that Chenyu often helped her with experiments and they had a good relationship, she might have strangled this little pervert on the spot. Chenyu rubbed his head, chuckling awkwardly. Teacher, you're overthinking. What I meant was, if I succeed, can you give me the demon princess? No way. Pick another condition. Qin Naren refused without hesitation. The demon princess had immense significance to the Xia kingdom. Even though she was just a corpse, her research value was unparalleled. Qin Naren had no authority to hand her over to Chenyu. Chenyu sighed, his head throbbing with frustration. Then if I succeed, how about, you give me a kiss? A kiss? Qin Naren froze, her face turning crimson. Kiss a student? If word got out, how could she face anyone? But looking at Chenyu's confident expression, Qin Naren felt a surge of defiance. She decided to take the gamble. Fine, a kiss it is. If you can really bring her back to life, what's one kiss? Alright then. Chenyu grinned mischievously and immediately approached the crystal coffin. Activate soul summoning technique. Ding! Activation successful. Target confirmed, Demon Princess Yuyoshi. Beginning soul summoning process. As the system's notification sounded, a black mist began to seep into the laboratory through the cracks in the windows. Qin Naren immediately noticed the unusual black mist, her heart tightening with unease. No way, can Chenyu really revive the demon princess? Her emotions were a whirlwind of anticipation and embarrassment, unable to accept the possibility of losing the bet. Minute by minute, the black mist gradually coalesced above the corpse, forming a shadowy figure. With a wave of Chenyu's hand, the black mist surged into Yuyoshi's lifeless body. The laboratory fell silent once more. Qin Naren let out a sigh of relief and sneered, I taught you, Chenyu. Do you think I don't know your limits? Stop showing off and let me get back to my experiments. But Chenyu grinned, pointing to the corpse's twitching fingers. Look, she's alive. Congratulations to the host for successfully reviving Demon Princess Yuyoshi. As you have gained control over Yuyoshi's 3 souls and 7 spirits, she will remain your permanent puppet until her soul dissipates. Puppet status. Name, Yuyoshi. Age, 18. Identity, SS rank scaled Demon Princess. Level, 39. Skills, S rank, Raging Tides, S rank, Water Tornado, A rank, Scaled Shield, SS rank, Water Manipulation. Master, Chin Yu. Seeing the status panel, Chin Yu nearly jumped for joy. A level 39 powerhouse. Every newly transitioned individual started at level 1, and with every 10 levels, they would awaken a new skill. Humans advanced by absorbing spiritual energy from the world, but the demon race's method of leveling up was unknown to him. Regardless, it didn't matter. Yu Yoshi, an SS rank scaled demon princess, was already at level 39, a true powerhouse. Qin Naren was equally stunned. She leaned down to carefully examine the once lifeless corpse, which now displayed faint signs of breathing. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Naren's mind went blank. As a scholar within the sage profession, she couldn't comprehend how Qin Yu, a mere puppet master, had managed to revive a corpse. Qin Yu, standing to the side, beamed smugly. Teacher Qin, I did it. Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Qin Naren's face flushed as she hesitated. Was she really going to kiss her student? The thought was mortifying. She hadn't expected that, as a part-time teacher from the capital, she'd be teased by a student like this and even forced into such an intimate gesture. But a promise was a promise, and she wouldn't go back on her word. Slowly, she leaned down, her rosy lips inching closer to Qin Yu's face. Smack! Qin Yu seized the moment and kissed her soft lips directly. Qin Naren's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She was furious. You've gone too far. Hee, see you later, teacher. Qin Yu grinned cheekily and dashed out of the research lab. Qin Naren covered her lips, her heart filled with a mix of anger and shame. That was her first kiss, carefully preserved for so many years, taken by a student in such a manner. It was utterly humiliating. Still, with the demon princess successfully revived, it was all worth it. With that thought, Qin Naren began checking Yu Yoshi's pulse and other vital signs. On the school field. After leaving the research lab, Qin Yu walked quickly, heading straight for the small, run-down house he had rented. He wasn't accustomed to living on campus, so he rented a cheap room off-site to use as his dorm. The rent was barely covered by his part-time earnings. The money he made from helping Qin Naren with her research wasn't much, just enough to scrape by. As for Yu Yoshi, the demon princess puppet, he wouldn't give her up so easily. Qin Yu knew it wasn't the right time to claim her openly. A puppet like Yu Yoshi was far too valuable and dangerous to bring home without scrutiny. Especially not with the Xia Kingdom's military and Qin Naren keeping a close eye on her. This would have to be approached carefully, step by step. 10 minutes later. Qin Yu pushed open the door to the small, shabby hut, dropped his bag, and excitedly flopped onto the bed. This night had brought him too many surprises. First, the arrival of the system, followed by the school bell puppet Li Siyu, and then the resurrection of the demon princess Yu Yoshi. Drawing one SSS level item every day, if this continued, all the SSS level big shots would eventually become his puppets. Who said an F level puppeteer was weak? Now, he was absurdly powerful. System, open the panel. Ding. Panel opened. Host, Qin Yu. Age, 18. Identity, senior student at Songjiang High School. Profession, F-level puppeteer. Level, 1. Skills, SSS level golden thread puppet mastery, cooling down, SSS level soul capturing technique, cooling down. Puppets, SSS level frost warlord Li Siyu, level 8, SS level scaled demon princess Yu Yoshi, level 39. Items, none. Qin Yu looked at the panel, silently calculating in his mind. In just one night, he had acquired 2 SSS level skills and 2 puppets above SS level. With this kind of power, he was more than ready for tomorrow's Secret Realm trial. The Secret Realm trial organized by the school was extremely rigorous. All the students and faculty participated, and those who failed to complete the tasks or earn enough points would be directly eliminated. The rankings based on the points would determine who could attend university and who would head to the front lines. Here, professions only represented potential. B-level and A-level professionals could still defeat S-level opponents. With enough effort, one could still find a way to get into college and reach the front lines to change their fate. Qin Yu thought that this selection process, which didn't decide one's entire life based on awakening a profession at 18, was already quite fair. He pulled out his phone and opened the school's points leaderboard. Songjiang High School updated the points every day. Points weren't just earned through Secret Realm trials, they also involved student conduct, academic performance, behavior, and mindset. For example, doing something bad would deduct points, while helping an old lady cross the street would add points. Songjiang High School points leaderboard. First, Gu Ling, 19,872 points. Second, Li Siyu, 19,870 points. Third, Qin Qianqian, 16,243 points. 768th, Qin Yu, 3,982 points. Seeing this ranking, Chinyu couldn't help but feel helpless. Damn, not even close to their leftovers. Luckily, I've been keeping up with academics recently and staying out of trouble, or I might have been at the very bottom. Out of 1,200 students in the school, Chinyu was ranked in the 700s, not too bad. My ambitions haven't been fulfilled yet. Comrades, I must keep working hard. The next day, the weather was clear. Arriving at school just as the bell rang, Chinyu made it in time for the campus assembly. Over 1,000 students gathered on the field, waiting for Principal Zhang Dafa to speak. As Chinyu entered his classroom, he immediately felt several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Glancing back, he saw Wang Wei and his group of lackeys, along with Su Li, glaring at him with resentment. TCH, what a bunch of losers. Chinyu looked at them with disdain, not planning to pay them any attention. If they had the skills, they could settle it in the secret realm trial. At that moment, the principal's voice boomed from the stage. Students, the once-a-semester secret realm trial is about to begin. This will be your final secret realm trial of the year. The points you earn will determine which university you can attend. Some of you have accumulated fewer points in 3 years than others earn in a single trial. But don't despair, keep working hard, and you'll achieve results eventually. Now, I hereby announce. The Songjiang High School Secret Realm Trial officially begins. Military commanders, please activate the secret realm entrance. Students, proceed in order to collect your task cards and enter the realm. As the principal's words echoed, Chinyu's mind wasn't entirely focused. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of the points leaderboard. A burly man in a military uniform stepped onto the stage and activated a peculiar device. A beam of light shot into the sky, opening a shimmering entrance on the ground. The secret realm is open. Students, please collect your task cards and enter in an orderly manner, a teacher in charge of distributing the cards announced loudly. Chinyu joined the line with the others to receive his task card, thinking about how to quickly rack up points and climb the rankings. When he got his card, he glanced at the task: kill one daughter beast to earn 10 points. Daughter beasts, low-level monsters known for their incredible speed, might be a hassle for others, but for Chinyu, they were no challenge at all. He couldn't help but smile slightly, a confident look flashing across his face. Seriously? That's all. The points are way too low. He muttered under his breath and tucked the task card into his pocket. With a wave of spatial energy, the secret realm entrance slowly opened, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The principal's voice echoed within the secret realm: students, welcome to the East Sea Secret Realm. The top 500 performers in this trial will have the opportunity to remain here and further enhance their abilities. Stay sharp. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the crowd erupted, everyone rushing into the realm. Chinyu, however, remained calm and unhurried, indifferent to the principal's motivational words. To him, this level of trial was merely a formality. Chinyu, stop right there. A gruff voice called out from behind him. Chinyu didn't even need to look back to know who it was: Wang Wei and his lackey Su Li. Clearly, they were here to settle the score after being humiliated by him before. Oh, isn't this young Master Wang and Miss Su? What's the matter? Missed me? Chinyu turned around, wearing a mocking smile. Cut the crap. We're settling this today. Wang Wei growled through gritted teeth, a ball of fire already forming in his hand. Chinyu shrugged. I don't have time to play house with you. Later. With that, he vanished into the dense forest in a flash, leaving Wang Wei and Su Li grasping at air and stomping their feet in frustration. Chinyu's goal was simple: complete the task as quickly as possible and find a quiet place to strategize. He soon tracked the daughter beast's movements based on the system's guidance. However, the daughter beast's speed was astonishing, darting through the forest like a green lightning bolt. Chinyu's attempts to catch it all ended in failure. Would you like to spin the roulette again? The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. No, I'll save it for an emergency, Chinyu replied decisively. The scaled princess he had bonded with last time hadn't even been used yet. Dealing with this daughter beast didn't warrant using his trump card. While he was chasing the daughter beast, he unexpectedly ran into Li Xiu. She was dressed in a light blue combat outfit, her jet black hair tied into a ponytail, exuding a valiant aura. Chinyu, what are you doing here? Li Xiu asked, a hint of surprise in her eyes. What a coincidence, Li Xiu. Have you seen a daughter beast pass by? Chinyu just wanted to finish his task quickly and earn those points. It went that way. Li Xiu pointed ahead, her gaze subtly softening. As though she no longer held the same hostility toward him as before, Chinyu continued to pursue the daughter vine in the direction Li Xiu had pointed. This particular daughter vine had been cultivating for years and was a key ingredient in crafting the soul-binding silk. If he could catch it, the combat effectiveness of his puppets would be elevated to a whole new level. Unexpectedly, as he reached the depths of the forest, he heard a commotion of curses and shouts ahead. Pushing aside the thick underbrush, Chen Yu was instantly rendered speechless. Wang Wei and a group of his lackeys were ganging up on a frenzied explosive bear. Beside them stood a woman, none other than Wang Wei's mistress, Su Li. Chen Yu inwardly groaned at the sight and decided to quietly leave this troublesome place. But Su Li had keen eyes and immediately spotted him. She shrieked loudly, "Oh, isn't this our F-rank loser, Chen Yu? What, here to snatch our prey? Do you even know your own limits?" With that, Su Li deliberately ran in Chen Yu's direction, provoking the explosive bear into turning its attention toward him. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed under his breath and immediately activated his puppet art. A petite figure clad in blue scale armor and wielding a shield materialized out of thin air, stepping in front of Chen Yu. Scaly Princess, Scale Shield. Boom! The explosive bear's massive paw came crashing down onto the scale shield, producing an ear-splitting explosion of sound. Though the scale shield absorbed the brunt of the attack, the sheer force of the impact still sent Chen Yu stumbling several steps back. Wang Wei and Su Li, witnessing this scene, assumed Chen Yu was as good as dead, and smug smiles spread across their faces. But as the dust settled, they were shocked to see Chen Yu standing there, unscathed, though his face was pale. How is this possible? Su Li exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Wei was equally stunned but quickly became enraged, barking orders to his lackeys and the explosive bear to attack Chen Yu once more. Just as the situation became critical, a graceful figure descended from the sky, delivering a fierce kick that sent the explosive bear flying. It was none other than Li Siyu. Wang Wei, bullying your classmates again, I see. Li Siyu's cold glare locked onto Wang Wei, her eyes brimming with disdain. Though Wang Wei was usually arrogant, he shrank under Li Siyu's gaze like a mouse in front of a cat. Li Siyu, don't misunderstand, we were just sparring. Sparring? Li Siyu sneered. It takes this many people to spar against a single F-ranked puppet master. Wang Wei dared not say another word and slunk away with Su Li and his lackeys in tow. Li Siyu turned to Chen Yu and said calmly, "Are you all right?" Chen Yu shook his head and replied gratefully, "Thank you, Li Siyu. I just can't stand seeing them bully others," Li Siyu said flatly, turning to leave. "Wait a second." Chen Yu called out hastily. "Li Siyu, would you consider teaming up with me?" Li Siyu paused, turning back to look at him. A peculiar feeling stirred in her heart. All right, she finally agreed. The subsequent hunting was smooth sailing. Chen Yu quickly eliminated his target and earned 10 points. Li Siyu's target, however, was a C-ranked beast, presenting a much greater challenge. Chen Yu discreetly had the system track the target to assist Li Siyu in locating it. By dusk, the two stumbled upon Wang Wei and Su Li again. This time, they were entangled in a cluster of tenacious vines, unable to move. To Chen Yu's astonishment, another girl was also caught in the vines, Chen Qianqian. Upon seeing Chen Yu, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chen Qianqian's eyes. "Chen Yu, help me." Chen Yu hesitated, glancing at the three trapped individuals. Though he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Qianqian was still a classmate, and leaving her to die was not something he could bring himself to do. "Let's help them first," Chen Yu decided. Li Siyu nodded slightly, her hand manifesting an icy blue longsword radiating a bone-chilling aura. With a flash of her figure, her blade sliced through the vines like the scythe of death, producing crisp, swish sounds as it severed the tough vines. Chen Yu summoned the scaly princess once more, her small figure wielding a shield to clear a path for Li Siyu. Working in tandem, they gradually freed Chen Qianqian from the vines. Thank you," Chen Qianqian stammered, her pale face showing a trace of gratitude, her voice trembling. "Don't speak yet, we'll get you out of this," Chen Yu replied, carefully peeling away the remaining vines. These vines were covered in tiny barbs, sharp enough to tear skin with the slightest misstep. Just then, Wang Wei's voice suddenly rang out, "Now, Su Li." Su Li immediately understood, pulling a dagger from her sleeve to slash through the vines binding her. Breaking free in a sudden burst, she lunged toward Wang Wei, and the two scrambled toward the secret realm's exit in a panic. "Wang Wei, you bastard! How dare you leave me behind?" Chen Qianqian screamed hysterically at their retreating figures. But Wang Wei and Su Li paid no heed to her cries, vanishing into the dense forest without looking back. Those two. Chen Yu clenched his fists in anger, grinding his teeth. He hadn't expected Wang Wei to be so despicable. In his moment of distraction, a thick vine lashed out from the side, striking him squarely in the back. "Arg!" Chen Yu cried out as the impact sent him staggering forward uncontrollably. At the critical moment, Li Siyu acted swiftly, grabbing hold of him. But the momentum was too great, and Chen Yu was pushed into the cluster of vines. "Chen Yu!" Li Siyu shouted in alarm, trying to rush in to save him, only to be blocked by even more vines. Chen Yu, now ensnared, found himself immobilized. The vine's tiny barbs pierced his skin, sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. He cursed inwardly, damn you, Wang Wei. This isn't over. He struggled desperately, but the vines were incredibly tough, tightening their grip as if intent on suffocating him. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a voice rang out in his mind. Detecting that the host is in imminent danger. Activating emergency protection protocol. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS rank skill, Vine Mastery. In an instant, the vines constricting Chen Yu seemed to lose their vitality, loosening their grip and falling away. He felt a strange energy surge through his body, forming a peculiar connection with the vines around him. Extending a hand, Chen Yu gently touched one of the vines, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What's happening? Chen Yu was baffled. The system's voice chimed in once more, the host can now control these vines and use them as weapons. Delighted, Chen Yu quickly experimented with his newfound ability. The once chaotic mass of vines responded to his will, aligning themselves with military precision. With a thought, Chen Yu directed the vines to extend toward Li Xiyu, forming a pathway of intertwined vines leading straight to her. The vine corridor extended smoothly to Li Xiyu's feet. She hesitated for a moment before finally stepping inside. The passage was unnaturally steady, as though it were a bridge that had materialized out of thin air. The corridor quickly brought Li Xiyu to Chen Yu's side. When she saw the crisscrossing wounds on his body, her eyes filled with concern. Are you alright? Chen Yu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm fine, just a scratch. All thanks to this new skill, Vine Mastery. As he spoke, he manipulated the vines to sway gently, as if showing off his newfound ability. Li Xiyu looked at the miraculous sight before her and couldn't help but marvel. This is incredible. An F-rank puppeteer can actually control an A-rank vine demon skill. If word gets out, all of Songjiang High School will be in an uproar. Heh, keep it low-key, Chen Yu said, scratching his head in mock humility, though his heart was bursting with joy. At that moment, Chen Qianshan, who had just been rescued, walked over and said gratefully, Chen Yu, thank you for saving me. If not for you, Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, no need to thank me. But as for Wang Wei and Su Li, those two, I'll settle things with them sooner or later. Chen Qianshan bit her lip, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Me too. She paused for a moment before continuing, I have nowhere to go right now. Can I stay with you guys for the time being? Chen Yu and Li Xiyu exchanged a glance. Li Xiyu nodded. Of course. It'll be safer if we stick together. Chen Qianshan smiled gratefully and joined their group. Just then, a system notification chimed in, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rescue your teammate. Reward, puppeteer level upgraded to E rank. Chen Yu's heart leapt with joy. E rank puppeteer. This was a qualitative leap. He quickly checked his attribute panel, and sure enough, his level had risen to E rank, with significant improvements to all his stats. It seems this secret realm trip has been quite rewarding. Chen Yu said excitedly. Li Xiyu smiled, genuinely happy for him. Congratulations, Chen Yu. By the way, have you completed your mission? Chen Yu asked, turning to Li Xiyu. Li Xiyu shook her head, her expression turning serious. My mission is to defeat an A-rank two-headed wolf. I haven't found its whereabouts yet. An A-rank two-headed wolf? Chen Qianshan's face turned pale. That's a very dangerous beast. It's said that its two heads have different powers, one breathes fire, the other breathes ice. It's incredibly difficult to deal with. Chen Yu frowned slightly. It seemed Li Xiyu's mission wouldn't be easy. After a moment of thought, he said, don't worry, we'll help you complete it together. A warmth filled Li Xiyu's heart as she looked at Chen Yu's determined eyes. She nodded lightly in agreement. Just then, a low growl echoed from the distance, and the ground began to vibrate slightly. Not good, it's the two-headed wolf. Chen Qianshan exclaimed in alarm. Chen Yu and Li Xiyu immediately went on high alert, looking toward the direction of the growl. A massive two-headed wolf emerged from the shadows, its body covered in black fur. Its two ferocious heads alternated between spewing fire and frost, radiating an aura of terror that made one's heart race. Looks like we thought it, and it came, Chen Yu muttered, taking a deep breath, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. We must have wandered into the two-headed wolf's territory, Li Xiyu said, her brow furrowed as she prepared for battle. The sword in her hand glinted with a cold light. But just as the group braced themselves, an unexpected transformation occurred. The two-headed wolf threw its heads back and howled to the skies. Its body began to swell, and its black fur gradually turned blood red, exuding an even more terrifying aura. This is berserk mode. Chen Qianshan's eyes widened with fear. An A-rank two-headed wolf can actually go berserk. This is bad. Both Chen Yu and Li Xiyu felt the immense pressure. In its berserk state, the two-headed wolf's strength had likely reached S rank. Looks like we have no choice but to fight to the death. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, gripping the dagger in his hand tightly as he prepared for the desperate battle ahead. The berserk two-headed wolf let out an ear-splitting roar, its blood-red eyes locking onto the trio. Flames and frost interwove, forming a storm of ice and fire that surged toward them. Qianshan, stay safe. Chen Yu barked, his dagger gleaming coldly as he dashed forward. The power of an E-rank puppeteer surged through his body, enhancing his speed and strength. His dagger sliced through the air, producing sharp whistling sounds. Li Xiyu followed closely behind, her sword dancing like a silver serpent as she searched for the wolf's weak points. Chen Qianshan stayed behind them, her staff glowing green, ready to provide support. The berserk two-headed wolf was immensely powerful, its speed and strength far surpassing its previous state. Chen Yu's swift attacks barely left a mark, and Li Xiyu's precise strikes were pushed back by the wolf's relentless onslaught. Damn it, it's too strong. Chen Yu growled, narrowly dodging an attack. Suddenly, one of the wolf's heads unleashed a massive ice spike aimed directly at Li Xiyu. She couldn't dodge in time, and the spike grazed her shoulder, instantly soaking her clothes with blood. Xiyu! Chen Yu cried out, his voice filled with panic. Li Xiyu winced, clutching her wound as her face turned pale. The two-headed wolf seized the opportunity, its other head spewing searing flames to pin her down. Wood healing. Chen Qianshan urgently cast a healing spell, green light enveloping Li Xiyu and gradually mending her wound. Thank you. Li Xiyu said weakly. Don't speak, just focus on recovering. Chen Qianshan replied sternly, continuing her healing magic. Rage boiled within Chen Yu as he took a deep breath, his gaze sharp and unyielding. System, activate the roulette. Ding. Roulette activated, the system's cold voice echoed. A colorful roulette wheel appeared before Chen Yu, filled with various skills and items. Without hesitation, Chen Yu pressed to spin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained SSS-ranked skill, Berserk. This skill is single-use but can be drawn again. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Yu activated the Berserk skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. Berserk activated. Duration, 1 minute. Effect, all attributes increase by 50%, immune to all negative statuses. An overwhelming power surged through Chen Yu's body. His muscles swelled, his eyes turned blood-red, and an aura of unbridled ferocity emanated from him. Beast, prepare to die. Chen Yu roared, his figure disappearing in a flash as he charged at the two-headed wolf. The berserk power pushed his speed and strength to their limits. His dagger became a blur, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks. Caught off guard, the two-headed wolf stumbled under Chen Yu's ferocious assault. It roared in fury but was unable to fend off the storm of attacks. The minute passed quickly, and the effects of the berserk skill faded. Chen Yu's body returned to normal, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. But as he looked at the severely injured two-headed wolf, a victorious smile spread across his face. It's over. Chen Yu murmured quietly. However, the two-headed wolf suddenly let out a piercing howl, its body trembling violently as it emitted an even more terrifying aura. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Chen Qianshan shouted in horror. Chen Yu's expression changed drastically, preparing to dodge, but it was too late. The two-headed wolf suddenly swelled and then exploded. The massive shockwave sent the three of them flying. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and a deep crater was blasted into the ground. After the explosion, the area was a scene of utter devastation, with smoke and dust filling the air. Chen Yu struggled to his feet, his whole body aching, his vision blurry. He quickly scanned his surroundings and found that he and Li Xiyu had fallen to the bottom of a cliff. But Chen Qianshan was nowhere to be seen. At the base of the cliff, the dust gradually settled. In the dim light, fragments of stone and broken branches were scattered across the ground. Chen Yu's head throbbed with pain, and a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. He struggled to sit upright, looking around to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. Steep cliffs surrounded him on all sides, with only a sliver of sky visible above. Xiyu. Chen Yu suddenly remembered Li Xiyu and frantically searched for her. Not far away, Li Xiyu lay on the ground, her face pale, blood oozing from her shoulder. Chen Yu's heart sank. He rushed to her side and gently helped her up. Xiyu, wake up. Chen Yu called out anxiously, checking her injuries. Fortunately, she was only unconscious and not in any immediate danger. Chen Yu pulled out bandages and a healing potion from his storage pouch, carefully tending to her wounds with skilled, gentle movements, as though he had done this countless times before. After dressing her injuries, he propped Li Xiyu against a nearby rock and began to survey the surroundings. The cliff was incredibly high, with no visible top, and the surrounding walls were sheer, leaving no apparent way out. Chen Yu sighed, understanding that the most important thing now was to wait for Li Xiyu to regain consciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed before Li Xiyu's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Chen Yu. She murmured weakly, her voice tinged with confusion. You're awake. Chen Yu exclaimed with relief. How are you feeling? My head feels a bit dizzy. Li Xiyu rubbed her temples. Where are we? At the bottom of a cliff, Chen Yu explained concisely. Li Xiyu gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. No need to thank me, Chen Yu said, scratching his head awkwardly and avoiding her gaze. After a brief silence, Li Xiyu noticed Chen Yu's tattered clothes and the injuries on his body. Are you, alright? Chen Yu glanced at himself. Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Let me treat them anyway, Li Xiyu insisted, pulling out some medicine and clean cloth. I'll help you. Chen Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he relented and let her tend to his injuries. Her movements were gentle, and as her fingertips brushed against his skin, Chen Yu felt a jolt like an electric current coursing through him, quickening his heartbeat. Hiss. Chen Yu deliberately inhaled sharply. Did I hurt you? Li Xiyu immediately paused, concern evident in her voice. No, Chen Yu quickly clarified. It just tickles a bit. Li Xiyu rolled her eyes at him and resumed treating his wounds. Their proximity made Chen Yu acutely aware of her faint, pleasant fragrance. When she finished bandaging him, Li Xiyu looked up, only to meet Chen Yu's gaze. Their eyes locked, and the air between them grew charged with an unspoken tension. Suddenly overcome by an impulse, Chen Yu reached out to gently lift a strand of Li Xiyu's hair, bringing it to his nose to catch its scent. You. Li Xiyu's cheeks flushed, caught off guard by Chen Yu's bold gesture. You smell so nice. Chen Yu murmured in a low voice. Li Xiyu's heartbeat quickened, her body seeming to lose control as she allowed Chen Yu's audacious actions. Chen Yu's gaze drifted downward, settling on her slightly parted lips as he leaned in closer. Suddenly, a rustling sound in the distance shattered the intimate moment. What was that? Li Xiyu snapped back to reality, hurriedly pushing Chen Yu away. Chen Yu's alertness sharpened as he turned toward the source of the noise, a shadowy figure slowly approaching them. Who's there? He called out, his voice tinged with tension as he instinctively stepped in front of Li Xiyu to shield her. A figure stumbled into view from the cave's entrance. By the light of the fire, Chen Yu saw who it was and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was Chen Chanshan. At that moment, Chen Chanshan looked disheveled, her clothes torn, but she seemed otherwise unharmed. Chanshan, thank goodness you're all right. Chen Yu exhaled deeply, the weight of his concern lifting. Chen Chanshan offered a small, embarrassed smile. When I fell, I was lucky enough to get caught on some branches. I didn't hit the ground directly. That's a relief, truly fortunate, Chen Yu nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. Noticing their injuries, Chen Chanshan asked with concern, are you both hurt? Chen Yu waved it off, signaling that it wasn't serious, but let Chen Chanshan tend to Li Xiyu's wounds first. After spending a significant amount of energy healing Li Xiyu, Chen Chanshan turned her attention to Chen Yu, who insisted he was fine. However, she was adamant about treating him too. A gentle white glow enveloped Chen Yu's wounds, spreading a soothing warmth throughout his body as the pain gradually faded. Li Xiyu also looked visibly relieved after her treatment. But the overuse of healing magic left Chen Chanshan visibly drained. Her face turned pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Chanshan. Chen Yu reacted quickly, catching her before she collapsed. Leaning weakly against him, a faint blush crept across Chen Chanshan's cheeks. Thank you, she said softly. Chen Yu helped her sit down and urged her to rest. Li Xiyu watched from the side, her expression complex but silent. Chanshan, how are you feeling? Chen Yu asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little tired, Chen Chanshan replied weakly, shaking her head. Chen Yu retrieved some food and water from his pack and handed them to her, urging her to replenish her strength. Chen Chanshan accepted them with a grateful smile. The cave fell into a quiet lull, broken only by the crackling of the fire and Chen Chanshan's soft breathing. Chen Yu and Li Xiyu sat side by side, maintaining a small but noticeable distance, the atmosphere between them tinged with subtle awkwardness. Li Xiyu occasionally glanced at Chen Yu, her expression conflicted, as though she had something to say but ultimately choosing to stay silent. Noticing her unusual behavior, Chen Yu felt a bit puzzled but decided not to press her. He turned his gaze toward the cave's entrance, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew this trip to the secret realm was bound to be anything but peaceful. The hostility from Wang Wei and Su Li, coupled with the looming threat of the demon clan's invasion, hinted at the storm brewing ahead. Chen Yu, Li Xiyu finally broke the silence, her voice soft yet deliberate. Yes, Xiyu. What is it? Chen Yu responded warmly, sensing a growing closeness between them. Li Xiyu bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, Do you like me? Chen Yu froze, utterly caught off guard by her sudden question. He looked at her, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. Did he like Li Xiyu? From the very first moment he saw her, he was captivated by her beauty and elegance. But he was painfully aware that he was just an E-rank puppet master, a failure once mocked by others. How could someone like him ever be worthy of her? He dared not hope that she would ever like him, nor did he even have the courage to look her directly in the eyes. Chin-yu opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't know how to respond. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed from outside the cave, shattering the fragile atmosphere between them. Roar! A deafening beastly roar came from outside, followed by the ground trembling violently. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. This is bad. It's a demonic beast. Chin-yu's expression changed drastically. He jumped to his feet, grasped Li Siyu's hand, and urgently called out, "Qianqian, wake up. We need to get out of here." The three of them bolted in one direction, running as fast as they could. Behind them, the roars grew louder, and the ground continued to quake with each step of the approaching beast. Chin-yu glanced back, only to see a massive spider covered in sharp barbs rapidly closing in on them. "Oh no, it's a B-rank spiked armor spider." Qianqian exclaimed in horror, her pace quickening even more. They ran with all their might and finally found another cave hidden in a dense forest. They hurriedly ducked inside to catch their breath. Huff, huff. Qianqian leaned against the cave wall, panting heavily. Finally, lost it. Li Siyu was bent over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Her face was pale from exhaustion. "Don't let your guard down," Chin-yu warned. "This place might not be safe either." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of clashing and shouting came from outside the cave. "Someone's there!" Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Chin-yu cautiously peeked out and saw, not far away, a group of people locked in fierce combat with a gigantic explosive bear. The bear's body was covered in coarse brown fur, and its muscular frame exuded raw power. Each swipe of its claws sent shockwaves through the air. "It's Gu Ling and the others." Li Siyu recognized the class monitor among the group. "And there's Wang Wei and Su Li," Qianqian added coldly, her eyes flashing with disdain. "If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been caught in those vines. If not for you and Siyu, I might not even be alive right now." At the moment, Gu Ling and his group were clearly at a disadvantage. Gu Ling's left arm had been slashed by the bear's sharp claws, and blood was pouring out. "It's an S-rank explosive bear," Li Siyu said, her brows furrowing. Chin-yu's expression turned serious. "We need to help them." "How?" Qianqian asked anxiously. "Siyu, you go first and provide support. Qianqian, focus on healing. We need to work together. My skill is still on cooldown, but I can use the vines to assist from the rear," Chin-yu said decisively. He also thought about using the system to strengthen himself further, knowing that the trials of the secret realm had already boosted their abilities significantly. "System, activate the roulette draw," he commanded silently. A massive roulette wheel appeared before his eyes, glowing with radiant light. "Start the draw." The wheel spun rapidly, and Chin-yu's heart raced along with it. Meanwhile, the explosive bear let out an earth-shaking roar and swiped its massive paw, sending Gu Ling flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. "Gu Ling!" Li Siyu cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, summoning her icebound shield to block the bear's next attack. Gu Ling, seeing Li Siyu arrive, let out a sigh of relief. Qianqian quickly moved to his side to begin healing his wounds. At the same time, the roulette wheel in front of Chin-yu came to a halt. The pointer landed on a skill shimmering with golden light, Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense grants immunity to all damage for a limited time. Ha! The heavens are on my side. Chin-yu was ecstatic. A surge of immense power coursed through his body. Without hesitation, he charged toward the explosive bear, golden light from Absolute Defense enveloping him like a divine shield. The bear's massive paw came crashing down on him but struck nothing more than an impenetrable barrier. What? Wang Wei and Su Li, watching from a distance, were utterly stunned. Chin-yu smirked coldly and countered with a powerful punch to the bear's abdomen. Amplified by Absolute Defense, his blow sent the bear staggering backward, roaring in pain. "Brother Yu, you're amazing." Qianqian cheered from the sidelines, her healing magic glowing as it worked to mend Gu Ling's injuries. Gu Ling's wounds quickly began to close. Seizing the opportunity, Li Siyu launched an attack, her ice spike striking the bear's weak points with precision. The explosive bear howled in fury but was powerless against Chin-yu. He advanced fearlessly, landing blow after devastating blow. Each strike was imbued with overwhelming force, leaving the bear battered and bloodied. Wang Wei and Su Li were dumbfounded. Was this really the same Chin-yu they had mocked as an F-rank loser? They couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed he had either gained incredible power in the secret realm or had been hiding his true strength all along. This guy, pretending to be weak all this time. Wang Wei gritted his teeth in frustration. Su Li, pale with fear, clutched Wang Wei's arm. "What do we do? Will he take revenge on us for what we did before?" Wang Wei's eyes darted around as he formulated a plan. A sinister smile crept onto his face. Don't worry. We'll strike when he's exhausted. Under Chen Yu's relentless assault, the explosive bear finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Done. Chen Yu clapped his hands and turned to Li Siyu and Qin Qianqian. Are you two alright? Li Siyu shook her head, her gaze filled with a trace of awe. It was the first time she had seen Chen Yu so commanding. Brother Yu, you're incredible. Qin Qianqian looked at him with admiration. Gu Ling approached, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you for saving us. It was nothing. We're classmates, we should help each other, Chen Yu replied calmly. Just then, Wang Wei and Su Li walked over, their faces plastered with insincere smiles. Chen Yu, you're amazing. We had no idea you were hiding such strength. Wang Wei said obsequiously. Su Li chimed in, yes, Chen Yu, you're the pride of our class. Chen Yu smirked coldly. He could see right through their facade. Wang Wei, Su Li, you still have the nerve to come over here. Qin Qianqian snapped, her voice icy. We haven't forgotten what you did before. Wang Wei's expression changed, and he immediately put on a pitiful act. Qianqian, don't be like this. We're victims too. We're grateful you saved us last time. Su Li also put on a pitiful expression. That's right. If it weren't for Chen Yu, we'd have been eaten by the explosive bear. Enough with the acting. Do you think we're fools? Chen Yu interrupted them coldly. Wang Wei and Su Li's faces darkened. What do you mean by that, Chen Yu? Wang Wei's tone turned hostile. My meaning is simple. Stay away from us in the future. Otherwise. Chen Yu's eyes glinted with a chilling intent, leaving the threat unspoken but clear. Wang Wei and Su Li felt a shiver run down their spines. Without another word, they turned and left. Brother Yu, that was so cool. Especially that last line, it was epic. Qin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. Li Siyu chuckled softly, her mood visibly lifted. Chen Yu caught a glimpse of Li Siyu's smile and felt a warmth in his chest. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched her cheek. Siyu, you look so pretty when you smile. Li Siyu's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She swatted his hand away, pouting. What are you doing? Qin Qianqian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hey, can you two pay attention to your behavior? There are still two single people here. Qin Qianqian grabbed Gu Ling's arm, causing Gu Ling to fidget a little uncomfortably. Li Siyu cast a gentle sidelong glance at Chen Yu, her face still tinged with a faint blush. Though slightly annoyed, a subtle sweetness lingered in her heart. Just as the atmosphere between them grew a little ambiguous, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the secret realm. Attention, students, the first phase of the secret realm trial is about to end. Countdown begins now. Students who have not completed their tasks must evacuate immediately, or they will be forcibly transported out. Those who have completed their tasks, please place your mission token on the Jade platform to receive your next task. In the second phase, free team formation is allowed. Please select your teammates accordingly. The voice shattered the delicate atmosphere among the four. Chen Yu's smile faded as he turned serious. The group immediately headed toward the Jade platform, where a number of students who had already completed their tasks were gathered. Chen Yu handed his mission token to Li Siyu. Siyu, you go ahead. Li Siyu took the token and walked toward the glowing Jade platform not far away, where many other students had already assembled. She placed the mission token into the groove on the platform. A flash of light illuminated the platform as the token disappeared, replaced by a new mission token. Li Siyu returned to the group and held up the new mission token. The second phase task is to hunt the Scarlet Flame Demon Wolves. We need to collect 5 Demon Wolf cores. Each core is worth 500 points. Scarlet Flame Demon Wolves. Those are SS-level beasts, even harder to deal with than the explosive bear, Qin Qianqian said worriedly. Yeah, and we need 5 cores. This task isn't going to be easy, Gu Ling echoed. Chen Yu, however, appeared relaxed. Don't worry. With me here, it won't be a problem. He then turned to Li Siyu. Siyu, would you like to team up with me? Li Siyu's cheeks reddened slightly, and she gave a soft nod. I'm teaming up with brother Yu too. I've seen his strength firsthand, Qin Qianqian immediately declared. Gu Ling hesitated for a moment before adding, I'll join as well. With their 4-person team formed, Chen Yu glanced around and noticed Wang Wei and Su Li watching them intently, their expressions filled with resentment. Wang Wei's eyes gleamed with a poisonous light, as if he were plotting something. Let's go. Ignoring Wang Wei, Chen Yu led his team toward the area where the Scarlet Flame Demon Wolves were rumored to roam. Ha, the heavens are on my side. Chen Yu thought, his heart surging with joy as a powerful energy coursed through his body. Without hesitation, he faced the explosive bear's massive paw head-on. The golden glow of absolute defense enveloped him, making him appear like a descending deity. The bear's paw slammed down forcefully, but it was as if it had struck an indestructible wall, leaving Yu unharmed. What? Wang Wei and Su Li, observing from afar, were dumbfounded. Yu smirked coldly and countered with a punch to the bear's abdomen. Amplified by absolute defense, his strike sent the explosive bear staggering backward, roaring in pain. Brother Yu is amazing. Qin Qianshan cheered excitedly from the side. The healing magic she cast shimmered over Gu Ling, rapidly mending his injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiyu launched her own attack. A precise ice spike shot toward the explosive bear's vulnerable spots. The explosive bear roared in fury but found itself powerless against Yu. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Yu unleashed a flurry of powerful punches and kicks, each blow tearing into the beast's hide. Wang Wei and Su Li stared in utter disbelief. Was this really the same F-level Yu they had mocked before? They realized that Yu must have either obtained extraordinary power within the secret realm or had been hiding his true strength all along. This brat, pretending to be weak only to strike back. Wang Wei gritted his teeth in frustration. Su Li's face turned pale as she recalled how they had treated Yu earlier. Nervously, she clutched Wang Wei's arm. What should we do? Do you think he'll take revenge on us? Wang Wei's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered. Don't worry. Let's wait until he's worn out, then we'll make our move. Under Yu's relentless assault, the explosive bear finally collapsed, its life force extinguished. All done. Yu brushed his hands off and turned to Li Xiyu and Qin Qianshan. Are you two okay? Li Xiyu shook her head, a flicker of amazement in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen Yu display such overwhelming strength. Brother Yu, you're incredible. Qin Qianshan looked at Yu with admiration shining in her gaze. Gu Ling stepped forward and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. It was nothing. We're classmates, so we should look out for each other." Yu's tone was calm, almost indifferent. At that moment, Wang Wei and Su Li approached, their faces plastered with insincere smiles. Yu, you're amazing. Who would have thought you were hiding such strength? Wang Wei fawned. Su Li chimed in, exactly. Yu, you're truly the pride of our class. Yu sneered inwardly, fully aware of their motives. Wang Wei, Su Li, you still have the nerve to come over here. Qin Qianshan said coldly. Don't think we've forgotten what you did earlier. Wang Wei's expression stiffened, and he quickly feigned a pitiful look. Qianshan, don't be like that. We were victims too. We're grateful you saved us last time. Su Li put on a similarly pitiful act. That's right. If it weren't for Yu, we'd have been eaten by the explosive bear. Cut the act. Do you think we're stupid? Yu interrupted coldly. Wang Wei and Su Li's faces darkened. What are you trying to say, Yu? Wang Wei's tone grew hostile. My meaning is simple. Stay away from us in the future, or else. Yu's icy gaze left no room for doubt about his threat. Wang Wei and Su Li felt a chill run down their spines. Without another word, they slinked away. Brother Yu, you're so cool. Especially that last line, it was awesome. Qin Qianshan exclaimed enthusiastically. Li Xiyu let out a soft laugh, her mood visibly uplifted. Noticing her smile, Yu felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. Xiyu, your smile is beautiful. Li Xiyu's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Flustered, she swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Hee, just appreciating a beauty. Yu smirked mischievously. Qin Qianshan rolled her eyes dramatically. Hey, can you two be mindful of the single people here? We're still around, you know. She grabbed Gu Ling's arm again, causing Gu Ling to twist awkwardly. Li Xiyu shot Yu an exasperated glare, her blush lingering. Though a little annoyed, a faint sweetness still lingered in her heart. Just as the atmosphere turned slightly ambiguous again, a deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the secret realm. Attention, students, the first phase of the secret realm trial is about to end. Countdown begins now. Students who have not completed their tasks must evacuate immediately, or they will be forcibly transported out. Those who have completed their tasks, please place your mission token on the Jade platform to receive your next task. In the second phase, free team formation is allowed. Please select your teammates accordingly. The announcement broke the subtle tension among the four. Yu's expression grew serious as he reined in his smile. The group quickly made their way to the Jade platform, where several students who had already completed their tasks were gathered. Yu handed the mission token to Li Xiyu. Xiyu, you go ahead. Li Xiyu accepted the token and approached the glowing Jade platform, where many students were already gathered. She placed the mission token into the groove of the platform. A radiant flash lit up the platform as the token vanished, replaced by a new mission token. Li Xiyu returned to the group and held up the new mission token. The second phase task is to hunt the Scarlet Flame Demon Wolves. We need to collect 5 Demon Wolf cores. Each core is worth 500 points. Scarlet Flame Demon Wolves. Those are SS-level beasts, even tougher than the explosive bear, Qin Qianqian said, her voice tinged with worry. Yeah, and we still need 5 magic cores. This task is no joke, Gu Ling echoed. Qin Yu, however, looked completely at ease. Don't worry, with me here, it's no problem. Then he turned to Li Siyu. Siyu, would you like to team up with me? Li Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. I want to be on Brother Yu's team too. I've witnessed his strength firsthand, Qin Qianqian declared immediately. Gu Ling hesitated for a moment but eventually added, I'll join as well. With the 4-person team assembled, Qin Yu surveyed the area and noticed Wang Wei and Su Li staring at them, their expressions unwilling. Wang Wei's eyes glimmered with a venomous light, as if plotting something. Let's move out, Qin Yu said, ignoring Wang Wei. He led the team toward the territory of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Qin Yu deliberately walked closer to Li Siyu, occasionally making her laugh. Qin Qianqian watched from the side, feeling uneasy but not daring to voice her feelings. Gu Ling quietly followed behind, her gaze complicated. Qin Yu leaned in slightly and murmured to Li Siyu, your skin is so fair, like milk. Li Siyu startled and quickly stepped away. Be serious, she chided, though her heart didn't reject his teasing. After an hour of walking, they entered a dense forest. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, making everyone uneasy. Qin Yu's senses sharpened as he warned, be careful. We're now in the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves territory. Just as he finished speaking, several wolves wreathed in flames leapt out. Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Qin Qianqian exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. The group quickly readied themselves for battle. Drawing his dagger, Qin Yu charged forward, immediately feeling the wolves' claw strikes carry unexpected power. Stronger than I thought, he muttered to himself. Li Siyu and Gu Ling joined the fray, and the team worked together to fend off the wolves. Qin Qianqian focused on providing healing support, her face tense with concentration. The battle was intense. Qin Yu felt exhaustion creeping in, his clothes scorched and his arms streaked with blood. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from behind. Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to end up like this today. Turning back, Qin Yu saw Wang Wei and Su Li standing there, their expressions smug. Wang Wei tossed a few young demon wolf pups onto the ground, his tone icy. These wolves are fiercely protective of their young. Just wait for their vengeance. Wang Wei is trying to get us killed. Qin Qianqian shouted angrily, glaring at him. The demon wolves quickly surrounded them, their numbers overwhelming. The group of 4 had no chance of holding them off. Calm down. Siyu, raise a shield to block their attacks. Gu Ling, guard Qianqian while she focuses on healing. Qin Yu commanded, his mind racing. If they could just hold on until the princess of the Scaled Clan awakened, they might still have a glimmer of hope. Qin Yu's dagger cut through the air like the wind, each strike claiming the life of a demon wolf. Yet their numbers didn't dwindle. On the contrary, more wolves seemed to emerge from the shadows. Li Siyu's ice shield was nearing its limit, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Siyu can't hold on much longer. Qin Qianqian said anxiously. And I don't have much energy left. She continued her healing efforts, her face pale from exhaustion. Qin Yu looked at the dire situation, anxiety gnawing at him. Just a little longer. We're almost there, he thought to himself. At that moment, Li Siyu's ice shield finally shattered, leaving them vulnerable. But then, Qin Yu felt a surge of immense power welling up from within him. A dragon's roar echoed through the secret realm, shaking the earth. A burst of golden light erupted, blasting the surrounding demon wolves away. As the light faded, a young woman clad in golden scaled armor stood behind him. The princess of the Scaled Clan has finally awakened. Qin Yu's heart soared with hope, knowing their savior had arrived. The Scaled Clan princess stood proudly, her golden eyes coldly scanning the demon wolves around her. The trident in her hand emitted an overwhelming aura. With a single sweep of the weapon, golden light surged, driving back the wolves in an instant. Siyu, Qianqian, Gu Ling, run now. Qin Yu shouted urgently, knowing this was their best chance to escape. Li Siyu and Qin Qianqian exchanged a glance before turning and running without hesitation, with Gu Ling close behind. Wang Wei and Su Li's faces turned pale as they witnessed the scene. Damn it! He actually had such a trump card. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Su Li, trembling with fear, stammered, we should run too. Wang Wei glared at her. Run. This secret realm is enormous. Where could we possibly hide? Instead of waiting to die, we should fight. With that, he pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. A surge of power coursed through him, and he charged toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu sneered, just you. The Scaled Clan princess behind him launched her attack as well. Her trident unleashed a torrent of water-based energy, clashing violently with Wang Wei's charge. The impact sent Wang Wei flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Wang Wei stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. How is this possible? An F-rank puppet master possessing such power. Chinyu ignored him, shifting his gaze to Su Li. Cold light glimmered in his eyes. Su Li turned pale with fear and tried to flee, but the scaled clan princess blocked her path. Trying to run? Not so fast, the princess said coldly, her trident aiming straight for Su Li. But just as she was about to strike, Chinyu stopped her. Forget it. We're classmates. We'll deal with them after we leave this place. The princess hesitated but ultimately followed his command, delivering a blow that left Su Li severely injured. She collapsed to the ground with a scream before falling unconscious. Wang Wei seethed with rage, struggling to get up but finding himself too weak. Chinyu walked up to him, looking down with disdain. Wang Wei, I bet you didn't think it would end like this for you today. Wang Wei glared at him with hatred. Chinyu, just wait. If I survive, I'll make your life a living hell. Chinyu chuckled coldly and stomped on Wang Wei's face. Scum like you are a waste of air. He refrained from killing Wang Wei for now, knowing the potential trouble the Wang family could bring. Knock him out, Chinyu ordered the scaled clan princess. With Wang Wei and Su Li subdued, Chinyu finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to the princess. Thank you, your highness. The princess responded indifferently, no need to thank me. It was your actions that brought about my revival. I suppose I can reluctantly accept being your master. Chinyu blinked, his thoughts racing as he imagined a future with her by his side. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself, the princess warned, her tone sharp. I am the princess of the scaled clan, not someone a human like you can covet. Chinyu froze. How do you know what I'm thinking? The princess said nothing more, turning to leave. Now is not the time for this. We need to move. As Chinyu followed her, she suddenly staggered, a look of weakness crossing her face before she collapsed into his arms. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared into his body. System. Where is Yuyoshi? Why did she vanish? Chinyu asked in alarm. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Do not worry, host. Yuyoshi's strength has yet to recover. For now, she will reside within your body. Reside? Chinyu was taken aback, his heart tightening. Does that mean we have to share the same body? You overthink, host, the system replied calmly. Yuyoshi has entered a symbiotic contract with you. As your strength grows, she will be able to maintain a physical form for longer periods. Chinyu exhaled in relief, though the thought of a stunning beauty living inside him sparked a hint of mischief in his mind. System, if I close my eyes, will I be able to see things I shouldn't? Chinyu joked with a sly grin, but before he could finish, the system abruptly cut him off. Host, please focus on improving your strength. Affairs of the heart will only slow you down, the system's voice echoed in Chinyu's mind, causing him to let out an awkward laugh. He quickly shifted his focus back to searching for Li Siyu and the others. Along the way, the demonic beasts no longer posed a threat to him. Before long, he found Li Siyu, Chen Qianshan, and Gu Ling. Siyu, Qianshan, Gu Ling. Chinyu shouted as he sprinted toward them. Seeing Chinyu safe and sound, the weight in Li Siyu's heart finally lifted. She threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Chinyu, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Chinyu gently patted her back, his voice soft and comforting. It's okay, don't worry. As he embraced her warmth, a sense of peace and joy welled up within him. Chen Qianshan and Gu Ling approached as well, their faces full of concern for Chinyu. Brother Yu, are you alright? We heard a loud noise earlier and thought something might have happened to you. Chen Qianshan asked anxiously. Gu Ling nodded in agreement. Yeah, brother Yu, you really scared us. Your performance back there was amazing, though. I'm not even thinking of leaving anymore. Chinyu smiled, trying to reassure them. Don't worry, I'm tough. Nothing will happen to me. He then briefly recounted the conflict with Wang Wei and Su Li, as well as the incident with the scaly princess, Yuyoshi. However, he chose to keep the part about Yuyoshi residing in his body a secret. Wang Wei and Su Li are so despicable. Next time I see them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Chen Qianshan said angrily, clenching her fists. Gu Ling chimed in, exactly. People like that deserve to be put in their place. Li Siyu, however, looked worried. Chinyu, you need to be more careful. The Wang family is no small force. Wang Wei could cause you a lot of trouble. Chinyu gave her a confident smile. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After a short break, the four of them continued to explore deeper into the secret realm. The deeper they went, the richer the spiritual energy became, and treasures were abundant. With the system's guidance, Chinyu found himself reaping numerous rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-grade spiritual herb, the 9-turn golden lotus, capable of healing all injuries. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-grade storage pouch, capable of holding up to 50 treasures. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS-grade herb, the healing grass, which enhances healers' stamina and accelerates teammates' recovery. The system's notifications rang out continuously as Chen-Yu's strength rapidly increased. Meanwhile, Yoshi's power was also gradually recovering. Chen-Yu, I feel like my strength is starting to return, the scaly princess's voice resonated in Chen-Yu's mind. Chen-Yu felt a surge of joy. Really? That's great news. Yes, but it's still not enough. I need more energy. Yoshi's voice carried a hint of weakness. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to grow stronger and help you fully recover, Chen-Yu said with determination. By the way, Chen-Yu, I sense something in the depths of this secret realm. It's drawing me toward it, Yoshi suddenly remarked. Drawing you? Chen-Yu asked curiously, his thoughts turning to the possibility of a great treasure awaiting them deeper in the secret realm. I'm not sure what it is, but there's a special kind of energy. It feels as if something important is waiting for me. Yoshi's voice was filled with anticipation. Chen-Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a treasure related to the Scaly clan? He made a quick decision. Let's keep moving forward. The four of them continued their journey deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered various demonic beasts and traps, eventually arriving at a shadowy valley. There, they discovered an ancient altar carved with mysterious runes that exuded a sense of antiquity. This is it. Yoshi's voice rang out excitedly. Chen-Yu led the group into a cave that seemed to extend endlessly into the earth. The cave was dark and damp, with water droplets falling from stalactites, creating an ethereal echo. The air carried a salty tang, as though the ocean wasn't far away. Bioluminescent moss in vibrant hues lit up the space, and at the center of it all was a glowing blue orb that stood out like a beacon. The Azure Pearl. That's it. It's our sacred relic. Yoshi exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Li Siyu's gaze was fixed on the Azure Pearl as she whispered, I've read about this in ancient texts. This pearl was the sacred relic of the Scaly clan 300 years ago, said to possess immense power. Many sought to claim it, yet none could wield its energy. Qin Qianshan covered her mouth in shock. Oh my god, this is the legendary Azure Pearl. We actually found it. Gu Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is incredible. If we take this with us, we'll definitely become the center of attention for nations around the world. Chen Yu could feel the powerful aura emanating from the orb, and his heart began to race. He instinctively reached out to touch it. Don't touch it. Yoshi's stern warning stopped him in his tracks, and he quickly pulled his hand back. This pearl can only be unsealed with my blood. Anyone else who touches it will not only fail to harness its power but could also be harmed by its backlash, Yoshi explained. Chen Yu sheepishly withdrew his hand. Oh, I see. I thought I could just take it. Inwardly, he muttered, System, is this thing really as strong as it seems? To me, it just looks like a fancy glass ball. The system responded in his mind. Host, do not underestimate the Azure Pearl. Its energy surpasses your imagination. However, to fully control it, you must first enhance your strength to unlock its true potential. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Ever since he got the system, he had witnessed too many bizarre phenomena. At this point, even a deity falling from the sky wouldn't surprise him. Li Siyu watched him closely, her heart filled with unease. She had a vague feeling that something was off about Chen Yu. It was as if he were communicating with someone invisible. His reactions to the Azure Pearl, at times eager, at times doubtful, and at times indifferent, were all too complex, leaving her deeply puzzled. Yoshi, through Chen Yu's body, bit her fingertip and let a drop of fresh blood fall onto the Azure Pearl. The blood seemed to be absorbed instantly, and the brilliance of the pearl intensified, illuminating the entire cavern. Even the seawater outside reflected an eerie blue glow. At that moment, Li Siyu glanced at Chen Yu again, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of blue, a figure darting past so quickly that she almost thought she was hallucinating. Did you see that just now? Li Siyu grabbed Qin Qianshan's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Qin Qianshan looked utterly confused. See what? I only saw the Azure Pearl glowing. Li Siyu turned to Gu Ling, who also shook her head in puzzlement. An unsettling feeling welled up in Li Siyu's heart. Could it really have been her imagination? But that blue figure, along with the strange expression on Chen Yu's face, made her feel that things were far from simple. She looked at Chen Yu once more, only to find him calmly gazing at the Azure Pearl as if nothing had happened. System, how exactly does this Azure Pearl work? Don't tell me it needs blood to establish ownership, right? Host, please be patient. The ownership ritual for the Azure Pearl requires a certain amount of time. Chen Yu clicked his tongue. How long? I'm starving already. Suddenly, Yoshi opened her eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Chen Yu, her voice tinged with disbelief. There's something off about you. How is it possible for the Azure Pearl to accept you as its wielder? You're not of the Scaled clan. Her words made Chinyu chuckle. Without hesitation, he merged the azure pearl into his body. Li Xiyu, Qin Shanshan, and Gu Ling were all stunned. None of them had expected Chinyu to be able to fuse with the pearl so seamlessly. Yu Yoshi glared at Chinyu, her voice dripping with incredulity. Impossible. The azure pearl only recognizes members of the scaled clan. You're just a human, how could this happen? She paused suddenly, her gaze darting back and forth across Chinyu, as if searching for something. Unless, it's because of me. The azure pearl must have sensed my presence within you, which is why. Realizing something, she immediately interrogated Chinyu. Chinyu, did you know this from the beginning? Did you deliberately use me to claim ownership of the azure pearl? Chinyu shrugged, feigning innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. You were the one who insisted on using blood to unlock the seal. The pearl just decided to jump into my body on its own. Hearing this, Yu Yoshi fell silent. Chinyu, on the other hand, began to feel a surge of power coursing through his body, though hunger soon gnawed at him. Speaking of which, I really am hungry now. This ownership ritual sure is time-consuming. Li Xiyu, standing to the side, frowned as she observed Chinyu. His actions and demeanor only deepened her suspicions. How could an F-rank puppeteer possibly fuse with the azure pearl so effortlessly? There had to be more to this than met the eye. Fixing her gaze on him, she spoke coldly. Chinyu, be honest with me, who exactly are you? Are you really an F-rank puppeteer, or are you a demon in disguise? Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by her accusation, then quickly plastered on a cheeky grin. Miss Campus Belle, I really am just an ordinary F-rank puppeteer. If you don't believe me, you can check my school records. If I were a demon, wouldn't I have been exposed by now? School records? With today's forgery techniques, who knows if they're real or not? Li Xiyu sneered. I've had my suspicions for a while. You're definitely hiding something. Your true strength is far beyond F-rank. Chinyu spread his hands in mock surrender, his expression one of innocence. I swear on my honor, I'm not lying to you. I really was F-rank. Well, okay, now I've advanced to E-rank. You can confirm it with my homeroom teacher, Qin Naren. Qin Shanshan, watching the exchange, glanced at Chinyu with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. His performance in the secret realm had indeed been exceptional, almost too exceptional. She couldn't help but lean closer to Li Xiyu, her own suspicions beginning to stir. Gu Ling, however, looked at Chinyu with unbridled admiration, her eyes practically sparkling with awe. Brother Yu, you're amazing. I can't believe you actually fused with the azure pearl. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Chinyu was both amused and exasperated by Gu Ling's sudden adoration. Stick with me. I can't afford to take care of you, little one. Puffing out her chest, Gu Ling declared earnestly, I can take care of myself. Besides, I can help you fight monsters and level up. I'm super strong. Chinyu chuckled as he looked at her. Alright. If there's a chance, we'll team up in the future. Li Xiyu, watching the playful banter between Chinyu and Gu Ling, grew even more uneasy. The enigma surrounding Chinyu only seemed to deepen, leaving her unable to see through him. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside the cave. Attention, all students. Attention, all students. Please proceed to the secret realm's entrance immediately. Looks like it's time to leave. Let's go and meet up with the others. Chinyu stretched lazily. Chinyu, Li Xiyu said as she walked past him, her tone icy. Once we're back at school, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. If I find out you're really a demon, I'll kill you myself. Being under the Campus Belle's watchful eye. What an honor. Chinyu replied with a smirk, his grin slightly oily. Li Xiyu shot him a glare of annoyance before continuing ahead. Smooth-talking fool. I'm going back into hibernation. Don't bother me unless it's important, Yu Yoshi muttered before retreating into Chinyu's consciousness. Chinyu sighed inwardly. He'd drawn too much attention to himself. Once they returned to school, he'd have to lay low, otherwise, he might end up on an operating table as a research subject. As they exited the cave and arrived at the secret realm's entrance, they found that many students had already gathered, chatting in small groups about their recent experiences. Chinyu noticed some individuals casting unfriendly glances his way. They were the lackeys of the school bully he had dealt with earlier. Looks like the trouble isn't over yet, Chinyu thought to himself. He sidled up to Li Xiyu and whispered, Miss Campus Belle, you'd better keep a close eye on me. I'm afraid I might get bullied once we're out of the secret realm. Li Xiyu glanced at the hostile faces and replied coldly, we're teammates in the secret realm. Outside, it's a different story. Since you're so capable, take care of yourself. Hearing what Li Xiyu said, Chinyu immediately put on a hurt expression and sighed, Xiyu, it's true what they say, nothing is as venomous as a woman's heart. I've saved you so many times, yet you don't feel even a shred of affection for me. I thought, at the very least, you'd care about me a little. Turns out it was all just my wishful thinking. Lee Siyu froze for a moment, then jabbed Chen Yu in the chest with her finger. Taking the chance, Chen Yu grabbed her arm and held it tightly. I knew it, you're not a cold-hearted person, Chen Yu said with a grin. Lee Siyu hastily pushed him away, her cheeks flushing red. She scolded him in a soft, playful tone, what are you doing, you scoundrel? Standing nearby, Chen Chanshan and Gu Ling watched their interaction, which looked just like lovers quarreling. I have to admit, Chen Chanshan said, brother Yu and sister Siyu really are a perfect match. Chen Yu seemed to remember something. He turned toward Chen Chanshan and Gu Ling. Chanshan, I have something for you, he said. Chen Yu reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a rare healing herb, which he handed to Chen Chanshan. When she saw the precious herb, her eyes filled with gratitude, and her cheeks turned slightly pink. This is the healing herb I found in the secret realm, Chen Yu explained. It'll be of great help to you. Once you consume it, your healing skills will improve to an entirely new level. Chen Chanshan's gaze was full of appreciation. Brother Yu, I really don't know how to thank you. How about I give myself to you? Chen Yu chuckled. No need for that. Just help me out if I'm ever in a bind. Chen Chanshan didn't refuse. After absorbing the healing herb, her healing abilities would advance a whole tier, making her the strongest healer at the school. The principal's voice echoed once more, everyone may now exit the secret realm. We'll return to the school to announce the rankings. You all performed exceptionally this time. Chen Chanshan and Gu Ling left together, and Chen Yu followed the crowd out. Lee Siyu's gaze lingered on Chen Yu for a moment, but she eventually looked away and left without saying anything. At the sports field of Songjiang High School, the area was packed with people. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. The annual Secret Realm Trial ranking ceremony was about to begin. The principal stood on a raised platform, holding a thick list of rankings. He adjusted his glasses and scanned the crowd below. This year's Secret Realm Trial saw outstanding performances from many students, he said. We've seen the emergence of numerous exceptional puppet masters. A buzz of conversation arose from the crowd as everyone speculated about the final rankings. Chen Yu was also looking forward to seeing his results. He wanted to know how much he had improved. However, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He worried that his performance might have been too conspicuous, especially since he noticed the principal's gaze occasionally landing on him. His nerves tightened. Third place, Chen Chanshan. Chen Chanshan was a bit surprised. Although she didn't expect to surpass Chen Yu, she still felt a wave of gratitude. Amid the applause, she walked to the stage, exuding confidence, and gave Chen Yu a sweet smile. Second place, Gu Ling. Gu Ling walked up to the stage and stood beside Chen Chanshan. The two beauties complemented each other perfectly in their positions. First place. The principal deliberately paused, drawing out the suspense, before finally announcing loudly, Lee Siyu. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lee Siyu stepped onto the stage with a faint smile, as if everything was just as she had expected. The rankings continued to be announced. Chen Yu held his breath, eagerly awaiting his name. Finally, the principal called out, 12th place, Chen Yu. Chen Yu was stunned. Had he heard wrong? He rubbed his ears to confirm, the principal really had said, 12th place. He couldn't believe it and glanced around. The surprised looks from others told him this wasn't a mistake. Chen Yu's heart clenched. How could he, an F-rank puppet master, possibly rank 12th? This would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He quickly accessed his system interface to check for answers. Host, Chen Yu. Level, E. Points, 10,000. Skills, SSS rank Golden Thread Puppet Technique, cooldown, SSS rank Soul Capture Technique, cooldown, SSS rank Vine Control, cooldown, 24 hours. Items, S-rank Spiritual Medicine, 9-turn Golden Lotus, S-rank Storage Bag, A-rank Spiritual Herb, Spirit Path Grass. Daily Lottery Attempts, 1. Chen Yu realized that the points he had accumulated in the secret realm had been stored by the system. It seemed that these achievements weren't entirely his own doing. When he stepped onto the stage, he noticed Wang Wei and Su Li glaring at him with hostility. Feeling Wang Wei's intense stare, Chen Yu purposely made a funny face, which only made Wang Wei's expression turn red with anger. After the rankings were announced, Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, Qin Naren, excitedly rushed over to him. She grabbed his arm tightly and exclaimed, Chen Yu. You're amazing. You actually made it into the top 12. How did you do it? Chen Yu scratched his head and feigned modesty. Well, I recently broke through and advanced to E rank. E rank? Qin Naren's eyes widened in disbelief. You really advanced to E rank? Yep, Chen Yu nodded. That's incredible. You're my pride and joy. This'll shut up that old hag from the class next door, Qin Naren said, hugging Chen Yu in her excitement. Her voice dropped to a whisper near his ear. Ahem. Chen Yu felt a little awkward. The faint fragrance from Qin Naren made him realize how close they were. He quickly stepped back and let go, noticing that her face had reddened slightly. Chen Yu, come with me to the office, Qin Naren said, trying to suppress her excitement as she turned to lead the way. Once in the office, Qin Naren closed the door and asked seriously, Chen Yu, tell me honestly, how did you advance to E rank? Chen Yu had already prepared an explanation. He casually made something up, honestly. I've been hiding my strength all this time. This secret realm trial gave me the breakthrough opportunity one needed to advance. Qin Naren looked skeptical. How could someone go from F rank to E rank so quickly? Really? She pressed. Absolutely. Chen Yu assured her with conviction. Qin Naren stared at him for a moment before deciding to believe him. After all, Chen Yu had shown significant progress, and there was no reason for him to lie to her. Alright, I'll trust you. But next time, let me know in advance. The principal will be paying attention to this, Qin Naren said with a nod. Still, you need to keep working hard and aim even higher. Qin Naren had high hopes for Chen Yu, especially after he had revived the princess of the Scaled clan. She believed he was destined for greatness. I understand, teacher, Chen Yu responded obediently. After leaving the office, Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully managed to bluff his way through. Back in the classroom, his classmates gathered around him, bombarding him with questions about his experiences in the secret realm. Chen Yu gave vague answers and returned to his seat. He opened the system interface, ready to use his daily SSS level lottery draw. System, start the lottery, he commanded. The roulette will spun rapidly, and the pointer finally landed on a glowing section. Congratulations, host. You have received an SSS level reward, bound to the Campus Belle, Did. Chen Yu was stunned. Bound to the Campus Belle, Did? What does that mean? Before he could react, the classroom door was suddenly flung open. A burly boy with a face full of hostility stormed in, his presence like a raging storm. Before Chen Yu could make sense of the situation, a powerful punch sent him sprawling to the ground. Quickly regaining his composure, he immediately summoned a puppet clone using his skill, avoiding further injury. Su Li, watching from the sidelines, smirked inwardly. No matter how strong Chen Yu performed in the secret realm, in the schoolyard, she was the one who held the reins. Dare to lay a finger on my goddess? Today, I'll make you pay. The burly boy, fist after fist, pummeled Chen Yu's clone. Suddenly, he activated a skill. Fortunately, Chen Qianqian arrived just in time. Wanting to repay Chen Yu for his previous help, she intervened and stopped the boy. Su Dan, what are you doing? School rules clearly forbid fighting. Chen Qianqian glared at Su Dan in fury, her tone firm and unyielding. Su Dan had no choice but to leave, his expression sullen with reluctance. Chen Yu finally snapped back to his senses. He felt a deep sense of inadequacy. His current skills could only be used once, leaving him at a clear disadvantage. Brother Yu, are you okay? Chen Yu shook his head. Chen Qianqian supported him, muttering under her breath, that Su Dan is way too brutal. Brother Yu, you'd better be careful around him from now on. If you want, I can have my brother teach him a lesson. No, no, no. Chen Yu quickly interrupted, clutching his still aching chest. If your brother steps in, Su Dan will think I have some kind of connection with you. Don't worry, I can handle it. Despite his confident words, Chen Yu felt far from assured. Su Dan's punch had been no joke. Even though his puppet clone had absorbed most of the damage, the residual force left his internal organs aching. Chen Qianqian blushed slightly, secretly thinking that having Brother Yu as a boyfriend wouldn't be a bad idea. But she was still worried. A small matter. You were coughing up blood. Let's go eat and get you some proper nourishment. The two headed to a nearby diner, where Chen Qianqian ordered a table full of Chen Yu's favorite dishes. She had gone out of her way to find out what he liked to eat. Seeing her bustling around, Chen Yu felt a warm sensation in his heart. He hadn't expected her to be so considerate. Eat more and recover quickly. You probably didn't eat well in the secret realm, did you? Chen Qianqian kept piling food onto his plate. Chen Yu responded with a smile, but his mind was occupied with the system's mysterious reward. Bound to the Campus Belle, Did. What on earth did that mean? Just as they finished eating and stepped out of the diner, Chen Yu spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Did. What's she doing here? Did noticed Chen Yu and approached him, her face carrying an apologetic expression. Chen Yu, I heard about Su Dan coming after you. Are you alright? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before realizing Su Dan's actions were because of her. He quickly put on a casual front, waving it off. I'm fine. Just a scratch, nothing serious. Deep down, though, he was already thinking of ways to tease this aloof Campus Belle. Are you sure you're alright? Did seemed skeptical. After all, Su Dan's brute strength was infamous at school. Chen Yu grinned mischievously. Of course I'm fine. Don't let this fool you, I can take on 10 of him and still walk away smiling. Li Siyu looked at his playful demeanor, finding him a bit unserious. But seeing that he seemed unharmed, she relaxed a little. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, Li Siyu's voice softened, tinged with guilt. How could it be your fault? Chen Yu exaggeratedly sighed. If anything, it's my fault for being too charming, attracting unwanted attention and jealousy. As he spoke, he deliberately raised his eyebrows and cast a suggestive glance at Li Siyu. Li Siyu's cheeks turned a faint red. She felt his gaze was a bit too bold, making her slightly uncomfortable. I brought some healing medicine. Here, take it. Li Siyu pulled a small bottle from her pocket and handed it to Chen Yu before quickly turning and walking away. Chen Yu watched her retreating figure, a sly smile forming on his lips. This girl, she's quite interesting. Brother you and Li Siyu, Chen Qianqian hesitated, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had done her homework and knew Chen Yu and Li Siyu weren't a couple. It's nothing, not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Chen Yu chuckled, brushing it off as he pocketed the bottle. Let's head back to school. Hearing this, Chen Qianqian let out a sigh of relief, her earlier unease dissipating. Back in the classroom, Chen Yu couldn't wait to open the system interface and inquire about the binding. System, what does bound to Li Siyu mean? Wasn't I just binding her skill earlier? How did it become a connection with her as a person now? The system's cold, mechanical voice answered, the host has been granted a fate binding with Li Siyu, not merely a skill binding. This means your destinies are now deeply intertwined, with a physical resonance effect between you. Chen Yu was baffled. Resonance? What does that mean? Can you explain more clearly? System, for example, if Li Siyu encounters danger, the host will sense it. Similarly, when the host grows stronger, Li Siyu's abilities will also improve, and vice versa. Additionally, there are other hidden effects for the host to discover. Chen Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This actually sounded pretty good. Strength sharing. If he grew stronger, Li Siyu would too, it was like double the benefits. Hidden effects. What kind of hidden effects? He pressed further. System, the host must explore them independently. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. This system always loved being cryptic. Still, since it was an SSS grade reward, it couldn't be bad. Lost in thought, he was startled when the classroom door was suddenly slammed open. Su Dan stormed in with a group of lackeys, their demeanor menacing. Chen Yu, get out here. Su Dan roared, pointing at him. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. So, the guy was back for more trouble. The afternoon fight hadn't satisfied him, apparently. Perfect, this would be a great opportunity to teach him another lesson. Standing up, Chen Yu stretched lazily and sneered, alright, let's see what you've got to say. Su Dan smirked wickedly and gestured to his lackeys. They surrounded Chen Yu immediately. The other students in the classroom quickly backed away, unwilling to get caught in the crossfire. With a baseball bat in hand, Su Dan's face was full of smug confidence. Chen Yu let out a cold laugh. Couldn't settle things earlier today. Fine, let's finish this once and for all. Su Da strode up to Chen Yu, gritting his teeth. You F-class loser. How dare you show your face in front of my goddess? You really don't know your place. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and maybe I'll spare your life. On his way back to the dorm, Su Da grew more furious the more he thought about it. He bumped into Wang Wei, who fanned the flames and encouraged him to save face. Fueled by anger, Su Da gathered his lackeys and stormed into the classroom with an imposing air. Chen Yu stared coldly at Su Da without uttering a word. He was contemplating how to test the binding effect with Li Siyu. The system had claimed that the two of them were fated to share their strength, and he was eager to see if it worked. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. You were pretty cocky at noon. What happened? Chickened out now? Su Da sneered, mistaking Chen Yu's silence for fear. Overconfident, he raised a baseball bat and swung it toward Chen Yu's head. At that moment, Chen Yu felt a surge of power flowing into his body. His speed and strength increased dramatically in an instant. With ease, he dodged the attack and countered with a swift kick to Su Da's stomach. Bang! Su Da was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a scream of pain. The kick, augmented by Li Siyu's strength, had far exceeded Chen Yu's expectations in terms of power. Su Da's lackeys froze for a moment at the sight before them but then rushed forward, swinging their fists at Chen Yu. Chen Yu smirked coldly. His figure darted through the group like a shadow, delivering precise and powerful blows. Each strike landed with surgical precision, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Thud! 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 In less than a minute, Su Da's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The classmates in the room stared in shock at the scene, unable to believe that the F-class loser they knew as Chen Yu had suddenly displayed such formidable combat skills. Stop this at once. At that moment, class monitor Zhang Yi rushed in, accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, a bespectacled middle-aged man, was fuming at the chaos before him. He already had a poor impression of Chen Yu, regarding him as a troublemaker. What is going on here? Fighting in the classroom? What kind of behavior is this? Mr. Zhao roared in anger. His face turned red as he surveyed the injured students on the ground. Teacher, it was Suda who started it. Chenyu was only defending himself. A classmate spoke up in Chenyu's defense. Who started it doesn't matter. Fighting is wrong, period. The lot of you, follow me to the disciplinary office. Mr. Zhao dismissed the explanation outright and led Chenyu, Suda, and the others away. At the disciplinary office, Mr. Zhao handed down major demerits to both Chenyu and Suda and demanded they each write a reflective essay. Teacher, this isn't fair. Suda attacked me first, I was just defending myself. Chenyu argued firmly. Shut up. How dare you talk back? Do you not want to graduate? Mr. Zhao bellowed in anger. Just answer me this, did you hit back or not? If you fought, you're at fault too. Everyone involved will be punished. It was clear Mr. Zhao had a bias against Chenyu. Chenyu chuckled coldly. Then I suggest you check the surveillance footage, teacher. Suda came with a gang, and many classmates can testify. Until the facts are clear, I refuse to accept any punishment. Mr. Zhao's face darkened with rage. He was about to lash out when a calm yet authoritative voice rang from the doorway. Mr. Zhao, I support Chenyu's right to defend himself. As educators, we must set an example. I've already arranged for the surveillance footage to be reviewed. We'll know the truth shortly. The speaker was Qin Naren. Upon hearing that Chenyu had been involved in a fight, she had rushed over to handle the situation. Mr. Zhao froze, visibly flustered. Qin Naren was a rising star among the faculty, with a strong background and influence. He couldn't afford to cross her. Principal Qin, what brings you here? Mr. Zhao stammered. I'm here to ensure my student isn't unjustly treated. Jumping to conclusions without evidence is hardly the behavior of a responsible teacher, Qin Naren said, her gaze icy as it swept over Mr. Zhao and everyone else present. Turning to Chenyu, she reassured him, don't worry. The truth will come out soon. You won't be wronged. Moments later, the surveillance footage was sent to Qin Naren's phone. The video clearly showed Suda making the first move while Chenyu acted in self-defense. Mr. Zhao, do you have anything to say now? Refusing to let a student defend himself and punishing him without investigating, isn't that excessive? Qin Naren's tone was sharp as her piercing gaze locked onto Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao's face flushed an alternating shade of red and white. Realizing he was in the wrong, he stammered incoherently, unable to respond. Apologize to Chenyu. I'll make sure to report this incident to the principal, Qin Naren said firmly. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Zhao reluctantly offered Chenyu an apology. Chenyu smiled faintly at Mr. Zhao. Teacher, it's best to investigate thoroughly before making accusations. Otherwise, you're unworthy of being a teacher. With that, Chenyu turned to leave. Pausing at the door, he glanced back at Qin Naren and said, Thank you, Principal Qin. No need to thank me. You've actually helped me out a lot, Qin Naren replied with a faint smile. By the way, how is the princess of the Scale tribe? Has she become your puppet? Qin Naren had long been curious to know if the Scale tribe's princess had truly been revived. She's my puppet now, but she still needs to remain dormant, Chenyu replied cautiously, concealing the fact that the princess currently resided within his own body. He knew Qin Naren's probing nature would only bring him trouble. I see. It's a pity her powers can't be fully utilized yet, isn't it? Qin Naren remarked with a hint of regret. They can be, but only for a limited time, Chenyu quickly clarified. Principal, I should get back to class. Let's discuss this another time. Fearing he might slip up if the conversation continued, Chenyu hurriedly excused himself and left. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Naren's lips curled into a faint smile. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, lurking in the shadows, had witnessed everything. His heart burned with resentment. He hadn't expected Chenyu to have someone as influential as Qin Naren backing him. It seemed he would need to tread more carefully in dealing with Chenyu in the future. At the same time, Suda was seething with rage. Hearing that Li Siyu had even brought medicine for Chenyu only fueled his hatred further. I can't act in school, but once classes are over, I'll find some upperclassmen to give Chenyu a proper lesson. As soon as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Chenyu packed his bag. His stomach growled in hunger, and he decided to grab some spicy hot pot at the old courtyard. Walking out of the school gates with a carefree air, he headed straight toward the restaurant. But it didn't take long for Chenyu to notice something was off. A group of upperclassmen was tailing him. Before he knew it, they stepped in front of him, blocking his path. The leader of the group was Qian Maotong, a burly man with a face full of rough, menacing scars, someone who, at first glance, you could tell wasn't easy to deal with. Well, isn't this our esteemed F-rank puppeteer, Chenyu? Feeling pretty high and mighty lately, huh? Qian Maotong said in a mocking tone, his words dripping with provocation. Chenyu immediately recognized these people as Su Da's cronies, clearly here to stir up trouble. He sneered inwardly but kept his expression calm. What do you want? He asked flatly. Can't we just have a chat without needing something? Our boss wants to invite you for some tea, give him the honor, will you? Qian Maotong reached out, trying to grab Chen Yu's shoulder. Chen Yu dodged lightly, his voice turning cold. I'm busy. I'm off to eat. Oh, acting all high and mighty now, are we? Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Qian Maotong barked, and at his command, a few of his lackeys immediately surrounded Chen Yu, their eyes gleaming with menace. Chen Yu sighed. It seemed his meal would have to wait. He flexed his wrists slightly, preparing to end this quickly. Just then, a voice called out from the alley entrance. Stop! What are you all doing? Everyone turned to see Qin Qianqian running toward them, out of breath. Her eyes immediately landed on Chen Yu, who was surrounded in the middle. She rushed forward, her face full of worry. Chen Yu, are you okay? Chen Yu was slightly surprised to see Qin Qianqian suddenly appear. I'm fine. Just a little trouble, he said lightly. Qin Qianqian ran to his side and, noticing the older students around them, glared at them warily. What kind of skill is it to gang up on one person? She demanded. Qian Maotong sneered. Little girl, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, or you'll get cleaned up along with him. Without any fear, Qin Qianqian retorted, do you think I'm scared of you? I've already called the police, they'll be here any second. Qian Maotong's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this little girl to have such guts. Although he wasn't afraid of the police, causing a scene would only complicate things. Humph, you got lucky. Let's go, he spat, casting Chen Yu a venomous glare before leading his group away. Qin Qianqian let out a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Yu. Are you really okay? Chen Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry. Those guys couldn't hurt me if they tried. Qin Qianqian lowered her head, guilt written across her face. It's my fault. If I hadn't come looking for you, you wouldn't have run into this. Chen Yu ruffled her hair gently. Silly girl, how could this be your fault? Even if you hadn't come, they'd have found another chance. Then why didn't you fight back? There were so many of them, Qin Qianqian asked, puzzled. Chen Yu gave her a mysterious smile. I have my reasons. In truth, he had wanted to test the power he'd gained after bonding with Li Xiu. But now that Qin Qianqian was here, he didn't want to reveal his abilities. Hearing this, Qin Qianqian could only nod reluctantly. Well, as long as you're okay. Suddenly, she pulled a small box of ointment from her pocket and handed it to him. Here. I bought this for you, it's for the cuts on your face. Chen Yu took the ointment, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Thank you, Qianqian. Qin Qianqian's cheeks turned slightly red. It's nothing. That's what friends are for. Seeing her shy expression, Chen Yu couldn't resist pinching her cheek. So cute. Startled, Qin Qianqian swatted his hand away, pouting. Stop that. Don't pinch my face. Chen Yu burst out laughing, the atmosphere between them light and cheerful. Suddenly, Qian Maotong returned with his group, his face dark with anger. Qin Qianqian, so you lied to me. But I'll let it slide, I'm not here for you. Step aside, he growled. Qian Maotong summoned a two-headed wolf and ordered it to attack Chen Yu. Chen Yu hadn't expected him to strike so directly. Qianqian, go get help. I can handle this, but you can't stay here, Chen Yu said firmly, not wanting her to get hurt. Qin Qianqian hesitated for a moment before deciding to leave. Qian Maotong ignored her and focused entirely on Chen Yu. The next second, the two-headed wolf lunged at Chen Yu, pinning him to the ground. Blood seeped from his arm, staining his sleeve red. Qian Maotong's face twisted into a cruel grin. How's that? Hurts, doesn't it? Now you know who's boss. He prodded Chen Yu's leg with the tip of his shoe. Kneel down and apologize. Swear to stay away from Li Xiu, and I might let you go. The two-headed wolf's foul breath blew against Chen Yu's face, its sharp teeth biting into his flesh. The searing pain made him frown, but there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes, only an icy calm. Kneel. In your dreams, Chen Yu growled, his voice low and full of determination. In the next instant, Chen Yu surged with strength. His muscles tensed as he forcibly broke free from the two-headed wolf's grip. With a powerful punch, he struck the wolf squarely on the head. A roar. The two-headed wolf let out a pained howl, its massive body flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qian Maotong's grin froze, disbelief etched across his face. What? How is this possible? Chen Yu stood up, dusting himself off. His cold gaze swept over Qian Maotong and his lackeys. Earlier, he had restrained himself because of Qin Qianqian. Now that she was gone, he had no reason to hold back. Chen Yu smirked coldly at Qian Maotong. You thought I was afraid of you. I just didn't want Qianqian to see this side of me. Hearing Chen Yu's calm yet menacing tone, Qian Maotong involuntarily took a step back, fear creeping into his heart. What are you all standing around for? Get him. All of you, at once. His lackeys hesitated. A scrawny boy with acne cautiously asked, "Boss, this guy doesn't seem like a regular F rank. Are you sure about this?" "Sure about what?" Qian Maotong roared. "What's there to be scared of? Even if he's strong, can he take all of us at once? Get him. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Though reluctant, the lackeys couldn't defy Qian Maotong's authority. Reluctantly, they charged at Qin Yu. Qin Yu let out a derisive chuckle. His movements were like a phantom's as he weaved through the group, delivering precise and powerful blows. Each strike landed with force, incapacitating his attackers one by one. Cries of pain echoed through the alley as the lackeys collapsed to the ground, clutching their stomachs, chests, or arms. They were no match for Qin Yu. Qian Maotong's confidence crumbled as he watched his men fall. Panic set in. This was beyond anything he had expected. He regretted provoking Qin Yu. "Stop," a crisp voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Li Siyu running toward them, panting, with a few classmates trailing behind her. "Siyu, what are you doing here?" Qin Yu quickly feigned exhaustion, acting as though he had barely held his own in the fight. Li Siyu rushed to his side, her face full of concern. "I heard you were fighting, so I came as fast as I could. Are you okay?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm fine. The injuries aren't serious." Li Siyu glanced at the underlings writhing on the ground and the pale-faced Qian Maotong, frowning as she asked, "You think being higher ranked gives you the right to bully someone like this?" Qian Maotong hurriedly explained, "Siyu, he struck first. We were just defending ourselves." "Defending yourselves? You call this self-defense, ganging up on one person with so many of you? Do you take me for a fool, Qian Maotong?" Li Siyu sneered coldly, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Qian Maotong's face alternated between pale and flushed. Knowing how difficult Li Siyu could be, he could only bow his head and admit fault. "Siyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble for him. Please, spare me just this once." Li Siyu stared at him coldly. "Spare you? That'll depend on whether Qin Yu is willing to forgive you." Qian Maotong was instantly at a loss for words, his expression darkening as he shot a venomous glare at Qin Yu, inwardly cursing him. He thought to himself that this kid definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Li Siyu's sharp gaze swept over Qian Maotong. "Still here? Get your people out of here before I call the teacher." Qian Maotong immediately signaled for his lackeys to retreat. The underlings on the ground scrambled to their feet with his help, hurriedly making their exit. As they left, Qian Maotong cast a final, hateful glare at Qin Yu. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. He resolved to swallow his pride for now and wait for the right opportunity to take revenge later. Li Siyu turned to Qin Yu, her eyes filled with concern. "Let me take you to the hospital. You're bleeding so much." Qin Yu feigned weakness, tilting his head as he leaned onto Li Siyu's shoulder. "I'm fine." Li Siyu still looked worried. She reached out gently to touch the wound on Qin Yu's arm, her gaze filled with heartache. Seeing the tenderness in her eyes, Qin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out to hold her hand and said softly, "I'm really fine. Don't worry." Li Siyu's hand was soft and warm, sending a surge of emotion through Qin Yu. Her slightly parted red lips drew his gaze, making him feel an uncontrollable urge to kiss her. Just then, an untimely voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. "Ahem." Qin Qianshan stood not far away, awkwardly coughing twice. She looked at the scene before her and noticed that Li Siyu had already dealt with the situation. Li Siyu, realizing the atmosphere had become overly ambiguous, immediately pushed Qin Yu away. Caught off guard, Qin Yu stumbled slightly, and the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to hiss in pain. Qin Qianshan quickly rushed to Qin Yu's side and asked with concern, "Brother Yu, you must be in so much pain. Let me heal you." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you, Qianshan." Qin Qianshan's healing ability was strong. Although the wound didn't completely heal, the pain was significantly alleviated. She took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the blood off Qin Yu's arm. Li Siyu watched Qin Qianshan's actions, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't quite explain why, but seeing Qin Yu and Qin Qianshan so close made her inexplicably jealous. She coughed awkwardly twice. "Ahem. You're okay, right? I need to go now. The student council has some matters to address." Li Siyu turned and hurried away, her steps slightly flustered. Qin Yu watched her retreating figure with a sigh. He had hoped she would stay and take care of him, but she left just like that. "Brother Yu, are you sure you're okay? Do you need me to take care of you?" Qin Qianshan asked shyly, trying to move closer to him. Qin Yu gently evaded her approach. "Qianshan, thanks for healing me. I'm going to grab some food now. Let's meet up another time." Hearing this, Qin Qianshan stopped in her tracks, looking disappointed. She wanted to follow him but hesitated. Qin Yu, meanwhile, was already considering getting some healing medicine from his system. After all, Qian Maotong's double-headed wolf was venomous. As he walked a few more steps, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother you! Chen Qianqian ran over in a panic, shouting anxiously. At the hospital, a faint fragrance drifted into Chen Yu's nose, waking him up. He groggily opened his eyes to see Li Siyu's worried face. Her long hair fell loosely around her shoulders, with a few stray strands brushing her cheeks, making her pale skin appear even more delicate. Where am I? Chen Yu asked weakly, his voice hoarse. You're in the hospital, Li Siyu replied softly, her eyes filled with concern. Qian Maodong's wolf's fangs are venomous. Qianqian can heal external wounds, but she can't cure poison. Chen Yu furrowed his brows as if in pain, though inwardly he was pleased. This was the perfect chance to get close to the campus queen. So, does this mean I'm going to die? He asked weakly, secretly watching Li Siyu's reaction. As expected, Li Siyu's face turned pale instantly. She grabbed his hand, her fingers trembling slightly. Don't say such things. The doctor said you'll be fine. Feeling the soft warmth of her touch, Chen Yu's heart swelled with satisfaction. He coughed lightly and said with feigned sentimentality, if I really die, would you miss me? Li Siyu's cheeks flushed. She bit her lower lip, her gaze flickering, as if hesitating. Just as the tension was about to peak, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open. Li Siyu quickly pulled her hand away from Chen Yu and adjusted her posture. Chen Yu, how are you feeling? Qin Naren burst into the room, breaking the delicate mood. Chen Yu cursed her timing inwardly but maintained a cheerful expression. I'm fine. Not dying anytime soon. Li Siyu quietly stepped aside, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Qin Naren walked up to Chen Yu's bedside, her face full of concern. Are you sure you're okay? Qian Maotong was way too ruthless. I won't let him get away with this. Don't worry, I'm like an unkillable cockroach, Chen Yu joked. Teacher Qin, no need to fret. I'm fine. You can go back to class. Li Siyu's already taking care of me here. Qin Naren was taken aback for a moment, surprised by Chen Yu's cleverness. Realizing that his injury was tied to Li Siyu, she decided not to stay much longer. With a teasing smile, she said, oh, so you don't want your teacher around, huh? Well, since Li Siyu's here, I'll leave him in your capable hands. Li Siyu nodded. I will. It's my fault Chen Yu got hurt. Qin Naren turned to Chen Yu and winked. Rest well. I'll come check on you tomorrow. With that, she left the room. Li Siyu silently watched her leave. Once Qin Naren was gone, the hospital room grew quiet, leaving only Chen Yu and Li Siyu. The atmosphere turned subtle and charged. Do you want some water or something to eat? Li Siyu asked, trying to break the silence. Chen Yu's stomach growled at the mention of food. He hadn't eaten all day, and it was already evening. Now that you mention it, I am hungry. Could you help me get something to eat? Li Siyu nodded and started toward the door, pausing for a moment. Wait here. I'll be back soon. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, they sounded overly intimate. But Chen Yu, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. After Li Siyu left, Chen Yu immediately summoned the system. System, what are the effects of the poison in my body? Is there any medicine to detoxify it? The system quickly responded, Host, this poison will gradually affect your body, causing a decline in physical strength. However, once you take the medicine I provide, it will be completely resolved. Would you like to try your luck with the lottery draw? Chen Yu swallowed the medicine and declined the lottery, choosing instead to lie on the bed and wait for Li Siyu to return. When Li Siyu came back with the food, she saw Chen Yu pretending to look weak. She placed the food in front of him and gestured for him to eat. My hand is injured, Siyu. Could you feed me, please? Chen Yu slightly raised his hand, deliberately making a motion as if tugging at his wounds, which made Li Siyu feel distressed. I'll feed you. Don't move, Li Siyu said gently. She picked up the lunchbox, scooped some food, and brought it to Chen Yu's mouth. Chen Yu ate and commented with satisfaction, Siyu, the way you feed me makes the food taste even better. Li Siyu's cheeks turned slightly red. She lowered her head and softly replied, Stop saying nonsense. Looking at her shy expression, a ripple of emotion stirred in Chen Yu's heart. He gently reached out to brush a strand of hair behind her ear and said warmly, I'm serious. I'd like to get to know you better. Li Siyu's heart began to race. She lifted her head, her eyes hazy, seemingly captivated by Chen Yu's affectionate gaze. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat walked in, holding several test reports. Li Siyu quickly stood up and set the food aside. Chen Yu, your test results are out, the doctor said seriously, adjusting his glasses. Your condition is worse than we anticipated. The toxin has begun to invade your nervous system. If not treated promptly, it could lead to severe complications. Chen Yu's expression changed instantly. He asked in disbelief, What? Severe complications? What kind of complications? The doctor paused briefly before slowly replying, it could potentially lead to sexual dysfunction. You couldn't help but curse, what the hell? Isn't that a bit too much? I haven't even been in a relationship yet, and now I'm supposed to end up as a eunuch. Lee Si-yu froze as well. She looked at Yu anxiously, unsure of what to say. The doctor sighed. Currently, there is no specific medicine to completely eliminate the toxin. We can only try to control its spread. We'll arrange the best treatment plan for you, but you should prepare yourself mentally. Yu felt like he had been struck by lightning, a surge of unwillingness filling his heart. Was this how it was going to end for him? He immediately called for the system. Host, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. So, how about spinning the roulette wheel? Yu instantly understood the system's implication and prepared to draw the lottery. But just then, Lee Si-yu interrupted him. After seeing the doctor out, Lee Si-yu returned to the room to find Yu with his eyes closed. She felt a wave of helplessness, not knowing how to comfort him. She finally said seriously, Yu, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Yu was stunned. Take responsibility. His eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if a pie had just fallen from the sky. He almost jumped out of bed but winced as his wound was pulled, causing him to grimace in pain. Do you even know what taking responsibility means? Are you saying you want to marry me? Come on, even though I'm irresistibly charming, isn't this a bit too fast? At least wait until I recover first. Yu was about to continue teasing her, ready to enjoy the thrill of being chased by a beautiful woman. But when he saw Lee Si-yu's red-rimmed eyes and her serious expression, his heart softened slightly. Was she serious? Yu, I know you must be feeling awful inside. The doctor said you might have issues in that area. I won't abandon you. Lee Si-yu's voice was soft but carried a resolute strength. Hearing her stammered explanation, Yu's initial impulse to reveal the truth was swallowed back. He sighed and decided to tease her further. Si-yu, taking responsibility isn't just about saying it. Do you know how hard I am to care for? 3 meals a day have to be on time, the nutrition has to be balanced, you'll have to chat with me to keep me entertained, and you'll need to protect me from bad guys. Think you can handle all that? He deliberately made his demands increasingly unreasonable, curious to see her reaction. To his surprise, Lee Si-yu nodded earnestly. Yes, I know. I'll take good care of you. I'll make sure your meals are ready, and I'll work hard to learn how to protect you. Yu nearly choked on his own words, feeling both touched and amused. This girl, was she actually taking him seriously? All right then, he said, pretending to reluctantly agree. Since you're so insistent, I'll grudgingly accept. But let me warn you, I have high standards. If your cooking doesn't suit my taste or if you fail to protect me and I get hurt, I'll have to punish you. Lee Si-yu immediately tensed up. How will you punish me? Yu leaned closer with a mischievous grin and whispered in her ear, I'll punish you, by making you kiss me. Lee Si-yu's face turned bright red in an instant. Her eyes darted around nervously, and she stammered, Why you, stop saying such things. Seeing her bashful reaction, Yu's heart blossomed with joy. He decided to let her off the hook for now. The next day, Chen Qianqian and Gu Ling arrived with a pile of fruits to visit Yu. As soon as Chen Qianqian walked in, she loudly asked, Brother Yu, are you okay? You scared me half to death. Even though I can't detoxify you, at least let Sister Si-yu take care of you. Gu Ling gently set the fruits down and asked softly, Yu, how are you? What did the doctor say? Yu saw the concern in their eyes and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Smiling, he replied, It's nothing serious, just a bit of physical weakness. That's good. As long as it's nothing major, make sure to rest and recover. Once you're better, we'll settle things with Qian Maotong. Chen Qianqian declared with conviction. Yu sighed, feigning helplessness. I don't think that's possible. Qian Maotong has already graduated, and I can't afford to provoke the Qian family right now. Gu Ling gently patted his shoulder in comfort. Don't lose hope. There will always be a way. Yu looked at them and smiled. I know. I'll become stronger. Just then, Lee Si-yu came in with lunch. Seeing Chen Qianqian and Gu Ling, she paused briefly before greeting them politely. Qianqian, Gu Ling, you're here. They smiled back. Si-yu, you've worked hard. Si-yu, you're back, Yu said, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Come feed me. I'm starving. Lee Si-yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she walked to his bedside and began feeding him bite by bite. Chen Qianqian and Gu Ling watched in surprise. After the meal, Chen Qianqian and Gu Ling took their leave. As they were leaving, Chen Qianqian glanced at Lee Si-yu and remarked, Si-yu, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Lee Si-yu felt a bit embarrassed and softly replied, Yu got hurt because of me. It's only right for me to take care of him. After they left, Yu turned to Lee Si-yu with a mischievous grin. Si-yu, I'm thirsty. Lee Siyu's cheeks reddened again as she began pouring him a glass of water. Chin Yu took a sip of water, gestured for her to set it down, and then suddenly pulled her into his arms. In a low voice, he said, "Siyu, do you know? I'm liking you more and more." Lee Siyu's heart raced, her gaze grew unfocused, and suddenly her face flushed red. Chen Yu's breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her entire body. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. "Chen Yu, we came to see you." Zhang Yi and a few classmates walked in, breaking the mood completely. Lee Siyu quickly pulled herself out of Chen Yu's embrace, her face burning red, while Chen Yu could only look at her leaving with a helpless expression. That day, class monitor Zhang Yi handed Chen Yu 2 movie tickets, urging him to invite Lee Siyu to a movie. "This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." Zhang Yi gave Chen Yu a light pat on the shoulder. "We're not made for that kind of connection. Look at the difference between me and the school beauty. How could it possibly happen?" Chen Yu laughed at himself, but Zhang Yi didn't agree. "I think the school beauty might have feelings for you. Why don't you give it a shot and see?" Zhang Yi could tell that Qin Naren had been looking after Chen Yu all this time, and he believed that with her protection, Suda and Qian Maotong wouldn't dare make a move. "Alright, I'll listen to you." Chen Yu had originally planned to thank Qin Naren today, but with her shielding him, Suda and Qian Maotong hadn't dared to act. They could only hold back at school, waiting until after classes to find a chance to confront him. Chen Yu, holding the movie tickets, went to the girls' dormitory and sat on a bench waiting for Lee Siyu to come out. They had exchanged WeChat contacts last time, and Lee Siyu had promised to come to his aid if he was ever in danger. "What's going on, Chen Yu?" Lee Siyu walked out of the dormitory building and approached him. "Thank you for taking care of me at the hospital. I wanted to invite you to a movie." Chen Yu handed the movie tickets to Lee Siyu. She froze for a moment. "Are you trying to court me?" She had many admirers, and seeing Chen Yu like this, she couldn't help but suspect he had feelings for her. "What are you thinking? I genuinely just want to thank you by inviting you to a movie." Chen Yu didn't want to admit he felt too strongly about Lee Siyu. After all, he had a soft spot for beautiful women in general. This was just a gesture of gratitude. "Alright, I'll go." Lee Siyu accepted the tickets. Chen Yu smiled. "Then let's meet at the cinema entrance. I won't pick you up. I'd rather not get hurt again because of your admirers." Watching Chen Yu walk away, Lee Siyu suddenly felt there was something different about him. That evening, after watching the movie, Chen Yu prepared to walk Lee Siyu home when several men in black suddenly rushed out from the roadside and surrounded them. Chen Yu immediately stepped in front of Lee Siyu protectively and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" One of the men in black sneered. "Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that someone paid us to take his life." Both Chen Yu and Lee Siyu were taken aback. Could it be that Qian Maotong wanted him killed? As Chen Yu was still processing this, one of the men threw a punch at him. Chen Yu quickly dodged, and Lee Siyu immediately activated her SSS-grade ice shield to protect him. "Looks like we'll have to fight side by side tonight," she said. Chen Yu quickly asked the system to analyze the enemy's levels, preparing for the battle ahead. Host, the highest level among them is an S-rank swordmaster, with 2 others at A rank and 5 at B rank. The system's response left Chen Yu feeling desperate. These opponents were far too strong, and he was no match for them. Plus, Yu Yoshi was still in hibernation. "Take him down. Girl, we suggest you step aside. There's no need to risk your life for him." Lee Siyu stood firmly in front of Chen Yu. "I promised him I'd protect him. Then don't blame us. Attack." Just as they were about to strike, a figure suddenly dashed in and kicked one of the men in black flying. "Stop!" the newcomer shouted. Chen Yu and Lee Siyu focused their eyes and saw that it was Gu Ling and Qin Qianqian. The two quickly positioned themselves beside Chen Yu and Lee Siyu. Seeing their arrival, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least now there was a chance of winning. The men in black appeared caught off guard by Gu Ling and Qin Qianqian's interference. They hadn't expected anyone else to show up. Another 2 fools rushing to their deaths, the leader of the men in black sneered. "We're not here to die. Chen Yu, you decide how to deal with them," Qin Qianqian said, immediately activating her skills, which put the men in black on high alert. A fully skilled healer. The men in black grew cautious. The leader glanced at the attack specialist, summoner, and healer standing by Chen Yu's side. He realized that killing Chen Yu today might cause too much of a stir, and he decided to avoid unnecessary trouble. Retreat. The leader ultimately chose to withdraw, taking his men with him as they left in defeat. The 4 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yu suggested, "Let's get out of here quickly, just in case they come back." They hurriedly left the scene. Back at school, the 4 parted ways. Lee Siyu and Chen Yu remained near the dormitory building. Qin Qianqian walked with heavy steps, and Gu Ling gently patted her on the shoulder as they left quietly. Lee Siyu looked at Chen Yu, still worried about that S-rank swordmaster. "Are you really okay?" Chen Yu nodded and smiled. I'm fine, just a minor internal injury. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressing it earlier, but now he could no longer hide it. Chen Yu, are you alright? I'll go get Qian. Li Siyu exclaimed in shock, rushing to support him. Chen Yu stopped her. Just help me sit down. I have medicine on me. Li Siyu helped him sit down. Chen Yu pulled out some medicine from his pocket and swallowed it. I'm fine now. Can you stay with me for a bit? Li Siyu, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the people passing by the dormitory, eventually sat down beside him. Chen Yu leaned against her, feeling her warmth and the faint fragrance on her. The medicine began to take effect, the burning sensation in his body gradually subsided, and his mind grew clearer. Li Siyu gently nudged Chen Yu, her voice soft. Feeling any better? Chen Yu stirred awake and naturally straightened up. Much better. Thank you, Siyu. Li Siyu smiled faintly. It's nothing, really. Chen Yu looked into her earnest eyes and felt a flicker of warmth in his chest. About what happened tonight, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you weren't dragged into it. Li Siyu stared at him, her expression serious. There's no need to apologize. I promised you I'd protect you. That day, the class monitor Zhang Yi handed Chen Yu 2 movie tickets and encouraged him to invite Li Siyu to a movie. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't let it slip by, Zhang Yi said, patting Chen Yu lightly on the shoulder. Look at the gap between me and the school beauty. How could it ever be possible? Chen Yu gave a self-deprecating smile, but Zhang Yi didn't see it the same way. I think the school beauty has feelings for you. Why not give it a try and find out? Zhang Yi had noticed how Qin Naren had always been looking out for Chen Yu. With her protection, Su De and Qian Maotong didn't dare act recklessly. Alright, I'll listen to you. Initially, Chen Yu had planned to thank Qin Naren, but her protection had also inadvertently made Su De and Qian Maotong bide their time, waiting until after school to find an opportunity to deal with him. Holding the movie tickets, Chen Yu made his way to the girls' dormitory and sat on a bench to wait for Li Siyu. They had exchanged WeChat last time, and Li Siyu had promised to come to his aid if he was ever in danger. What's up, Chen Yu? Li Siyu walked out of the dormitory and approached him. Thank you for taking care of me in the hospital. I'd like to invite you to a movie. Chen Yu handed her the movie tickets. Li Siyu was momentarily stunned. Are you trying to pursue me? She had many admirers, and seeing Chen Yu like this made her wonder if he had feelings for her. What are you talking about? I just wanted to thank you and sincerely invite you to a movie. Chen Yu didn't want to admit that he had a fondness for Li Siyu. After all, he found himself drawn to beautiful women in general. This was purely a gesture of gratitude for her care in the hospital. Alright, I'll go. Li Siyu took the tickets. Chen Yu smiled. Then let's meet at the theater entrance. I won't come to pick you up, I don't want to deal with your admirers causing trouble. Li Siyu watched as Chen Yu walked away, suddenly feeling that he was a bit different. That evening, after the movie, Chen Yu was preparing to walk Li Siyu home when several men in black jumped out from the roadside, surrounding them. Chen Yu immediately stepped in front of Li Siyu. Who are you? What do you want? One of the men in black sneered. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that someone's paid for his life. Chen Yu and Li Siyu were stunned. Could it be that Qian Maotong wanted him dead? As Chen Yu pondered, one of the men in black swung a fist at him. Chen Yu dodged quickly, and Li Siyu immediately activated her SSS-level ice shield to block the attack. Looks like we'll have to fight side by side tonight. Chen Yu quickly instructed his system to analyze the enemy's levels, preparing for the fight. Host, the enemy includes 1 S-level swordsman, 2 A levels, and 5 B levels. The system's response made Chen Yu's heart sink. The enemy's strength far exceeded his own. He was still at level 1 and couldn't possibly contend with them, especially with Yu Yoshi still in a deep sleep. Take him down. As for the girl, give up, it's not worth dying for him. Li Siyu stood firmly in front of Chen Yu. I promised him I'd protect him. Then don't blame us. Attack. Just as the men in black were about to strike, a loud shout rang out, stop. A figure rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the men in black flying. Stop, the newcomer shouted again. Chen Yu and Li Siyu looked closely, it was Gu Ling and Chen Qianqian. The two of them stood beside Chen Yu and Li Siyu. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, at least now they had a fighting chance. The men in black were clearly caught off guard by Gu Ling and Chen Qianqian's sudden appearance. They hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive at this moment. Another two who've come to throw their lives away, the leader of the men in black scoffed. We're not here to die. Chen Yu, how do you want to deal with them? Chen Qianqian immediately activated her skills, putting the men in black on high alert. A fully skilled healer. The men in black saw the healer, an attacker, and a summoner and realized that killing Chen Yu wouldn't be as easy as they had thought. They couldn't risk drawing too much attention. Retreat. The men in black decided to withdraw and left in a hurry with their comrades. The four of them sighed in relief. Chen Yu suggested, let's get out of here quickly. If they come back, we'll be in trouble. The four of them quickly left. Once they returned to the school, they went their separate ways. Standing under the dormitory building, Li Siyu and Chen Yu exchanged a glance while Gu Ling and Chen Qianqian glanced back at them before silently walking away. Li Siyu looked at Chen Yu, still worried about the fight earlier. Are you sure you're okay? Chen Yu nodded and smiled. I'm fine, just a minor internal injury. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had held it back earlier, but now he could no longer hide it. Chen Yu. Are you alright? I'll go get Qianqian. Li Siyu exclaimed in shock, immediately supporting him. Chen Yu stopped her. Could you help me sit down? I have medicine with me. Li Siyu helped him sit down. Chen Yu took out some medicine from his pocket and swallowed it. I'm fine now. Could you stay with me for a bit? Li Siyu sat beside him. The bustling crowd passing by left her feeling a bit out of place. Chen Yu leaned against Li Siyu, feeling her warmth and faint fragrance. As the medicine took effect, the burning sensation in his body gradually subsided, and his mind grew clearer. Li Siyu gently nudged him as her soft voice reached his ears. Feeling any better? Chen Yu woke up and instinctively straightened up. Much better. Thank you, Siyu. Li Siyu smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a small effort. Looking into her earnest eyes, Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart. About what happened tonight, I'm sorry. I'm just glad it didn't drag you into anything worse. Li Siyu gazed at Chen Yu, her expression serious. There's no need to apologize. I promise to protect you. Qin Naren glanced at Chen Yu and sighed. Since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. Her tone shifted. But remember, the most important thing about improving your strength is to take things one step at a time. Don't chase quick results or aim too high. Even if you're lucky enough to enter Lunar Eclipse Academy, it doesn't guarantee you'll go far. Thank you, teacher. I'll keep that in mind, Chen Yu said sincerely. Go on, then. There's still time before the selection for the 10 great academies. Be prepared. If you need help, come find me anytime. Qin Naren waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Chen Yu nodded and left the office, his heart filled with determination. He knew he was about to step onto a path full of challenges and opportunities. Qin Naren watched him leave, sitting alone in the office for a long time without settling her emotions. She gazed out the window, silently praying, Chen Yu, I hope you achieve your dreams, but I also hope you understand, there's more than one path to cultivation. Day by day, time passed. Besides his studies and training, Chen Yu devoted all his energy to preparing for entry into Lunar Eclipse Academy. He took on missions, hunted magical beasts, accumulated resources, and improved his strength. Zhang Yi and the others tried to persuade him not to overwork himself, but Chen Yu always smiled, shook his head, and kept pushing forward. Finally, the selection day for the 10 great academies had arrived. On this day, St. Lon Plaza was packed with people. Students from various high schools gathered together, ready to face the challenge ahead. Standing amidst the crowd, Chen Yu's gaze was firm as he stared at the raised platform ahead, the place that would determine his future destiny. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before Chen Yu. It was Li Siyu. She was dressed in a long white gown, looking as beautiful and ethereal as a fairy. She walked up to Chen Yu and softly asked, Chen Yu, have you really decided to go to Lunar Eclipse Academy? Li Siyu had heard about the 10 great academies selection process and had come to speak with Chen Yu. She mistakenly thought Chen Yu had chosen Lunar Eclipse Academy because of her. Yes. Chen Yu nodded, saying no more. Then, you must be careful. I heard the selection process for Lunar Eclipse Academy is extremely brutal. You'll have to face powerful opponents and meet very high standards of talent. Concern filled Li Siyu's eyes. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Chen Yu smiled faintly, reaching out to gently pat Li Siyu's hair, his gaze brimming with determination. If I do manage to get into Lunar Eclipse Academy, then I will. Chen Yu withdrew his hand, looking at Li Siyu with a tender expression. Then you'll what? Li Siyu looked up at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Then I'll treat you and everyone else to a grand feast. Chen Yu burst into laughter, deliberately leaving her hanging. Who wants your grand feast? Li Siyu's face turned slightly red as she rolled her eyes at him, then turned and ran off. Watching her lively, retreating figure, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. Just then, a booming voice rang out from the platform. The selection process for the 10 great academies officially begins. Chen Yu's gaze instantly sharpened, focusing on the movements on the platform. A loud voice echoed throughout the plaza as an elder, his hair and beard white, exuding an otherworldly aura, floated above the platform. His voice carried to every corner, welcome to the selection process for the 10 great academies. This year, the rules have changed. It will no longer be individual battles but team battles. The crowd in the plaza erupted into an uproar, murmurs spreading like wildfire. Team battles. Why did the rules suddenly change? It's always been one-on-one battles in the past. What's going on this year? The elder smiled, as if he had anticipated their reactions. He gestured for silence and continued, each school may send 3 teams of 4 participants each. 2 weeks from now, all teams will engage in a free-for-all battle, and the victorious team will earn the right to join the 10 great academies. A 4-person team? A free-for-all? Chen Yu furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing the implications. The rule change undoubtedly increased the difficulty and unpredictability of the selection process. Li Siyu and Qin Qianqian both turned their gazes toward Chen Yu. Li Siyu's eyes were filled with worry, while Qin Qianqian appeared thrilled, practically itching to jump into action. Chen Yu, let's team up, just like when we explored the secret realm. 4 people make a perfect team. Li Siyu gently tugged on Chen Yu's sleeve, wanting to help him showcase his abilities and catch Lunar Eclipse Academy's attention. Before Chen Yu could respond, Qin Qianqian had already spoken up, Yuji, with us as a team, we'll be unstoppable. Her face radiated confidence, as if she could already see their victory. Chen Yu sighed. Although their team was indeed strong, this was the selection process for the 10 great academies, a gathering of prodigies from all over. The competition would be incredibly fierce. Next, will the representatives from each school please come forward to draw lots for the match numbers? The elder's voice rang out once more, and a giant lottery box rose from the center of the plaza. Qin Naren, representing St. Lon High School, stepped forward to draw a lot. Upon returning to the team, she glanced at the number on the slip and her expression subtly changed. What is it, teacher? Chen Yu noticed her reaction and felt a vague sense of unease. We, Drew Tai Ran High School, Qin Naren said after taking a deep breath. Tai Ran High School. The strongest school for defensive specialists. Chen Yu and Qin Qianqian exclaimed in unison. Tai Ran High School, ranked first in Song City for defensive specialists, was leagues ahead of St. Lon High School in terms of strength. Qin Qianqian remembered that Tai Ran High School boasted a defensive prodigy named Shi Zheng, whose defenses were nearly impossible to penetrate. Qin Qianqian's excitement instantly faded, replaced by deep worry. We're doomed, starting off with such a tough opponent, she muttered, her voice tinged with despair. Li Siyu also looked worried as she tightly grasped Chen Yu's hand, as if trying to transfer strength to him. It's okay, I'm here, she said softly. Chen Yu's expression turned serious. He knew this would be a tough battle, but instead of retreating, a fiery determination ignited within him. He turned to Li Siyu and Qin Qianqian, his voice firm, don't worry, we'll win. Li Siyu and Qin Qianqian were inspired by Chen Yu's confidence, their eyes once again brimming with hope. That's right, we'll definitely win. Qin Qianqian declared, clenching her fists with resolve. As he watched their renewed enthusiasm, Chen Yu's mind raced, calculating strategies. Facing Tai Ran High School head-on was not an option, they would need to outsmart them. He thought about the countless hours he had spent leveling up and the various skills and equipment the system had granted him. Slowly, a plan began to take shape. Teacher, each school can send 3 teams, correct? Chen Yu asked Qin Naren, a sly glint in his eyes. Yes, Qin Naren confirmed with a nod, though she didn't understand what he was getting at. Great. I have an idea, Chen Yu said, leaning in to whisper his plan to her. When he finished, Qin Naren froze for a moment before her eyes lit up with surprise and admiration. That's brilliant. Even the strongest defensive specialist has their limits. Let the other classes go first, we'll go last, Chen Yu suggested. Back at school, they immediately selected the strongest participants for the teams, with Chen Yu included. Su De, a rival, couldn't resist mocking him. Chen Yu, you're just an F-tier puppeteer. What makes you think you belong here? Chen Yu ignored him and instead summoned the system's lottery function. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the skill Unstoppable Strike, the system announced. Hearing this, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least this skill would help him finish battles quickly. Unstoppable Strike lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, permanent, the system added. Chen Yu froze for a moment, realizing the skill was a one-time use. Host, would you like to activate it now? The system asked. Chen Yu refused, feeling that it was too early to use it now. He decided to save it for when it was truly necessary. Chen Yu then continued to compete against D-level contestants from other classes. With the boosts from Li Siyu, he quickly climbed the rankings, even shocking the principal who was watching from a distance. Qin Naren, however, was not surprised. Having observed countless students, how could she not see Chen Yu's potential? Director Qin, this Chen Yu from your class is incredibly talented, the principal said, astonished by Chen Yu's explosive power. He could hardly believe that an F-level student not only advanced within the secret realm but could also challenge higher-level opponents. He's practically a little monster. Su De also hadn't expected Chen Yu to be this strong. He had arranged for people to deal with him, only for them all to be defeated. Wang Wei, equally stunned by Chen Yu's strength, had already made up his mind. no matter what, Chen Yu had to die. In the final match, Suda stepped into the arena. He was a strategist, but his skills were primarily focused on violent attacks. From the very start, he attacked with full force. Despite Suda gaining the upper hand, Chen Yu, with Li Siyu's boosts, easily dodged his moves. This time, you'll feel the taste of my fists, Chen Yu thought to himself as he activated his invincible attack skill. Instantly, a layer of red light enveloped him. Before Suda could react, he was knocked down. Unwilling to accept defeat, Suda launched another skill, directly attacking Chen Yu. But Chen Yu gave him no opportunity, engaging him in close combat and swiftly taking him down. Suda clenched his teeth in frustration but had no choice but to accept it. After all, just a month ago, Chen Yu's strength was nowhere near this level. What kind of monster was he? Chen Yu's name quickly became known. His successive victories over higher-ranking opponents eventually led to the formation of a team with Li Siyu, Chen Qianqian, and Gu Ling. The principal approved, and any objections from other students were futile. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, Su Li, Suda, and a healer formed another team, while the remaining students grouped up freely. Chen Yu's team became the beacon of hope for Songjiang High School. Qin Naran shared Chen Yu's plans with the principal, who became even more impressed by Chen Yu's intelligence and strategic thinking. Have him come to my office later, the principal instructed. Understood. Chen Yu was chatting with Li Siyu and the others when Qin Naran approached them, interrupting their conversation. You're improving so much. Looks like you're really serious about going to Lunar Eclipse Academy, Qin Naran said, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder. Hearing the words, Lunar Eclipse Academy, Chen Qianqian and Gu Ling looked at Chen Yu in surprise. They hadn't expected him to have such an ambitious goal. Of course. Ms. Qin wouldn't joke about something like that. Chen Yu smiled, a calmness in his demeanor that left Qin Naran momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated that this once immature boy had grown so composed. Come on, let's go to the principal's office. Li Siyu watched Chen Yu as he turned back to give her a reassuring look. Suda, noticing Li Siyu's gentle gaze toward Chen Yu, felt a surge of anger. In the principal's office. Chen Yu, your strength has improved far too quickly, hasn't it? The principal's oppressive aura forced Chen Yu to his knees. He wasn't sure whether the principal was testing his abilities or venting frustration on behalf of Suda and Wang Wei. I've already told Ms. Qin, my goal is Lunar Eclipse Academy. Of course, I need to improve my strength. My original talent was E-level, it was just suppressed before, Chen Yu lied. An E-level talent can challenge D-level and even A-level opponents. The principal was skeptical. Qin Naran also eyed Chen Yu, suspecting that he hadn't been completely truthful with her. But all my skills are SSS level, Chen Yu added, shocking the principal further. The principal stared at him, unable to believe what he was hearing. Chen Yu released himself from the oppressive aura and demonstrated his SSS level Vine skill and SSS level soul capture technique. Both Qin Naran and the principal watched in stunned silence, having never seen anything like this before. The principal quickly told Chen Yu to retract his skills and instructed him not to share this revelation with anyone else. Then he sent Chen Yu off to rest. Principal, Ms. Qin, I'll take my leave now, Chen Yu said before departing. After he left, the principal signaled for Qin Naran to leave as well, reminding her to take special care of Chen Yu and provide him with extra support. It was clear to everyone that Qin Naran genuinely cared for this student. Li Siyu also noticed Qin Naran's special attention toward Chen Yu, which made her feel a sense of unease. Why did she care so much about Chen Yu? She didn't like him, so why was she so concerned? Still, Qin Naran was Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, so her care was understandable. Li Siyu tried to dismiss her thoughts. The four teammates continued to work hard to improve their skills every day. 2 weeks flew by, and the St. Lawn Plaza was once again bustling with excitement. The selection tournament for the 10 grade academies had officially begun. In the first round, Songjiang High School faced off against Tairan High School. As Tairan High School's team entered the arena, they immediately caused a stir. They exuded confidence and strength, clearly formidable opponents. In contrast, Songjiang High School's team, aside from Chen Yu, seemed unimpressive, as if they were just there to make up the numbers. Songjiang High School's first opponent is strong, but with Li Siyu on their team, they should take this easily. Not necessarily. Tairan High School's defense specialist is no joke, he's S-level. But I heard Songjiang High School's team has an E-level puppeteer, which might give Tairan High School some openings. The murmurs of the crowd filled the air, with many doubting Songjiang High School's readiness for this match and predicting a grim outcome. Chen Yu, however, remained unfazed. A playful smirk curved his lips as he thought to himself, the real show is just beginning. At that moment, Tairan High School's captain, a tall and muscular student named Shi Zheng, pointed arrogantly at Li Siyu. Li Siyu, last time you got lucky. This time, it won't be so easy. Shi Zheng stood tall on the stage, his muscles bulging like coiled steel, exuding an aura that could swallow the heavens. His words were laced with provocation, and his contemptuous gaze swept over Li Siyu. The surrounding audience erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew that Li Siyu had awakened the frostbound war god and was destined to become one of the 10 great marshals of the Xia Federation. For Shi Zheng to dare provoke her so brazenly, it was clear he had come prepared. Li Siyu shot him a cold glance, her lips curling into a faint, disdainful smirk. "We'll see," she said. Those two simple words carried an unshakable confidence, as if victory was already in her grasp. As the referee's signal rang out, the match officially began. Shi Zheng immediately formed an impenetrable defensive formation with his team. A faint golden barrier enveloped them, solid and unyielding like a fortress. Li Siyu summoned the frostbound war god. Clad in shimmering azure ice crystal armor, wielding a glaive exuding chilling frost, and mounted on a towering snow-white warhorse, she radiated an aura of majesty, resembling a valiant general from ancient times. Beside her, Gu Ling transformed into a swordmaster, donning silver armor and gripping a sharp longsword. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, their combined presence overwhelming. "Just a flashy display." Shi Zheng scoffed disdainfully. "You'll never break through our defense." Li Siyu and Gu Ling launched a flurry of attacks, a relentless storm of ice blades and sword energy, dazzling and fierce. Yet, all their strikes dissipated into the golden barrier like stones sinking into the ocean, leaving it completely unaffected. "Give it up. Your attacks are utterly useless against our defense." Shi Zheng laughed arrogantly. He even took the initiative, transforming the golden barrier into sharp spikes that shot toward Li Siyu and Gu Ling. Chen Yu, watching from the sidelines, frowned deeply. He knew Shi Zheng's defenses were formidable, ordinary attacks wouldn't even scratch them. He attempted to use his SSS-level soul-capturing technique to control Shi Zheng, only to find that Shi Zheng's mental strength was abnormally powerful. The technique failed outright. Meanwhile, Qin Qianqian stood at the rear, providing healing support, but the situation remained at an impasse. "Damn it!" Chen Yu cursed under his breath. At this rate, they were bound to lose. Yet he understood that while Shi Zheng's defense was incredibly strong, maintaining it required a massive expenditure of physical and spiritual energy. If they could drag out the battle, there might still be hope. "System, activate the roulette draw." Chen Yu silently commanded, placing all his hopes on the system. The roulette spun rapidly, skills flashing before his eyes, and his heart was in his throat. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained the SSS-level skill, Absolute Swap." The system's voice announced the result. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. This skill could turn the tide. Absolute Swap allows the user to exchange positions with a target. Cooldown time, 1 hour. As he read the skill description, Chen Yu's lips curled into a sly grin. Locking onto Shi Zheng, he silently activated the skill, Absolute Swap. In an instant, Chen Yu and Shi Zheng swapped positions. Chen Yu appeared at the center of Taiyan High School's defensive formation, while Shi Zheng found himself among the ranks of Songjiang High School's team. The sudden shift left everyone stunned. Shi Zheng stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes darting around at the unfamiliar faces of his new teammates. He had no idea what had just happened. "What's going on? Why am I here?" Shi Zheng exclaimed, as if caught in a bizarre dream. Li Siyu, Gu Ling, and Qin Qianqian were equally shocked. None of them had anticipated such a move from Chen Yu. Well, welcome to our team," Qin Qianqian said with a mischievous grin. Without Shi Zheng's defensive core, the Taiyan High School team crumbled instantly. The remaining members attacked Chen Yu in desperation, but his speed was unmatched and they couldn't land a single hit. Realizing Chen Yu's strategy, Li Siyu and Gu Ling quickly coordinated their efforts. Their combined assault, a relentless barrage of devastating attacks, descended upon Shi Zheng like a hurricane. "Arg!" Shi Zheng let out a pained cry. His once proud defenses shattered like paper under the onslaught of Li Siyu and Gu Ling. "Chen Yu, you despicable scoundrel!" Shi Zheng roared in rage, utterly humiliated by Chen Yu's trickery. "All's fair in war. I didn't want to resort to this, but your arrogance left me no choice," Chen Yu said with a shrug, his expression feigning innocence. With Shi Zheng's defenses out of the way, the Taiyan High School team fell apart completely. In the end, they were defeated by Li Siyu and Gu Ling. "We won." The Songjiang High School team erupted in cheers, overjoyed by their unexpected victory, made possible by the so-called deadweight Chen Yu. In the stands, the audience was stunned by the dramatic turn of events. Even Qin Naren smiled faintly. This kid was full of surprises, she couldn't help but feel an urge to drag him back to her lab for a thorough study. "Chen Yu, I didn't know you had such a skill. You nearly gave me a heart attack," Gu Ling said excitedly, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder. She hadn't expected him to possess such a game-changing ability. "Heh, just keeping a low profile," Chen Yu replied with a grin, though inwardly he was over the moon. In the matches that followed, Taiyan High School's remaining teams were also defeated. Chen Yu and Lee Siyu advanced smoothly to the next round. Qin Naren began strategizing for the upcoming matches, observing their future opponents carefully. Chen Yu diligently noted every detail. After the day's matches, the second round draw commenced. Qin Naren had hoped to avoid facing White Eagle High School, but luck was not on their side. They were matched against them. Both Qin Qianqian and Gu Ling's hearts sank. Sister Siyu, this is going to be a clash of titans, Qin Qianqian said, leaning against Lee Siyu's shoulder. Lee Siyu patted her head, her tone turning serious. White Eagle High School's Su Jingjing will be a tough opponent. I've never fought her before, but I know she's backed by significant resources. Her strength might match mine, or even surpass it. Lee Siyu's words cast a heavy silence over the group. Chen Yu fell into deep thought. White Eagle High School had kept Su Jingjing out of the matches so far, clearly hiding her true strength. This time, Su Jingjing will definitely make an appearance. White Eagle High School has been keeping her out of battles all this time, likely saving her strength to deal with you. Chen Yu's speculation made everyone nod in agreement. Tomorrow's confrontation was destined to be a tough battle. Qin Naren gathered the 5 of them in a hotel room and brought out a whiteboard. On it, she had listed the profiles and abilities of the team members from each school. White Eagle High School. Team Captain, Su Jingjing. A top-tier mental summoner. Her exact rank is unknown, but it's estimated to be on the same level as Siyu's, likely SSS tier. The other team members are all S tier. They don't have any particularly unique abilities, but their coordination is excellent, and their overall strength is very high. Qin Naren pointed to a photo of Su Jingjing on the whiteboard. The girl in the photo had long, jet black hair, delicate features, and a cold, haughty gaze. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the girl in the photo. There was something strikingly familiar about her demeanor. It reminded him of someone he had been trying to forget. Damn, this girl is gorgeous. If I could win her over, that'd be amazing, Wang Wei said, his eyes lighting up as he stared at the photo. You. A toad lusting after swan meat, Qin Qianqian shot back mercilessly. I could totally pull it off. Wang Wei hadn't even finished his sentence when Su Li twisted his ear sharply. I'm just joking. Su Li, you need to remember your place, Wang Wei retorted, though his tone softened immediately. Despite their shared animosity toward Qin Yu, Wang Wei and Su Li knew when to unite against a common enemy. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's get back to the main topic, Lee Siyu interrupted their bickering. Tomorrow, we face White Eagle High School. Su Jingjing is incredibly strong. We must be cautious, Lee Siyu said seriously. Chen Yu nodded. Agreed. We need to wait until Su Jingjing makes her move, that's when we'll have a chance to defeat them. He turned to Wang Wei. Don't look at me. I'm only A tier, there's no way I can handle an SSS tier opponent. Wang Wei immediately averted his gaze, visibly disgruntled. Alright, the situation is clear. Think carefully about how to approach it, Qin Naren said. White Eagle High School had undoubtedly studied Lee Siyu's abilities and defenses thoroughly, preparing extensively. The burden of turning the tide now rested on Chen Yu. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Naren. She spoke up, Chen Yu, your absolute exchange is our key weapon. The outcome of tomorrow's match depends on you. You must seize the right moment to transfer Su Jingjing into our ambush. Teacher Qin, absolute exchange has a time limit. Plus, we still don't fully understand Su Jingjing's capabilities. I can't use it recklessly, Chen Yu said with concern. He suspected that Su Jingjing might already have countermeasures in place for such abilities. True, it will require precise teamwork. Siyu, you'll need to enhance your control skills to restrict Su Jingjing's movements, only then will we have a chance to defeat her. Her mental strength is formidable, Qin Naren advised. Lee Siyu nodded. I'll do my best, Teacher Qin. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone, get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's match. Qin Naren concluded the meeting with a clap of her hands. After the meeting, Qin Naren asked Chen Yu to stay behind. Chen Yu, this match is absolutely critical. Do you understand? Su Jingjing is an SSS tier summoner, she's not to be underestimated, Qin Naren said seriously, pointing at Su Jingjing's photo. Chen Yu nodded, his brow furrowed. I know. SSS tier summoners, even Siyu might struggle against her. A sense of unease rose within him. Su Jingjing's cold, arrogant gaze weighed heavily on his mind. I've asked Siyu to master another control skill within the week, but that takes time and might not succeed. White Eagle High School is no easy opponent, Qin Naren sighed. Chen Yu suddenly looked up at Qin Naren. Teacher Qin, I want to go to the secret realm again. The secret realm? Now. With the match so close, you're still thinking about the secret realm? Qin Naren was taken aback. Precisely because the match is so close, I need to go, Chen Yu explained. Siyu needs to improve her abilities, and so do I. Only if both of us become stronger will we have a real chance at defeating White Eagle High School. Besides, the secret realm might contain resources that could help enhance control skills. Chin Naren hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Alright, but you must be extremely careful. The secret realm is dangerous. If anything happens to you. I understand, Teacher Chin. I'll be cautious, Chen Yu interrupted her. With permission granted, Chen Yu immediately sought out Li Siyu and informed her of his decision to visit the secret realm. Although surprised, Li Siyu understood the importance of the upcoming match and agreed to accompany him. As they ventured into the secret realm once more, Chin Naren stood at its entrance, watching their retreating figures with a heavy heart. I hope you both succeed, she murmured to herself. Inside the secret realm, the long-dormant presence of the scaled princess, Yuyoshi, within Chin Yu began to stir. Detecting high-concentration spiritual energy. Yuyoshi is on the verge of awakening. The host must gather more spiritual energy to facilitate her full awakening, a mechanical voice echoed in Chin Yu's mind. Spiritual energy. Chin Yu thought to himself. It seemed only within the secret realm could Yuyoshi awaken, the spiritual energy outside was too scarce. He needed to search for spirit-rich herbs. Together with Li Siyu, Chin Yu delved deeper into the secret realm, simultaneously training and searching for spirit herbs. The spiritual energy within the realm was far denser than in the outside world. Li Siyu focused on honing her control skills, while Chin Yu both trained and scoured the area for herbs that might aid her. Several days later, they discovered a peculiar plant in a snow-covered valley, icebound grass. It was crystalline and emitted a faint chill, clearly extraordinary. Is this icebound grass? Li Siyu asked in astonishment, staring at the plant. It's said to enhance ice element abilities significantly and is especially useful for improving control skills. Chen Yu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Just as they prepared to harvest the icebound grass, a pack of snow wolves emerged from the depths of the valley, encircling them. The wolves were large, their fur pure white, and their eyes fierce. They were clearly not to be trifled with. Damn it, so many snow wolves. Are they guarding the icebound grass? Chen Yu cursed under his breath, instinctively moving to shield Li Siyu. A woo. The wolves let out harrowing howls, baring their sharp fangs as they prepared to attack. Chen Yu drew his dagger, ready for battle, while Li Siyu activated her abilities, silently bracing herself. It seems we have no choice but to fight, she thought. The lead snow wolf was especially massive, nearly twice the size of the others. Its entire body exuded a formidable aura, and its blood-red eyes locked onto Chen Yu with a murderous intent, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Chen Yu took a deep breath. He knew the battle's outcome hinged on this lead wolf. If they could defeat it, the rest of the pack might retreat. We mean no harm. We'll leave immediately, Chen Yu said cautiously, slowly retreating with Li Siyu. However, the snow wolves showed no intention of letting them go, seemingly convinced that the two had trespassed on their territory. Chen Yu and Li Siyu exchanged a glance, understanding that a head-on confrontation was not an option. They immediately turned and prepared to flee. Just then, a figure silently appeared at the edge of the valley. The person was dressed in black, wearing a conical hat that obscured their face. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from them was enough to inspire fear. The figure stood there quietly, observing everything in the valley, a strange smile curling at their lips. How interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such fascinating individuals, the heir to the SSS-ranked frozen war god and an E-ranked puppeteer, the figure murmured softly. Watching the direction in which the two were fleeing, they chuckled faintly and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the circle of snow wolves tightened, their foul, animalistic stench assaulting Chen Yu's senses, making him nauseous. Damn it, these beasts are relentless, he cursed, slashing with his short blade to fend off a lunging snow wolf. Li Siyu's ice-based control abilities were still effective, but against such a large number of snow wolves, she was gradually reaching her limit. Chen Yu, this isn't working. We need to find a way to break through, they're too fast. Li Siyu shouted, the icy blue light in her hands flashing as she froze the claws of several snow wolves. Chen Yu understood they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Scanning their surroundings, he realized they had been pushed back to a dark, damp area permeated by a foul stench. Over there. Chen Yu pointed ahead to a patch of massive black plants, an area the snow wolves seemed hesitant to approach. Fighting as they retreated, the two of them stumbled into the region covered by the black plants. The snow wolves halted at the edge, growling lowly but not daring to step closer. Phew. Finally got rid of them, Li Siyu gasped, wiping the sweat from her forehead. However, just as they caught their breath, an even colder presence enveloped them. The black plants around them began to writhe, and the ground trembled slightly. Only then did Chen Yu and Li Siyu realize these plants were not plants at all, they were the scales of a colossal creature. Suddenly, a massive black serpent, as large as a hill, slowly lifted its head from the plants. Its crimson forked tongue flickered, and its icy vertical pupils locked onto them. Its scales were as black as ink, reflecting an eerie sheen that was both unyielding and bone-chilling. A black mirror python. Lee Siyu's voice trembled, her face pale. Even the most seasoned instructors would avoid confronting such a fearsome magical beast. The snow wolves had long fled, vanishing without a trace the moment the python appeared, as if they had never been there. Chen Yu cursed inwardly. Out of the wolf's den and into the serpent's lair. He quickly grabbed Lee Siyu. Siyu, focus on defense. I'll handle the attacks and control. Lee Siyu instantly entered her frozen war god state, her ice blue armor covering her body and radiating a biting chill. Chen Yu summoned his puppet, a wooden figure wielding a wooden sword, and sent it charging at the black mirror python. However, the puppet's attacks were too weak to pose any threat. The enormous python opened its gaping maw and swallowed the wooden puppet whole, shattering it into splinters. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed, realizing he couldn't rely on the puppet. The black mirror python counterattacked without hesitation, its massive tail sweeping through the air with a deafening whoosh. Lee Siyu quickly conjured an ice shield, erecting a towering wall of ice in front of her. Boom! The ice shield shattered instantly, the impact sending Lee Siyu stumbling back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Siyu! Chen Yu's heart clenched. I'm fine. Lee Siyu gritted her teeth through the pain, summoning another ice shield. Don't block it head-on. Its attacks are too powerful, your ice shields can't hold up for long. Chen Yu urged. Use your drag blade slash to target its weak point. Lee Siyu nodded, taking a deep breath. She concentrated, her ice blade forming in her hand. With a flash of movement, she darted to the python's flank, slashing toward its vulnerable spot at the base of its neck. Hiss! The black mirror python let out a pained screech, its body writhing. Though Lee Siyu's attack had inflicted some damage, it wasn't fatal. Instead, it only enraged the beast further. The python's frenzied attacks intensified. Rocks and debris flew through the valley, trees snapping like twigs. Chen Yu knew they couldn't sustain this much longer, they had to subdue the black mirror python quickly. Vine bind! Chen Yu shouted, pressing his hands to the ground. Countless vines erupted from the soil, snaking around the python's massive body and restraining it tightly. Now, Siyu! Chen Yu called out. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Siyu unleashed another drag blade slash. Her ice blade traced an elegant arc through the air, striking the python's weak point with precision. This time, the black mirror python let out an agonized wail, its enormous body collapsing with a thunderous crash. It lay motionless, unconscious. Ha! Finally done, Chen Yu exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Lee Siyu, her face pale from overexertion, was clearly drained as well. We need to get out of here fast. This place is way too dangerous, Chen Yu said. But just as they prepared to leave, they noticed the valley's exit was already blocked. A pack of snow wolves stood there, their eyes gleaming with greed. It was clear, they had been waiting. Chen Yu and Lee Siyu exchanged a glance, seeing deep frustration mirrored in each other's eyes. It seemed they had fallen into yet another dire predicament. Chen Yu's attention was drawn to one wolf in the pack, a massive snow wolf, far larger than the others. Its fur was a purer white, and its eyes carried a glint of mocking intelligence. Chen Yu stared at the white wolf, feeling its taunting gaze as if it were saying, well, escaped the jaws of a snake only to fall into our claws. Let's see where you'll run this time. Grinding his teeth, Chen Yu muttered under his breath to Lee Siyu, looks like our only option is to head back. Let's hope that thing hasn't woken up yet. The two turned and bolted, but the snow wolves howled in unison, giving chase. Chen Yu glanced back to see the white wolf standing still, watching them coldly, as if relishing their futile struggle. Suddenly, the terrain before them opened up into a sheer drop, a bottomless abyss. The ground beneath their feet felt loose, ready to collapse at any moment. Chen Yu's heart sank. Great. Just great. If it wasn't bad enough already, now this? Lee Siyu, equally stunned by the cliff's edge, turned pale, clutching Chen Yu's arm tightly, her eyes filled with despair. System, what's at the bottom of this cliff? Chen Yu asked silently. Report to the host, the bottom of the cliff is the sea, the system's cold, mechanical voice replied, catching Chen Yu off guard. A spark of hope ignited in his heart. The sea? Then we might still have a chance. He immediately exchanged 2 breath suppression pills from the system's marketplace. Siyu, take this. We're jumping. Although Lee Siyu didn't understand Chen Yu's intentions, she swallowed the pill without hesitation. Aren't you afraid I might be giving you poison? Chen Yu teased as he watched Lee Siyu take the pill. I trust you, Lee Siyu answered firmly. Chen Yu grabbed her hand, took a deep breath, and turned to leap off the cliff. The wind roared past their ears. Lee Siyu shut her eyes tightly, feeling the strength in Chen Yu's grip. Strangely, her heart was calm amidst the chaos. Splash! The sound echoed loudly as the two plunged into the ocean. The icy water surrounded them instantly. Chen Yu felt a suffocating pressure at first, but the effects of the breath suppression pill quickly kicked in, making his breathing smooth again. After a few struggles, they finally surfaced. Li Siyu coughed and sputtered, choking on seawater. Chen Yu hurriedly supported her and swam with all his might toward the shore. It was unclear how much time passed, but eventually, they climbed onto the beach. Dense forests surrounded them, and the air carried a heavy, damp smell. Li Siyu, completely drenched, shivered uncontrollably, her face pale as a ghost. Chen Yu took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Then, he started gathering firewood to make a fire for warmth. Cough. Where are we? Li Siyu asked weakly. I don't know, but it's better than being eaten by snow wolves, Chen Yu replied as he busily worked. This godforsaken place, who knows if there are wild beasts lurking around. The fire was soon blazing, its warm glow driving away the cold. Li Siyu's face gradually regained a hint of color. Chen Yu, thank you, Li Siyu suddenly said, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Yu paused for a moment, then smiled. Thank me for what? We're teammates, helping each other is just natural. Li Siyu lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames, and fell silent. Chen Yu didn't say more and simply continued adding firewood. The two sat quietly, listening to the sound of waves crashing against rocks, feeling the warmth of each other's presence. Suddenly, a rustling noise came from the forest, breaking the silence. Chen Yu grabbed a burning branch, his expression vigilant as he glanced toward the sound's origin. What was that? Li Siyu asked nervously. Not sure. Might be a wild animal, Chen Yu murmured. Stay here, don't move. I'll check it out. He approached cautiously, parting the dense shrubbery. The sight before him left him stunned. It was an open clearing filled with strange plants. These plants emitted a faint, glowing light, resembling stars shimmering in the night sky. At the center of the plant stood a massive cocoon-like structure, its surface covered in intricate runes that radiated an enigmatic aura. As Chen Yu stared at the cocoon, it suddenly trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Alarmed, Chen Yu stepped back a few paces, keeping his eyes fixed on the cocoon. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the cocoon split open, revealing a blinding light that illuminated the entire clearing. Chen Yu squinted, struggling to see what lay inside the cocoon. As the light gradually faded, a figure emerged from within. It was a woman, so breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed unreal. She had long silver hair cascading down her back, skin as translucent as white jade, and a pair of mysterious purple eyes that sparkled like stars. Her flowing gown was as delicate as gauze, accentuating her flawless curves that appeared and disappeared with every movement. Chen Yu froze, as if time had stopped in that moment. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of a plant gaining sentience? He couldn't believe the scene before him. The woman landed lightly, her purple eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity and confusion. She parted her lips slightly, her voice ethereal and melodious. Who are you? Still in a daze, Chen Yu heard her dreamlike voice and finally realized this wasn't an illusion. He stammered, I'm Chen Yu. The woman smiled faintly, her expression as mesmerizing as a blooming field of flowers. Chen Yu, she repeated softly, extending her slender fingers to gently touch his cheek. You've entered my world. Her touch sent a jolt through Chen Yu's body, like electricity coursing through his veins. He felt a wave of dizziness as the surrounding scenery began to distort. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu found himself standing in a sea of flowers. Vibrant blooms of every color stretched endlessly, their intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. Welcome to the inner world. Here, everything is void, yet everything is real, the woman's voice echoed beside him. Chen Yu turned to see her standing at his side, her silver hair fluttering in the breeze. Where is this? Chen Yu asked, bewildered. This is your inner world. Here, I can grant your every wish, she explained with a gentle smile. Chen Yu's heart raced as an idea struck him. Power, he needed power. In this dangerous world, only strength could protect himself and Li Siyu. I want to grow stronger. Chen Yu blurted out. Ding! The system has detected that the host has encountered the rare opportunity one-night beauty flower. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, startling Chen Yu. One-night beauty flower? What's that? Chen Yu wondered aloud. Host, you've hit the jackpot. The one-night beauty flower blooms once every 1,000 years. It is the most powerful flower for enhancing strength, capable of elevating the host's abilities to unimaginable levels, the system explained excitedly. So powerful. Chen Yu was overjoyed, but the system's next words brought him back to reality. Unfortunately, the one-night beauty flower only has a lifespan of one night. Once the flower wilts, its power will vanish. How much strength you can gain depends entirely on your luck. Chen Yu's heart sank, what a pity. Such immense power, yet it could only last for one fleeting night. The woman seemed to sense his thoughts and sighed softly. My life lasts only one night, but I am willing to give you everything I have. With that, she transformed into a brilliant green light and merged into Qinyu's body. Boom! A surge of incredible power erupted within Qinyu, making him feel as though his body was about to explode. At the same time, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. From afar, Li Xiyu noticed the commotion and rushed over. Seeing Qinyu surrounded by green and golden light, her heart filled with worry and confusion. "Qinyu, are you okay?" Li Xiyu cried out anxiously, but Qinyu was completely immersed in the transformation of his newfound strength and utterly oblivious to his surroundings. He felt an unending surge of power coursing through him, like an infinite wellspring, filling him with an unprecedented exhilaration. As the golden light gradually faded and the green glow disappeared, Qinyu slowly opened his eyes, which now flickered with a brilliance as radiant as the stars. Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming energy surging within him, and his heart brimmed with confidence. "See you, I feel like I've become stronger," Qinyu exclaimed with excitement. Li Xiyu, relieved to see he was unharmed, let out a sigh before walking over to his side and asking with concern, "What just happened to you?" Qinyu was about to explain when a strange sensation emanating from behind him made him abruptly turn around. Emerging slowly from the forest was a massive figure. It was a towering giant, over 2 meters tall, covered in rippling muscles and bronze-colored skin. In its hand, it wielded a spiked club, exuding a terrifying aura. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the giant swung its club toward Qinyu with a ferocious momentum. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dodged. The spiked club crashed into the ground with a deafening thud, creating a large crater. "What kind of monster is this?" Qinyu cursed inwardly. Li Xiyu immediately summoned her icebound war god, preparing to execute a dragging blade slash to counterattack the giant. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, "Congratulations to the host for ascending directly from E rank to A rank. Your strength has increased significantly. Current level, 15. Hearing the system's notification, Qinyu was so ecstatic that he nearly jumped for joy. He hadn't expected to jump 4 levels at once. The urge to test out his new abilities surged within him. "See you, let's give this giant rock monster a proper lesson." Qinyu's energy erupted like a volcano as he fixed his excited gaze on the giant, ready to face the challenge head-on. "Watch this." Before his words had fully left his lips, thick vines burst from his palms like serpents, swiftly entangling the giant rock monster. With his newfound rank, the strength and durability of the vines had dramatically increased, now as unyielding as steel. Roar! The giant struggled furiously, attempting to break free, but the more it wrestled, the tighter the vines constricted. Qinyu let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal as he chanted, "Puppet art, shatter." The vines tightened further, emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the giant rock monster's body was crushed by the vines, sending fragments flying in all directions. Li Xiyu was completely stunned, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. "Qinyu, you've become so strong." Dusting off the dirt on his clothes, Qinyu chuckled, I just got lucky and stumbled upon an opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" Li Xiyu asked curiously. Qinyu gave a mysterious smile. "That's a secret." He plucked some wild fruits from a nearby tree and handed them to Li Xiyu. "Eat something first. After that, we'll go look for the frost grass." Taking the fruit, Li Xiyu, still full of questions, decided not to press further, knowing Qinyu would eventually tell her. After finishing their meal, they set off to find the location of the frost grass. During the journey, Li Xiyu couldn't help but ponder the changes in Qinyu. He had become stronger, more confident, and somehow more enigmatic. "What are you thinking about?" Qinyu noticed Li Xiyu seemed distracted. "I'm thinking, who exactly are you?" Li Xiyu blurted out. Qinyu froze for a moment, then smiled. "Who else would I be? I'm your Qinyu." Li Xiyu gazed into Qinyu's eyes, her heart stirred. Suddenly, she reached out and gently touched his cheek. "No matter who you truly are, I will uncover your real self." Qinyu took hold of her hand and kissed it lightly. "No problem, Campus Queen." Li Xiyu's face turned bright red as she quickly pulled her hand away, turned around, and continued walking forward. Qinyu followed behind her, and the two pressed on. Before long, they arrived at the location of the frost grass, only to find several snow wolves circling the plant, their eyes fixed on it with vigilance. "It seems these snow wolves are protecting the frost grass," Qinyu whispered. "What should we do?" Li Xiyu asked anxiously. Qinyu flashed a confident grin. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Summoning the energy within him, Qinyu unleashed vines that shot out like tentacles from the ground, swiftly attacking the snow wolves. The wolves howled in terror, desperately trying to evade, but the vines were too fast, leaving them no chance to escape. Soon, all the snow wolves were entangled in the vines, immobilized. Qinyu approached the frost grass carefully, plucked it, and swiftly led Li Xiyu away. They found a secluded cave, and after setting up defensive measures at the entrance, Chen Yu said to Li Xiyu, absorb the energy of the frostgrass to enhance your skills. Li Xiyu nodded and sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the energy. Chen Yu stood guard at the cave entrance, keeping a vigilant watch. Time passed slowly, and Li Xiyu began to tremble. The chill emanating from her body grew more intense, and the temperature in the cave plummeted. Suddenly, she let out a pained groan, her body shuddering violently. Xiyu. Chen Yu's heart tightened as he rushed to her side and pulled her into his arms. Li Xiyu's face was pale, her lips turning purple, and her body was as cold as ice. Trembling, she murmured, so cold. Chen Yu's mind raced with panic. He had no idea what was happening to her or how to help her. All he could do was hold her tightly, trying to warm her with his own body heat. Suddenly, a surge of intense cold erupted from Li Xiyu's body, enveloping them both. Chen Yu felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. The cold was bone-chilling, and his entire body shook uncontrollably. At that moment, he noticed that Li Xiyu's clothes had somehow been torn apart, revealing her pale, flawless skin, which was now covered in a thin layer of frost that glimmered with a cold light. Chen Yu's heart clenched as the frigid air seemed to pierce straight to his soul. The frost spread like vines, threatening to consume her entirely. System. What's happening to her? Chen Yu urgently called out to the system. Ding! The host's target, Li Xiyu, is experiencing a backlash from the frostgrass's energy. Immediate action is recommended, the system replied in its usual cold, emotionless tone. What action? Tell me now. Chen Yu demanded, his heart pounding with anxiety. Ding! The system recommends activating the spin wheel feature. There is a chance to acquire a tool or skill to resolve the issue. You're seriously giving me a gamble at a time like this? Chen Yu cursed inwardly, but he had no time to argue. Fine. Activate the spin wheel. A massive wheel appeared in Chen Yu's mind, spinning rapidly with dazzling, multicolored sections. He yanked the lever, and the wheel spun faster and faster until the pointer finally stopped on a shimmering golden section labeled SSS Level Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense? How is that going to help? She's freezing herself. Chen Yu shouted in frustration. The system remained indifferent. Ding! The host has obtained SSS Level Absolute Defense, capable of repelling any external attacks. Repelling external attacks? This is internal. Useless system. Chen Yu grumbled, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, he remembered the blazing grass he'd found in the secret realm. Its fiery properties might just come in handy. Chen Yu quickly retrieved the blazing grass seed and channeled his energy to make it grow. In an instant, a vibrant blazing grass plant sprouted in the cave, radiating intense heat. He placed the blazing grass beside Li Xiyu, hoping it would alleviate some of the frost. Ding! The host's use of blazing grass has a chance of mitigating the target's symptoms but cannot completely cure them. The ice-melting flower, a rare herb found in the secret realm, can fully neutralize the frostgrass backlash. Ice-melting flower? In the secret realm? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Yu roared in frustration. There was no time to dwell on his anger. Holding Li Xiyu tightly, Chen Yu dashed out of the cave, the wind and snow raged outside, the icy gusts biting to the bone. Chen Yu's entire body was tense. He had to return to the secret realm as soon as possible. But just then, a series of wolf howls echoed through the blizzard. A few massive snow wolves emerged before him, their eyes glimmering with green light as they locked their gaze onto Li Xiyu. It seemed the scent of the ice-frozen grass had drawn them here. Although he had bound some snow wolves with vines earlier, others had tracked them down. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed inwardly, his heart tightening with urgency. Holding Li Xiyu in his arms restricted his movements, leaving him at a disadvantage against these snow wolves. The wolves advanced, and Chen Yu watched them warily, his mind racing for a way out. Suddenly, one of the snow wolves pounced, its sharp claws swiping toward him. Chen Yu sidestepped just in time to avoid the attack, but the snow wolf was frighteningly fast. Another set of claws came slashing toward him. With no other choice, Chen Yu activated his SSS level absolute defense. Instantly, a golden barrier enveloped him, causing the snow wolf's assault to land with a dull thud against the shield, unable to break through. Howl! The leader of the snow wolves let out a piercing cry, prompting the other wolves to launch a coordinated attack. The golden barrier trembled under the repeated blows, as if it might shatter at any moment. Chen Yu's anxiety grew, he had to break through. The cold wind bit harshly at his skin, and Li Xiyu's body temperature was steadily dropping. He could barely feel her breath. System. Where is the melting ice grass? Chen Yu was on the brink of despair. Beep, host's emotional fluctuations detected. Please remain calm. Searching now. Melting ice grass is typically found near ice-frozen grass. Ice-frozen grass. Chen Yu nearly choked on his frustration. He had just escaped danger, and now he had to go back. Fury surged within him as he came to a sudden stop. Vines shot out like serpents, coiling tightly around the charging snow wolf. Taking advantage of the hesitation among the other wolves, Chen Yu bolted back in the direction he had come. The return journey was fraught with peril. He hadn't gone far when he encountered the black mirror python from earlier. The creature had come for revenge, its mirror-like scales reflecting an icy sheen, and its cold, cruel eyes filled with malice. Chen Yu's heart sank. Truly, trouble never came alone. He dared not linger, clutching Li Xiu tightly as he desperately evaded the snake. But the black mirror python was astonishingly fast. Its massive tail swept toward him, and before Chen Yu could dodge, it struck him squarely. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh! Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt his internal organs shift painfully out of place. Struggling to his feet, he saw the black mirror python slithering closer, its foul tongue nearly brushing against his face. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. With a flick of his wrist, the vines shot out again, wrapping around the python's head as he pulled with all his might. A life-and-death struggle erupted on the snowy ground. Though severely injured, Chen Yu summoned incredible strength for Li Xiu's sake, eventually driving the black mirror python away. The victory came at a heavy cost. His wounds were deep enough to reveal bone, and his blood soaked through his clothes. Staggering to his feet, he carried Li Xiu to a nearby concealed cave. Placing her down gently, Chen Yu checked her condition. To his relief, the frost on her body seemed to be melting slightly, and her breathing had steadied somewhat. Thank goodness. Really, thank goodness, Chen Yu murmured, exhaling a breath of relief. He retrieved some blazing grass from his storage pouch and placed it beside Li Xiu, then took out medicinal supplies to tend to his own wounds. After bandaging himself, his complexion improved slightly, though his body remained weak. Resting briefly, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to find the melting ice grass quickly. Casting one last glance at Li Xiu, his eyes flickered with determination as he turned and left the cave. Outside, the storm had grown fiercer, the world a vast expanse of white. Chen Yu took a deep breath, dragging his exhausted body toward the ice-frozen grass field. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a blade, the pain in his legs sharp and unrelenting. But he clenched his teeth and persevered. Li Xiu's life hung by a thread, and he couldn't afford to stop. TSK, what a stubborn mule. A crisp voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yu's mind, tinged with mockery. You're in this state, and you still won't ask me for help. Chen Yu froze, realizing he'd nearly forgotten about the ancestor residing within him. In his desperation for Li Xiu, he hadn't even thought of Yoshi. Yoshi, can you help me? Chen Yu's voice was weak, but it carried a sliver of hope. Of course I can. What, you think I'm just hanging out in your body for fun? If you'd asked me earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much, Yoshi retorted, clearly annoyed. Well, I was in a bit of a panic, Chen Yu replied sheepishly, managing an awkward smile. Yoshi snorted coldly. Fine. Since you're so sincere, this grand lady will lend you a hand. Before her voice had even faded, a figure slowly emerged from Chen Yu's body. It was an incomparably beautiful woman. Her long blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were exquisitely delicate, and her eyes sparkled with a vibrant blue hue. She wore a pale blue gown and held a glowing trident in her hand, resembling a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Though her form was somewhat translucent, marking her as a soul rather than a physical being, her presence was undeniable. Chen Yu was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such beauty before, not even Li Xiu could compare. But now was not the time to admire her. He quickly averted his gaze, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. Yoshi seemed to notice his reaction, and a slight smile played on her lips. Have you stared enough? If you're done, let's get to work. Oh, Chen Yu stammered, snapping back to reality. Yoshi, it's up to you. Hold off those troublesome creatures for me. Yoshi glanced at him. Do you even know where the melting ice grass is? Or are you just asking me to stall blindly? I know. Just hold them off for a bit, Chen Yu replied, having already confirmed the exact location of the melting ice grass with his system. Chen Yu and Yoshi returned to the area where the ice-frozen grass grew. The snow wolves quickly sensed their arrival and surrounded them. Their fierce gazes made it clear they saw Chen Yu as a thief. Yoshi, I'll leave them to you. I'm going to retrieve the melting ice grass. It's in the wolves' den, so it might take some time. Without waiting for her response, Chen Yu dashed into the snow wolves' den. Don't worry, I'll keep them occupied. Be careful and stay alert, Yoshi said as she swung her trident. A blue light enveloped the snow wolves, holding them in place. Chen Yu hurried into the den, relieved to find it empty. Clearly, Yoshi had drawn the wolves away. The air inside was fragrant, and a small, crystalline blue grass emitted a faint chill. There it is, the melting ice grass. Chen Yu immediately recognized the precious herb, his heart leaping with excitement. Carefully, he harvested the grass and stored it in his pouch. Not long after, Yoshi floated into the den. Seeing that Chen Yu had successfully retrieved the grass, she smiled. Alright, let's head back. Yoshi floated ahead, but before Chen Yu could relax, a shadow lunged at him from the darkness, slamming him to the ground. What the hell? Chen Yu scrambled to defend himself, only to realize that the attacker was an enormous snow wolf, far larger than any he had encountered before. Its entire body radiated a terrifying aura, and its crimson eyes fixed on him with deadly intent, drool splattering across his face. Snow Wolf King. Yoshi's heart sank. This was the leader of the Snow Wolf pack, its strength far surpassing that of ordinary snow wolves. After being knocked back several meters, the Snow Wolf King charged forward once more. The narrow space left Chen Yu with no room to dodge, and Yoshi immediately activated her shield to protect him. The Snow Wolf King's sharp claws carried a bone-chilling wind, slashing fiercely against Yoshi's shield. The shield trembled violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. Chen Yu felt the immense force strike him, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Without Yoshi's shield, he would have already been ripped to pieces. His vision darkened, and consciousness blurred. In his daze, he felt himself being hurled through the air like a broken sack, smashing heavily against the icy stone wall. Chen Yu. Yoshi was also pushed back several meters. Seeing Chen Yu being flung away, her heart tightened. She immediately swung her trident, sending water blades raining down on the Snow Wolf King like a storm. Though formidable, the Snow Wolf King gradually fell into a disadvantage under Yoshi's desperate attacks. Yoshi's expression was cold, and her eyes glimmered with killing intent. She knew that if she didn't fight with everything she had, Chen Yu would surely die here today. The narrow mountain cave limited her movements, and the power of her water control technique couldn't be fully unleashed. But she did not retreat. Her trident swung relentlessly, desperately fending off the Snow Wolf King's frenzied assaults. The harsh environment and the Snow Wolf King's attacks rapidly depleted Yoshi's spiritual energy. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in her meridians, and gathered her last bit of spiritual energy into her trident. With a powerful swing, a dazzling blue light knocked the Snow Wolf King back several meters. Yoshi picked up the unconscious Chen Yu, her figure flickering as she disappeared deeper into the cave. When they reappeared, they had already returned to the ice cave where Li Siyu was located. Yoshi gently laid Chen Yu down and looked at the wound on his chest, her heart aching. With trembling hands, she reached out, wanting to touch his cheek but hesitated, afraid of disturbing him. "I'm sorry, I'm too tired. I can only bring you here, I can no longer protect you." Yoshi's voice was faint, as if it might vanish at any moment. Her figure grew increasingly translucent until she finally transformed into a streak of blue light, entering Chen Yu's forehead. In her final moment, Yoshi softly kissed Chen Yu's lips. In his haze, Chen Yu felt someone kissing him, the gentle touch stirring his heart. He struggled to open his eyes, catching a glimpse of a blurry figure, a beautiful young woman gazing at him tenderly. "Who are you?" Chen Yu wanted to speak, but no sound came out. The young woman chuckled softly, fleeting like the ephemeral bloom of a flower, then transformed into a streak of blue light, merging into Chen Yu's forehead. Chen Yu jolted awake, touching his forehead as a warm current surged through his body. "Yoshi," he murmured, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. He knew that Yoshi must have suffered greatly to save him. There was no time for grief. Chen Yu quickly thought of Li Siyu, retrieving the ice-melting herb and carefully feeding it to her. As soon as the herb entered her mouth, a cool aura rapidly spread. The frost covering Li Siyu's body began to melt, and her complexion gradually regained its color. Moments later, Li Siyu slowly opened her eyes, meeting Chen Yu's anxious gaze. Her heart warmed. "Chen Yu, what happened to me?" she asked weakly. "You're all right now," Chen Yu exclaimed, hugging her tightly. But the movement tugged at his chest wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing the injuries on his body, Li Siyu's face turned pale with fright. You're hurt. What happened?" She hurried to examine his wounds, her eyes full of concern. "It's nothing, just a scratch," Chen Yu replied with a forced smile, pretending to be nonchalant so as not to worry her. "A scratch? You're bleeding so much. Tell me what really happened." Li Siyu's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Chen Yu stammered, "We were ambushed by snow wolves earlier." Li Siyu hugged him tightly, her soft body pressing against him, a faint fragrance spreading in the air. Chen Yu felt enveloped by a warm energy, his emotions growing complicated. He glanced down at Li Siyu in his arms, her flushed face, sparkling eyes, and delicate features stirring something deep within him. "Chen Yu," Li Siyu murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yu lowered his head and kissed her lips. Lee Siyu froze momentarily, then closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. The two embraced tightly, savoring this fleeting moment of intimacy. After what felt like an eternity, Lee Siyu suddenly realized her lapse in composure. She shyly pushed Chin-yu away, her face glowing red. You. She glared at him playfully, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chin-yu scratched his head awkwardly. I couldn't help myself just now. Lost control. Stop talking and focus on healing. Lee Siyu interrupted him, lowering her head in embarrassment. Chin-yu pulled out a clean set of clothes from his storage pouch and handed them to Lee Siyu. Here, change into these first. Lee Siyu took the clothes and turned away to change. Chin-yu sat cross-legged, beginning to channel his energy to heal his wounds. After changing, Lee Siyu returned to sit beside Chin-yu, silently watching him. Chin-yu. Yeah. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll try to accept you, she said, summoning the courage to voice her feelings. Chin-yu smiled faintly. You're welcome. Once we pass the 10 Great Academies trials, you can give me your answer. Alright. Promise me you won't get hurt like this again, okay? She pleaded, her gaze earnest. Chin-yu's heart warmed as he grasped her hand. I promise. Lee Siyu leaned against his shoulder, her thoughts filled with determination to enter Heino Academy. She couldn't help but wonder if Chin-yu could keep up with her pace. After resting in the secret realm for half a day, the two returned to Songjiang High School. Upon exiting the secret realm, Qin Naren, the principal, Qin Qianqian, and Gu Ling were all waiting for them. Seeing them emerge, the group immediately approached to check on their condition. Qin Qianqian, noticing Chin-yu's injuries, promptly began treating him. Qianqian, thank you, Chin-yu said. Supported by Lee Siyu, Chin-yu sat down. Qin Naren noticed Lee Siyu wearing Chin-yu's clothes, her expression subtly shifting. Gu Ling also caught this detail. After finishing the treatment, Qin Qianqian glanced at Lee Siyu, who had stayed close to Chin-yu, particularly noting her ill-fitting attire. She struggled to believe it, silently reassuring herself that nothing had happened. Lee Siyu seemed aware of their gaze. You've finally returned. The match against White Eagle High is in 2 days. How was your training? Qin Naren asked calmly, her eyes sweeping over Chin-yu and Lee Siyu. Noticing their slightly disheveled state, especially Lee Siyu's ill-fitting clothes, her gaze flickered with complexity before she quickly suppressed it. Rest for now. Come to my office tomorrow. Back in the dormitory, Chin-yu collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted from the battles in the secret realm and the subtle emotional shifts with Lee Siyu. Lee Siyu, however, lay awake, Chin-yu's kiss imprinted on her mind like a brand, impossible to forget. She touched the clothes carrying Chin-yu's scent, her feelings a tangled mix she couldn't quite articulate. The next day, in Qin Naren's office. Speak. What happened in the secret realm? Qin Naren cut straight to the point, her gaze sweeping between the two of them. Lee Siyu took a deep breath and quickly said, Teacher Qin, I comprehended a new skill in the secret realm, frozen miles. Qin Naren was slightly taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Oh. So soon. Show me. Lee Siyu stepped to the center of the office, took a deep breath, and slowly raised her hands. A wave of cold air instantly spread out. The room's temperature dropped sharply, and even a thin layer of frost appeared on the teacups. With her movements, a massive sphere of ice began to condense in her palms, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Not bad. This skill is enough to go toe-to-toe with White Eagle High. A trace of approval flashed in Qin Naren's eyes. It seems this trip to the secret realm has yielded significant results for both of you. The previously silent principal nodded in agreement. Lee Siyu, your talent is extraordinary. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve great things. Lee Siyu smiled modestly, saying, this is all thanks to Chin-yu's help. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Qin Naren's gaze shifted to Chin-yu, her eyes probing. Chin-yu, what about you? Did you gain anything? Chin-yu scratched his head and let out a sheepish laugh. Me? My strength has improved a little. A little? Show us. Qin Naren looked at him with a half-smile. Chin-yu stepped to the center of the office, took a deep breath, and suddenly released a wave of powerful energy. Slowly raising his right hand, a golden light began to gather in his palm, emanating a frighteningly intense energy fluctuation. A rank. Qin Naren and the principal exclaimed in unison. Lee Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chin-yu. She hadn't expected him to already reach A rank. It seemed the secret realm truly held unimaginable opportunities. You're already A rank? Qin Naren felt a bit dizzy. In just 1 week, he had advanced from B rank to A rank. It was monstrous. The principal also looked stunned as he gazed at Chin-yu, his expression filled with astonishment. Chin-yu, this is truly beyond expectations. Chin-yu retracted the golden glow and chuckled. Heh, just lucky, I guess. I came across some opportunities. Qin Naren almost burst out laughing. Lucky? Don't give me that nonsense, kid. Explain. How did you pull this off? Chen Yu shrugged, putting on an innocent face. It really was just luck. I encountered some opportunities in the secret realm, and then I broke through. Qin Naren wanted to press further but was interrupted by the principal. Alright, Naren. If he doesn't want to explain, let's not force him. Young people should keep some secrets. Although Qin Naren was unwilling, she didn't pursue it further. Chen Yu, Li Siyu, the two of you performed outstandingly this time. The school will reward you accordingly, the principal said with a smile. Especially you, Chen Yu. Reaching A rank at such a young age, your future is limitless. Chen Yu gave a modest smile. Thank you for the praise, principal. Alright, you two can go now. Get ready for the upcoming competition. Qin Naren waved her hand, signaling their dismissal. As they left the office, Li Siyu couldn't help but ask, Chen Yu, are you really A rank now? Chen Yu nodded, smiling. As real as it gets. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. She hooked her arm around his and playfully teased, you're such a monster. Chen Yu laughed and pinched her nose. You're just figuring that out now. The two of them bantered and laughed as they walked back to the dormitory. In the following days, both Chen Yu and Li Siyu focused on preparing for the upcoming competition. White Eagle High's strength was not to be underestimated. After Chen Yu and Li Siyu had left, the principal's smile gradually faded. His gaze lingered on the direction they had gone, his expression contemplative. Naren, this Chen Yu is no ordinary student, the principal said slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of awe. Leaning against the desk, Qin Naren raised an eyebrow. So the principal noticed too. That kid hides it well. I didn't see any sign of such potential before. The principal walked to the window, staring into the distance, his voice deep. A rank. The opportunities he encountered aren't something that can be explained away by mere luck. With talent like his, if nurtured properly, his future will be limitless. A glint of light danced in Qin Naren's eyes. Principal, are you suggesting Chen Yu wants to get into Lunar Eclipse Academy? Naturally, he's our school's ace, but the competition is fierce. Even with his current strength, as impressive as it is, getting into Lunar Eclipse won't be easy. The principal paused, his gaze sharpening. However, for the Strive Battle team, he's absolutely qualified. Naren, guide him well. Even if he doesn't make it into Lunar Eclipse, he has to secure a spot on the Strive team. Qin Naren smiled faintly. Don't worry. I know what to do. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yu didn't rush to train. Instead, he dealt with the injuries he had sustained. Although he had gained much from the secret realm, he hadn't come out unscathed. Fortunately, none of the injuries were serious. Li Siyu sat beside him, carefully tending to his wounds, her eyes full of concern. Ow, easy. Chen Yu exaggeratedly cried out, making Li Siyu roll her eyes. Serves you right. Who told you to act tough, she said, though her hands moved even more gently. 2 days flew by, and the match between Starshine High and White Eagle High arrived as scheduled. The venue was the city's central stadium, packed to capacity, the atmosphere electric. Chen Yu and Li Siyu walked side by side into the waiting room, where their teammates were already waiting. When the two entered, a flash of malice flickered in Wang Wei's eyes, though it was quickly masked. Chen Yu, Li Siyu, you're finally here. Team Captain Zhang Yi greeted them warmly. Everyone's been worried sick these last few days. Thank goodness you're alright. Chen Yu patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry, we're fine. But what about you guys? How's training been? Thanks to you, we've made great progress. Zhang Yi replied with a laugh. Especially Wang Wei, he's been training like a man possessed. Chen Yu turned to look at Wang Wei, who merely gave a slight nod in greeting. Chen Yu sighed inwardly, knowing Wang Wei still harbored some resentment. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The competition was the priority. I've got some thoughts about this match, Chen Yu said, walking to the tactical board and pointing at the profiles of White Eagle High's team members. Their team is strong, especially their captain Su Jingjing, an SSS rank summoner. She's incredibly tough to deal with. So, our strategy is. Chen Yu laid out his plan in detail, and the team nodded in agreement. Chen Yu, are you really A rank now? Wang Wei suddenly asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Chen Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. After a moment of silence, Wang Wei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, about what happened before. I'm sorry. Chen Yu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. It's all in the past. Right now, our only goal is to win this match. Before taking the stage, Chen Yu pulled Wang Wei aside and spoke in a low voice. Wang Wei, I know you still harbor resentment, but now is not the time to act on emotion. For this match, I hope you can set aside personal grievances and focus all your energy. Remember, the goal is victory. Wang Wei looked into Chen Yu's resolute eyes and eventually nodded. I understand. The match began, and both teams quickly got into the flow. Following Chen Yu's plan, Wang Wei and Su De worked together, while Wang Wei and Su Li conserved their strength to counter the second team. At the same time, they used their speed and techniques to disrupt the other players from White Eagle High. Wang Wei and Su Li's coordination was flawless, and White Eagle High's first team was swiftly defeated. The first round ended with remarkable speed. Wang Wei and Su Da's collaboration swept through White Eagle's second team like a storm, prompting thunderous applause and deafening cheers from the audience. However, Li Xiyu keenly noticed something unusual in the way Wang Wei and Su Li exchanged glances. A sense of unease welled up in her heart. They seem to have a problem, Li Xiyu whispered to Chen Yu, her brows furrowed. Following her gaze, Chen Yu also noticed the oddity. Though Wang Wei and Su Li worked seamlessly together, their actions lacked a certain edge, as if they were deliberately holding back. Let's keep observing, Chen Yu said solemnly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. The second match began quickly. This time, Wang Wei and Su Li faced off against another team from White Eagle High. However, from the very start, their performance became oddly passive, with weak attacks and a defense riddled with gaps. What's going on? Why are Wang Wei and Su Li suddenly so weak? Zhang Yi asked in confusion. They're throwing the match. Chen Qianqian suddenly stood up, pointing angrily at Wang Wei. They're losing on purpose. Wang Wei, you're an absolute disgrace to Songjiang High. Chen Qianqian's words rang out like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the crowd's emotions. The audience broke into waves of murmurs and curses. The principal's expression darkened, and he shook his head in disappointment. He couldn't believe Wang Wei would let personal grievances lead him to such a shameful act of betrayal against Chen Yu. Qin Naren approached Chen Yu with a grave expression. Chen Yu, be careful. This situation might be more complicated than it seems. Chen Yu nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Wei on the field. His mind was filled with questions. They had all agreed beforehand, why would Wang Wei deliberately lose the match? The match continued, and Wang Wei and Su Li were unsurprisingly defeated. Just as everyone assumed the competition was over, White Eagle High's team leader suddenly announced their forfeit and sent out their ace player, Su Jingjing. Su Jingjing. They're sending out their ace directly? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock. Su Jingjing, an SSS-class summoner, was White Eagle High's trump card, her strength unfathomable. Chen Yu and Li Xiyu exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Was this move targeted at Xiyu? It seems they want to end this quickly, Chen Yu said, taking a deep breath. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. Then let's bring it on. Chen Yu stepped onto the field with Li Xiyu, Gu Ling, and Chen Qianqian. The four of them emanated a unique aura, their presence commanding attention. Su Jingjing strode onto the field, her long golden hair flowing in the wind like sunlight reflecting off sacred streams. Her sharp gaze and commanding presence exuded the aura of a predator ready to strike. Chen Yu, I've been keeping an eye on you. An F-class puppet master, Su Jingjing said, a cold smirk curling at her lips. Today, I want to see what you're capable of. You did well against Tyran High, but let's see if that was just luck. Her eyes locked onto Chen Yu with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. Chen Yu didn't respond. He silently clenched his fists, knowing this would be a fierce battle. He exchanged a glance with Li Xiyu, and the two silently communicated their plan, to stall for time and prevent White Eagle High from securing a quick victory. White Eagle High's decision to send out their ace player was a gamble to end the match decisively, leaving no chance for Songjiang High to turn the tide. To earn the attention of a beauty like you, I'm flattered, Chen Yu quipped with a smile, trying to project an air of calm confidence and seize the psychological advantage. Li Xiyu activated her frozen battle god ability, a shimmering blue light materializing into the form of an icy deity. Frigid winds swept across the field. The frozen battle god, an SSS-class skill, was her trump card, a perfect blend of offense and defense. However, Su Jingjing's gaze remained locked on Chen Yu, as if Li Xiyu's presence was an afterthought. This dismissive attitude ignited a fire of fury within Li Xiyu. She was no mere decoration, no one had the right to underestimate her. Hey, Su Jingjing. Your opponent is me. Li Xiyu shouted, her voice ringing with anger. The icy deity swung its massive glaive, slashing toward Su Jingjing with immense force. Su Jingjing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Her figure blurred, easily dodging the attack. Without even glancing at Li Xiyu, she said coldly to Chen Yu, my target is you. You're hiding something intriguing. Li Xiyu's anger flared even more, but she kept her cool. She knew the most important thing now was to work with her teammates and aim for victory. Though infuriated, she had no choice but to retreat while Su Jingjing's focus remained firmly on Chen Yu. Qianqian, acceleration, Chen Yu said in a low voice. Now he had to find a way to evade Su Jingjing and catch her off guard with vines to bind her. Su Jingjing hadn't anticipated this tactic, and she was momentarily caught off guard, entangled in the vines. Clearly, Chen Yu was the key to this battle. In the back line, Chen Qianqian immediately activated her support skill upon hearing Chen Yu's call, enhancing Chen Yu and Li Siyu's abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Ling and Chen Yu worked in perfect harmony, attempting to break through White Eagle High's defensive line to target their healer. But White Eagle High's teamwork was impeccable. In addition to the formidable Su Jingjing, they had an SSS-class defender who was nearly immune to all physical attacks. He stood like an unyielding fortress, guarding their back line. Chen Yu and Gu Ling's repeated attacks were effortlessly parried, as if they were slamming into an iron wall. It was impossible to make a dent. Damn it! What kind of turtle shell is this? Gu Ling cursed in frustration. At the same time, Li Siyu found herself in a precarious situation. White Eagle High's tactician controlled a massive mechanical device, firing energy cannons at her with pinpoint accuracy. The energy cannons were powerful and swift, leaving Li Siyu scrambling to evade. She had no opportunity to assist Chen Yu or Gu Ling. What is this thing? It's like a homing missile. Li Siyu grumbled as she dodged. The situation grew increasingly dire for Songjiang High. White Eagle High's four-person team worked seamlessly, balancing offense and defense with seemingly no weaknesses. Chen Yu and his teammates were trapped, like flies caught in an invisible web, unable to move freely. Chen Yu, we need a plan to break through their defense. Gu Ling said urgently. Chen Yu furrowed his brows, quickly scanning White Eagle High's formation for a weakness. Suddenly, his gaze landed on White Eagle High's tactician in the back line. The tactician had been hiding behind the team, operating the mechanical device for ranged attacks. If they could take him out, it might turn the tide of the battle. Gu Ling, cover me. Chen Yu shouted in a low voice as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting straight toward the tactician. Gu Ling immediately understood his intention and unleashed his sword aura, blocking White Eagle High's other players to create an opening for Chen Yu. Chen Yu's speed was like lightning. In an instant, he was before the tactician, his sword aimed directly at the opponent's throat. At the last critical moment, Su Jingjing's figure suddenly appeared in front of the tactician, intercepting Chen Yu's blade. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out, sparks flying as Su Jingjing's sword met Chen Yu's. His attack was parried with precision. You won't succeed. Don't forget, your opponent is me. Su Jingjing's cold snort was laced with murderous intent. Chen Yu cursed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated White Eagle High's strength. Just then, an exclamation erupted from the sidelines. Qin Naren and the principal spotted the tactician launching a fireball attack toward Chen Yu. Brother Yu, watch out! Chen Qianqian shouted. Chen Yu instinctively looked up, only to see a massive fireball descending from the sky, heading straight for him. The fireball was incredibly fast, leaving Chen Yu no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as it grew larger. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the arena. The fireball detonated in front of Chen Yu, its shockwave blasting him off his feet. He tumbled across the ground, finally coming to a stop after several rolls. Dazed, he stood up, wiping the dirt from his face. The acrid smell of charred air filled his nose. He thought grimly to himself, this fireball spell is far stronger than I anticipated. Chen Yu! Li Siyu cried out in alarm. An energy cannon grazed her cheek, leaving a shallow cut. She was barely holding her own and had no way to assist Chen Yu. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yu quickly retreated. He knew he had to escape the danger zone immediately. In a split second, he activated his vine ability. The tendrils, like agile serpents, wrapped around a distant boulder. With a sudden forceful pull, the vines propelled him backward, narrowly dodging the follow-up attack. That was close. These guys are ruthless. Gu Ling muttered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After landing safely, Chen Yu quickly scanned the battlefield. Su Jingjing and the tactician were the most pressing threats from White Eagle High. Su Jingjing, in particular, had yet to unleash her summoning skills. Clearly, she was testing their strength. On the other hand, Li Siyu's abilities were already exposed. She was struggling just to defend herself against the tactician's relentless and precise assaults. Chen Yu realized that White Eagle High had identified Li Siyu's weaknesses and deliberately assigned the tactician to target her. Meanwhile, Su Jingjing kept her focus solely on him. Nimbly evading Su Jingjing's strikes, Chen Yu thought to himself, I need to finish this quickly. He locked eyes with Li Siyu. The exchange of glances was enough to communicate their plan. Li Siyu gave him a subtle nod, signaling her understanding. Gu Ling, get ready to back me up. Chen Yu called out. Got it. Gu Ling's sword hummed with energy, its aura spreading as he prepared to strike. Chen Yu took a deep breath, channeling all his focus on the tactician, who was still stationed in the back, controlling his mechanical device. If they could eliminate him, the tides of the battle might finally turn. Now's the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu dashed toward the tactician again. Gu Ling instinctively unleashed a fierce wave of sword aura, forcing White Eagle High's defender to fall back and clearing the way for Qinyu. But Su Jingjing wasn't about to let this happen. Her figure blurred as she intercepted Qinyu, her blade forcing him to retreat yet again. "You'll never get close to him." Su Jingjing sneered. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Qinyu's lips as he thought, "This is exactly what I was waiting for, the moment the tactician looks at me." Soul capture. Qinyu's eyes gleamed with an intense light as his powerful mental energy surged, enveloping White Eagle High's tactician. The tactician immediately felt dizzy, his consciousness growing blurry. He struggled to resist, but Qinyu's skill was too overwhelming for him to fend off. "Something's wrong," Su Jingjing exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. But it was too late. The tactician's eyes turned vacant, his body stiff and motionless like a marionette under someone else's control. "It worked," Qinyu thought triumphantly. "Now, it's your turn." Qinyu turned to Su Jingjing, his gaze sharp and icy. With the tactician under his control, Qinyu commanded him to halt his attacks and recalibrate the mechanical device's cannon to aim at White Eagle High's defender. Boom! A powerful blast rang out as the energy cannon struck the defender directly. Though the defender had an almost invincible, diamond body, skill, the attack exceeded his limits. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward as the golden glow around him dimmed significantly. "Now's our chance," Qinyu shouted as he and Gu Ling launched a fierce assault on the weakened defender. Without the tactician's coordination, White Eagle High's formation descended into chaos. The defender struggled against the combined attacks of Qinyu and Gu Ling, while Su Jingjing was tied up dealing with Li Xiu. For the first time, White Eagle High found themselves on the defensive. "Damn it! How does this guy have such a skill?" Su Jingjing cursed inwardly. She never expected Qinyu to be able to control their tactician. Watching helplessly as their tactician fell under Qinyu's control, a flicker of panic flashed across Su Jingjing's face, quickly replaced by fury. She had heard that Qinyu was only an E-class puppet master. She hadn't imagined his abilities would be so formidable. Clearly, he had been concealing his strength in previous matches. She had underestimated him, but she still had an ace up her sleeve. "Do you think you can win this so easily?" Su Jingjing gritted her teeth as a radiant light erupted behind her. A pair of enormous white wings unfolded, their holy glow enveloping her, making her appear like an angel descending from the heavens. "Angel God summon." Gasps erupted from the audience. This was Su Jingjing's ultimate ability and the hallmark of her status as White Eagle High's ace. As the light wings beat, a roaring wind swept across the arena. Su Jingjing conjured a massive sword radiating holy energy. With devastating force, she slashed it toward Qinyu. The sword's momentum was so overwhelming that Li Xiu was forced to retreat several steps. "Xiu, watch out!" Qinyu shouted. But Li Xiu was prepared. She quickly summoned a thick ice shield in front of her, barely managing to block the massive sword strike. The shield emitted a harsh cracking sound as fractures spread across its surface. "Frozen wasteland!" Li Xiu cried out, unleashing an intense frost that surged outward, instantly freezing Su Jingjing and her wings mid-air, rendering her a stunningly lifelike ice sculpture. The audience fell silent, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The ultimate clash between these two powerful women had ended in such a dramatic and unexpected way. However, the clash of Su Jingjing's angel god aura and Li Xiu's frozen battle god skill created a powerful shockwave. Qin Qianshan, Gu Ling, White Eagle High's tactician, and their healer were all blasted off the field, immediately knocked unconscious. Qinyu managed to anchor himself with his vines, while White Eagle High's defender, Jiang Mian, relied on his defensive skills to avoid being blown away. The four fallen players were quickly declared out by the referee and carried to the infirmary upon the principal and Qin Naren's orders. Now, only Li Xiu, Qinyu, and White Eagle High's last remaining player, Jiang Mian, remained in the arena. Jiang Mian stood tall and imposing, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield. His expression was dark, his eyes burning with resentment and fury, like a towering steel fortress refusing to yield. "You think you can win with just this? I am the strongest defender of White Eagle High," he roared, his armor radiating a dazzling light, with powerful energy waves surging out from his body. Indestructible golden body. Jiang Mian activated his skill again, and a golden glow enveloped him entirely, transforming him into what seemed like a golden giant. Qinyu and Li Xiu exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Xiu, you handle Su Jingjing, leave him to me," Qinyu said firmly. Li Xiu nodded. The battle was now a 2-on-2 situation. If Qinyu could hold off the defender, she would have the opportunity to exploit Su Jingjing's weaknesses and secure the match. Qinyu took a deep breath, summoned vines, and in a flash, his figure turned into a blur as he charged toward the defender. Vine growth. The vines spread rapidly, restricting the defender's movements. Qinyu swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and launched a fierce attack. Clang! A loud crash echoed as the dagger struck the defender's shield with force, sparks flying everywhere. Yet, the defender stood unmoving, his shield showing not even a single scratch. Huh, it's useless. My defense is unbreakable, the defender laughed wildly, his eyes full of disdain. Chen Yu frowned deeply. The defender's resilience was far stronger than he had anticipated. Again, Chen Yu unleashed an even stronger skill. Vine expansion. The vines surged forward like a mighty dragon, coiling toward the defender. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's dagger transformed into a long sword, slashing fiercely. Countless sword shadows wove into a net, enveloping the defender. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding resounded like thunder throughout the arena, sparks erupting like fireworks. However, the defender remained as steady as a mountain, his shield completely unscathed. It's useless. Give up. You'll never defeat me, the defender's tone grew increasingly mocking. Chen Yu's attacks grew fiercer, yet they failed to inflict any substantial damage on the defender, rendering his efforts nearly ineffective. This won't work. His defense is too strong. My attacks can't shake him, Chen Yu thought grimly. His repeated strikes clashed against the defender's shield, sending sparks flying but leaving not a single mark. The defender stood as immovable as a mountain, radiating confidence. Kid, aren't you tired? Take a break. Your attacks couldn't even tickle me. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Xiyu and Su Jingjing had reached a fever pitch. The icy blue frost warlord clashed violently with the golden angelic deity. Each collision unleashed deafening booms, shaking the entire arena. The audience below stared in awe, many witnessing an SSS-level battle for the first time. The destructive power, dazzling speed, and spectacular skill effects left them utterly stunned. My god, this is insane. Is this what an SSS-level battle looks like? Su Jingjing's angelic deity is way too strong. Li Xiyu's frost warlord seems to be struggling to hold on. Chen Yu's side is in a stalemate too. He can't break through the defender's defense. If this keeps up, they'll lose. The murmurs of the audience filled the arena, tension thick in the air. Despite the frost warlord's strength, it seemed to falter against the overwhelming power of the angelic deity. With each swing of its massive light sword, the angelic deity unleashed devastating force, leaving cracks all over the frost warlord's armor. Damn it, how is her power this strong? Li Xiyu gritted her teeth, struggling to fend off the angelic deity's relentless assault. She could feel her strength rapidly draining. A smug smile spread across Su Jingjing's face. Give up, Li Xiyu. You're no match for me. The power of the angelic deity is beyond your imagination. With a wave of her staff, the angelic deity swung its light sword once more, slashing fiercely toward the frost warlord. Boom! A thunderous crash sent Li Xiyu flying, and she landed heavily on the ground. Her armor was riddled with cracks, on the brink of shattering. Xiyu. Chen Yu's heart clenched as he witnessed the scene, but he was tightly entangled by the defender, unable to break free. Huh, kid, you'd better worry about yourself, the defender sneered, ramming his shield into Chen Yu with force. Chen Yu was knocked back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed internally. He knew this couldn't go on. He had to defeat the defender quickly to help Li Xiyu. Taking a deep breath, his eyes flashed with determination. I wonder if Yoshi's spiritual energy has recovered. Forget it. I have no other choice, Chen Yu thought to himself, forcibly awakening the slumbering Yu Yoshi within him. A surge of immense power coursed through his body instantly. Chen Yu felt his strength and speed increase dramatically. Host, warning, this will result in severe backlash to your body. Please think carefully, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ignoring the warning, Chen Yu concentrated all his power. In the next moment, Chen Yu's body began to glow, and a faint blue figure separated from him. Yoshi, restrain him. Chen Yu commanded without hesitation, landing firmly on the ground. Jiang Mian was caught off guard, stunned that Chen Yu was actually a dual-class professional. Everyone was in shock. This was the first time a dual-class professional had appeared in the Great Xia Empire. Principal Qin Naren and the headmaster stared at Chen Yu in disbelief, while the gazes of all the academy representatives turned fiery with excitement. Li Xiyu looked at Chen Yu with astonishment, and even Su Jingjing's eyes lit up with exhilaration. Responding to Chen Yu's words, Yu Yoshi immediately activated her skill. Streams of water appeared out of thin air, coiling tightly around the defender and immobilizing him. Impossible, this is impossible. Jiang Mian panicked, unable to believe Chen Yu still had such a trump card. Chen Yu paid no attention to Jiang Mian. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Li Xiyu. Xiyu, are you okay? Chen Yu asked with concern. Li Xiyu shook her head, her face pale. I'm fine, but my strength is almost depleted. Leave it to me, Chen Yu said with a gentle smile. Yoshi, raging tides. Water manipulation. Surging waves materialized out of nowhere, roaring like a dragon as they charged forward. Seizing the moment, Li Xiu unleashed her strongest strike. Frozen miles. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and frost spread like a tidal wave, encasing the angelic deity in ice within the surging waters, rendering it immobile. Dragging blade slash. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded, and the angelic deity shattered into countless fragments of golden light, dissipating into the air. Su Jingjing's face turned deathly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The referee raised his voice and announced, "The match is over. The winner, Songjiang High School." The entire arena erupted in cheers, deafening and overwhelming. Chen Yu looked at the fallen Li Xiu and managed a relieved smile. "We won." However, just as the celebration began, Chen Yu's body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. "Chen Yu!" Li Xiu cried out in alarm, rushing to catch him. I'm fine. Just a little tired," Chen Yu said weakly, his voice barely audible. His vision blurred, and his consciousness faded until he slipped into unconsciousness. Li Xiu gazed at Chen Yu's unconscious form, her heart filled with worry and unease. The other members of the Songjiang High School team quickly rushed over to carry Chen Yu to the infirmary. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appeared just outside the arena. His gaze was fixed on Chen Yu's unconscious body, and a strange smile curved his lips. "What an interesting person. I never imagined one of the top 10 academies would encounter a dual-class professional. Truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence." After Chen Yu was taken to the infirmary, news of him being a dual-class professional spread like wildfire across the venue. Even though he remained unconscious, the revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. When Chen Yu finally woke up, he felt as though countless eyes were watching him. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a crowd of people. "What are you all staring at?" Chen Yu asked, confused and unnerved by their intense gazes, particularly the principal's, which was practically gleaming as if he discovered a priceless treasure. The principal cleared his throat awkwardly, prompting the others to step back. "Chen Yu, you've been hiding something incredible. No wonder you've kept a low profile all this time." "A dual-class professional, extraordinary," the principal said, his eyes gleaming with admiration, as though he were looking at a rare gem. The fact that Songjiang High School had produced a dual-class professional was bound to attract the attention of the top 10 academies. No matter which academy Chen Yu chose, it would reflect glory upon Songjiang High. "Dual-class professional? What are you talking about?" Chen Yu frowned, his body still aching from the earlier battle. "Principal, let Chen Yu rest for now. He's just been through an intense fight," Li Xiu interjected quickly, clearly trying to buy some time for Chen Yu. "Very well. Once you've recovered, Chen Yu, we'll discuss this further," the principal said with a smile before leaving, his mind clearly preoccupied with how to handle the inevitable competition among the top 10 academies for Chen Yu. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Li Xiu and Chen Yu in the infirmary. "Chen Yu, I didn't know you were this amazing. You even managed to hide your summoner abilities," Li Xiu said, her tone a mix of surprise and admiration. Her words made Chen Yu suddenly recall everything, bringing clarity to his mind. "Sorry about that. But you know, a dual-class professional has never appeared in the Great Xia Empire before," Chen Yu explained. The system had already briefed him on what happened during the match. Summoning Yu Yoshi had been a last resort, and he knew Qin Naren might question him about it later. However, using his summoner abilities as a cover would help him navigate the situation. "This time, if you want to enter Heino Academy, it's completely within your reach," Li Xiu said, her words carrying a sense of encouragement. Chen Yu nodded slightly. His goal remained the same, Eclipse Academy. "Are you planning to go to Heino as well?" Chen Yu asked Li Xiu. "I am. It's been my dream all along. Ever since I awakened the Frost Warlord, I've never wavered from that goal," Li Xiu replied, her eyes shining with determination. Chen Yu nodded again, feeling a sense of relief. Still, he didn't want to let Li Xiu down and decided to rest for a while. "Why do you want to go to Eclipse Academy?" Chen Yu asked, breaking the silence. In his mind, Yu Yoshi's voice echoed faintly, "Are you okay? Last time, it seemed like you took a heavy hit." Chen Yu tried to deflect the topic. "Is it because of your parents?" Yu Yoshi's response startled him. "How did you know? Did you peek into my memories?" She scoffed, "I'm bound to you, part of you. How could I not know? But your spiritual energy is still too weak to sustain me for long. I'm going back to sleep." Chen Yu didn't want to revisit those painful memories. He closed his eyes, shutting himself off from further conversation. Yu Yoshi seemed to sense his mood and fell silent. He slept deeply, and when he woke, the infirmary was eerily quiet. The sharp scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, making him uncomfortable. Rubbing his still aching chest, Yu Yoshi's voice resurfaced in his mind. "Are you really planning to go to Eclipse Academy? That place isn't as simple as it seems." Chen Yu chuckled coldly. "I've been working to become stronger just so I could go there. That's always been my goal." He thought of his parents' deaths, and a surge of anger and sadness overwhelmed him. Eclipse Academy, that enigmatic and dangerous place, might hold the answers he had been seeking all along. The next day, the infirmary was swarmed by teachers from various academies. Like sharks smelling blood, they crowded around, each trying to pitch their academy's merits and win over Chinyu. Chinyu, join us at Heino Academy. We have the best faculty and the most advanced facilities, a middle-aged man in a Heino Academy uniform exclaimed, practically foaming at the mouth. Come to Starlight Academy. We have abundant resources and plenty of beautiful girls, another burly man chimed in, winking suggestively. Chinyu found himself overwhelmed by the noise. Frustrated, he waved them off. I've already decided, I'm going to Eclipse Academy. The room fell silent, shock evident on everyone's faces. Especially Li Siyu, who stared at him wide-eyed, unable to believe what she had just heard. She had assumed they shared the same goal of entering Heino Academy. As the crowd dispersed, Li Siyu approached Chinyu, her voice trembling with a mix of hurt and disbelief. Chinyu, why? Didn't you promise me we'd go to Heino together? Chinyu lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Memories of their moments together flooded his mind, leaving him conflicted. Sighing, he spoke calmly, Siyu, we're not on the same path. Your future lies in becoming one of the Empire's 10 great marshals. I don't want to hold you back. Li Siyu's eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling as she bit them to hold back her emotions. But, we agreed. Why are you changing everything? Chinyu looked away, his heart aching at her pain. Yet, he steeled himself. I'm sorry, Siyu. In the days that followed, Chinyu became the center of attention at school. He rejected every academy's invitation, standing firm in his choice of Eclipse Academy. Unexpectedly, Chen Qianqian decided to join him in going to Eclipse, a move that surprised him but also eased his sense of isolation. Heino Academy's principal, unwilling to let Chinyu go, approached him in private, offering generous terms and even presenting him with a jade token from the academy, symbolizing an open invitation. Chinyu, please reconsider. Heino Academy's doors will always be open to you, the principal said earnestly. Chinyu shook his head. Thank you, principal, but my mind is made up. The principal's persistence sparked competition among the other academies, each revealing their trump cards in an attempt to sway Chinyu. For a time, Chinyu became the most sought-after candidate, yet none of it wavered his resolve. Li Siyu found him again, her eyes brimming with tears. Choking back sobs, she pleaded, Chinyu, I beg you. Come with me to Heino. Together, we can grow stronger. I know you're not one of the demon clans. I like you. Chinyu's body trembled slightly, her confession stirring something within him. But he remained resolute, forcing himself to refuse. I'm sorry, Siyu. On graduation day, Chinyu and his classmates celebrated together, each sharing their dreams and aspirations for the future. Chinyu, don't forget about us when you're at Eclipse. Come back to visit when you can. His classmates bid him farewell, their eyes filled with reluctant parting. Chinyu raised his glass with a smile. Farewell. Farewell, my friend in the martial world. The clinking of glasses produced a crisp sound, announcing that they were about to embark on a new chapter of their lives. After the graduation ceremony, Chinyu walked home alone. The glow of the setting sun stretched his shadow long across the ground. All of a sudden, he felt a powerful presence lock onto him. Whipping around, he saw nothing more than a figure cloaked in black, eyes glinting coldly. The figure vanished in an instant, leaving a deep unease gnawing at Chinyu's heart. Not long after, Qin Naren sought him out, advising him to be cautious. Ever since his meteoric rise to fame in the grand tournament of the 10 academies, Chinyu had become a focal point of attention, and it seemed even the demon clans had set their sights on him. As summer break began, Chinyu found a part-time job washing dishes. The greasy plates and the stinging scent of dish soap made him recall the crystal-clear streams and the aroma of grilled fish he had enjoyed in the secret realm, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Occasionally, Chen Qianqian would visit, bringing snacks and drinks to cheer him up. But the faint shadow in his expression never truly lifted. Li Siyu, on the other hand, had vanished without a trace since the graduation ceremony, as though she had disappeared from the face of the earth. Gu Ling had enrolled at the 5th Academy, locking herself away in solitude to study. Day by day, Chinyu mechanically repeated the motions of washing plates, wiping tables, and delivering dishes, as if he had turned into a machine devoid of emotion. He deliberately avoided thinking about Li Siyu or what the future might hold, numbing himself to simply get through each day. One night, after finishing his shift, Chinyu was walking home. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, his solitary shadow stretched long and thin. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past, so fleeting it was almost imperceptible. Chinyu felt an overwhelming force envelop him, and before he could react, everything went black. When he came to, he found himself locked in an iron cage. Darkness surrounded him, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. A seductive woman leaned against the cage, swirling a glass of crimson liquid in her hand. It was as red and vivid as fresh blood. "Oh, you're awake," she said with a sly smile. The woman wore a tight black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her fiery red curls draped over her shoulders, her skin was as pale as snow, and her lips were painted a vivid red. A provocative smile played at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes gleamed with mischief. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Chen Yu asked warily. The woman chuckled softly, stepping closer to the cage and leaning in. The overpowering scent of her perfume made Chen Yu uncomfortable. "Relax, handsome. We just wanted to invite you over for tea, and discuss a business proposition." "Tea and business? With someone like me, a penniless student?" Chen Yu frowned, his tone skeptical. "Exactly. After all, you're a dual-class professional," the woman said, her gaze locking onto Chen Yu's. Her tone carried a playful edge. "A genius like you could have wealth and power at your fingertips if you join us." Chen Yu's heart sank as realization struck. He remembered the warning from teacher Qin to be wary of the demon clans. Could his captors be demons? His mind flashed back to the black-cloaked figure from the graduation ceremony, and a wave of unease surged within him. "Are you from the demon clan?" He couldn't help but voice his suspicion. The woman didn't deny it. Instead, her smile grew even more alluring. "Looks like you've figured it out. So, think it over. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Chen Yu scoffed coldly. "Even if I die, I will never join forces with you." The woman's smile faded, replaced by a glint of ice in her eyes. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." She straightened up and clapped her hands. From the shadows emerged two burly men, each holding a leather whip, their eyes brimming with malice. "Teach him a lesson," the woman ordered coldly. "Let him understand what it means to obey." The two men approached the cage with sinister grins. One of them swung his whip, and it struck Chen Yu's back before he could dodge. Pain shot through him, and he let out a muffled groan. The woman watched his defiant expression with growing excitement. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let's see how long you can keep that mouth of yours shut." The whip lashed against him repeatedly, but Chen Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain without uttering a sound. To surrender would be betrayal, and he refused to let himself fall. "Stop!" A deep voice suddenly cut through the air. The woman and the two men froze, turning toward the source of the voice. A man dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. "My lord," the woman greeted with deference. The masked man looked down at Chen Yu, his eyes glinting with a complex mix of emotions. "Chen Yu, you have spirit." Seeing Chen Yu scarred yet unyielding, the masked man seemed almost admiring. Chen Yu lifted his head to meet the man's gaze, remaining silent. The masked man appeared pleased by Chen Yu's defiance. He chuckled softly. "Interesting. Very interesting. I like people with backbone." He reached out, lightly brushing Chen Yu's face. His tone was gentle, but it sent a chill down Chen Yu's spine. "I'm very intrigued by you. I believe we have much to discuss." Feeling nauseated, Chen Yu jerked his head away from the man's hand. The masked man's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he retracted it slowly. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. On the contrary, I'll treat you well and make you my most trusted aide. Keep dreaming." Chen Yu spat through gritted teeth. The masked man laughed heartily. "Is that so? Then let's see just how much metal you truly have." At his command, the two men dragged Chen Yu out of the cage and bound him to a wooden cross. "Now, I'll give you one last chance. Submit, or die," the masked man said, his voice as cold as the depths of hell. Chen Yu raised his head, his gaze unwavering. "I choose death." Hearing this, the masked man no longer wasted words. He ordered Chen Yu to be knocked unconscious and thrown into the dungeon to await further instructions. When Chen Yu awoke again, his wounds had mostly healed, and the room he was in now exuded luxury. Beside him stood a seductive woman, who quickly approached as she noticed him stirring. "Mr. Chen Yu, our patriarch has specially prepared this 1,000-year-old ginseng for you. It will greatly enhance your cultivation," she said, placing a delicate wooden box on the table with a flirtatious smile. Chen Yu cast a cold glance at the box before speaking in an icy tone. "Go back and tell your demon clan that even if I starve to death, I will never serve you." The woman didn't give up, raising the stakes. "Our patriarch has also said that if you agree to join us, we will grant you endless riches and glory. And even..." She leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "the most beautiful demon women to serve you, day and night." Chen Yu shoved her away, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Get out." The woman's expression darkened with anger, but she dared not retaliate. She left reluctantly to report to the elders, who decided to give Chen Yu one final chance before resorting to harsher measures. In the days that followed, similar scenes played out almost daily. Chen Yu had grown weary of their mix of threats and bribes, focusing only on cultivating his strength. But the demons hadn't given up. One day, as Chen Yu was deep in meditation, he suddenly sensed a powerful demonic aura approaching. His eyes snapped open just as a hulking, menacing man burst through the door, flanked by several black-clad figures. Chen Yu, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, the man bellowed. Our patriarch has run out of patience. Today, whether you agree or not, you will submit. Chen Yu sneered. You think you can make me bow? With just you lot of trash. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The man waved his large hand, and the black-clad men lunged forward immediately. Chen Yu's figure flickered like a ghost, weaving between the black-clad men with deadly precision. His fists and kicks moved like the wind, every strike lethal. In mere moments, several of the black-clad men lay on the ground, writhing in pain. The man's face darkened, clearly not expecting Chen Yu to be so formidable. Just as he was about to strike again, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Let go of me." Chen Yu's heart tightened. He turned toward the sound and saw a young girl being dragged in by two black-clad men, Chen Qianqian. So, you know her. Looks like we got the right person. Is this to your liking? Mei Ji sneered, her cold eyes fixed on Chen Yu. She had waited for days to see this look of concern finally surface on his face. Qianqian. A flicker of pain passed through Chen Yu's eyes, and his fury nearly erupted beyond control. He hadn't expected the demon clan to target Chen Qianqian. He glared at Mei Ji with seething anger. Let her go. If you have anything to settle, settle it with me. Chen Qianqian struggled fiercely but kept herself composed, showing little fear. Ever since Chen Yu disappeared, she had immediately informed teacher Qin Naren, and the two had split up to search for him. Qin Naren had speculated that Chen Yu might have been taken by the demon clan, and Chen Qianqian had deliberately allowed herself to be caught in order to lure him out. The man chuckled grimly. Chen Yu, what do you say now? As long as you agree to work for us, this little beauty will remain unharmed. Otherwise. He deliberately paused, his eyes full of menace. Chen Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms until blood trickled through his fingers. He had never been this furious, yet so powerless at the same time. Fine, I agree, Chen Yu growled through gritted teeth, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Brother Yu, it's my fault for dragging you into this, Chen Qianqian said with a trace of guilt in her eyes. She hadn't expected that her mere presence would force Chen Yu into submission. Chen Yu forced a faint smile despite his pain. Qianqian, don't worry. I'll protect you. The man and Mei Ji burst into laughter. A wise man submits to circumstances. Take them to the demon clan's secret realm. Two black-clad men restrained Chen Yu and Chen Qianqian, leading them away. On the surface, Chen Yu appeared compliant, but his mind was already racing with plans: secure Qianqian's safety first, then find a way to escape this cursed place. On the way, Chen Qianqian clung tightly to Chen Yu's hand, her anxiety evident. Finally, she whispered with some relief, Brother Yu, what should we do next? Teacher Qin will definitely find us. I've already left markers along the way. Chen Yu gave a helpless smile. Silly girl, it's not worth it for me. It is worth it, Chen Qianqian said firmly. She saw this as an opportunity for them to face their challenges together, a chance to fight for her feelings. At the entrance to the secret realm stood the fox demon who had orchestrated Chen Yu's capture, Mei Ji. Her every movement exuded seduction as she stood there, awaiting them. When Mei Ji saw Chen Yu and Chen Qianqian tightly holding hands, a sly smile played across her lips. With a wave of her hand, Mei Ji unleashed a skill that violently flung Chen Qianqian aside. Chen Yu glared at her furiously, his body restrained and his spiritual energy locked. You bastard, what are you doing? Chen Yu roared. Just making sure you don't try anything clever, Mei Ji sneered. Her injuries can only be healed with our demon clan's medicines, not something your human healers can manage. Mei Ji stepped closer, crouching in front of Chen Yu, and tilted his chin up with her slender finger. Her eyes sparkled with mocking amusement. Relax. You've already played your cards. Do you think I'd give you a chance to outsmart me now? Chen Yu forced himself to remain calm, taking a deep breath and feigning indifference. Get up. Bring her along, and let's go inside. Chen Yu had no choice but to follow Mei Ji, carrying Chen Qianqian as they entered the secret realm. The air inside was oppressive, filled with a sickly sweet stench. Mei Ji shoved Chen Yu forward roughly, and his vision blurred for a moment. Blinking hard, he finally took in his surroundings. Towering stone walls were covered in eerie, glowing green vines that seemed like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Chen Qianqian's condition was even worse. She lay curled up on the ground, her face pale and her breathing weak. The impact from being flung into the stone wall had clearly caused severe internal injuries. Chen Yu's heart ached, but he dared not act rashly. Suppressing his rage, he whispered, Qianqian, are you okay? Chen Qianqian struggled to open her eyes and managed a weak smile. Brother Yu, I'm fine, just a little sore. Damn these demons. Chen Yu muttered under his breath, glaring at Mei Ji with icy, murderous intent. Meiji, however, remained unfazed, swaying her slender waist as she sauntered toward Chinyu. Looking down at him, her tone was taunting. What's the matter? Feeling heartbroken? Saving her is simple, just bring us the sealing stone, and I'll make sure she recovers completely. The sealing stone. Chinyu's heart stirred. He had heard rumors of a powerful gem hidden within the demon clan's secret realm, said to seal immense power. It was one of their most prized treasures. He hadn't expected the fox demon to use it as leverage. Fine, I'll do it, Chinyu agreed without hesitation, knowing this was no time for pride. Qianqian's safety was his top priority. Meiji smiled in satisfaction, her delicate fingers tilting his chin up as her sultry eyes glimmered with amusement. That's a good boy. If you'd agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Chinyu suppressed his revulsion and coldly turned away from her touch, though inwardly, he was already plotting. Once he had the chance, the demon clan would pay dearly. Feigning compliance, Chinyu silently communicated with his system. System, activate the roulette. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS-grade skill cooldown reduction tool. The system's announcement sent a jolt through Chinyu. Reducing cooldown time meant he could use his abilities more frequently, giving him a significant advantage in battle. System, how does this work? The host simply needs to mentally activate it. This tool can only be used once and cannot be accumulated. Once is enough, Chinyu thought, a glimmer of hope rising within him. At last, he had a chance to escape. Don't even think about playing tricks. Keep moving. I trust your special bloodline will guide you to what we're looking for, Meiji said cryptically, her words leaving Chinyu momentarily puzzled. Yet he maintained his composure, walking over to lift Qianqian into his arms. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic, Meiji teased, covering her mouth as she laughed while watching Chinyu carry Qianqian. Her smugness was evident. Chinyu trudged forward through the treacherous terrain of the secret realm, the cloying, sweet stench nearly making him retch. He turned back to glare coldly at Meiji. Meiji, you'd better not be playing games. Where is the sealing stone? Meiji chuckled, her eyes shimmering with mischief. How would I know? This secret realm is so vast, and it's my first time here too. Chinyu cursed inwardly, damn it. It was clear the demon clan was toying with him. He suppressed his anger and quickened his pace. Qianqian stirred slightly in his arms, letting out a few weak coughs that only heightened Chinyu's anxiety. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind blew in from ahead, accompanied by an eerie, bone-chilling howl. Chinyu came to an alert halt. The dim path ahead was now shrouded in swirling black smoke, like ferocious demons from hell clawing and rushing toward them. What the hell is this thing? Chinyu growled, immediately shielding Qianqian behind him. Meiji's expression changed drastically as she cried out, this is bad, it's black energy. Run! Before her words had even fully landed, she turned and fled into the darkness, her figure vanishing in an instant. Damn the demon clan! Chinyu cursed angrily. As expected, the demons were up to no good, they had used them as bait. The black smoke pressed closer, carrying a nauseating stench of decay. Qianqian's breathing grew rapid, her face turning increasingly pale. Yuji, leave me, just go, Qianqian whispered weakly. Don't be afraid, Qianqian. I'll protect you. Chinyu held her tightly, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. System, summon Yuyoshi. Chinyu commanded silently in his mind. A brilliant white light suddenly burst forth. Yuyoshi, dressed in a pale blue gown that fluttered like the robes of a celestial maiden, appeared beside Chinyu. She held a trident in her hand, emanating a biting chill. This black energy is so dense, Yuyoshi said with a frown. With a sweep of her trident, she sent a burst of frigid energy slicing through the night sky, scattering the approaching black smoke. Yoshi, what is this black energy? Chinyu asked. This is the remnant malevolent energy from a great battle centuries ago. The demon clan is trying to use it to attack the human world. Yuyoshi replied gravely. As I suspected. These demons have gone mad. We need to find a way out of here, Chinyu said, his eyes gleaming with a cold resolve. Though the black smoke had been repelled momentarily, it quickly began to gather again, as if it were endless. Chinyu fought to fend off the encroaching smoke while desperately searching for an escape route. Just then, a tendril of black smoke suddenly slipped into Qianqian's body. She let out a pained moan, her body trembling violently. The black energy then attempted to invade Chinyu, but it was swiftly repelled by a burst of golden light from within him. Yuyoshi immediately sensed the energy fluctuation and became alert. Qianqian, what's wrong? Chinyu exclaimed in alarm, quickly setting her down to examine her condition. Qianqian's face was pale, her lips tinged with purple. She panted heavily, her groans of pain ceaseless. Damn it! This black energy is poisonous. Yuyoshi's expression darkened as she quickly moved forward to check on her. Yoshi, do you have any way to save her? Chinyu asked anxiously. Yoshi pondered for a moment before replying, I can only temporarily suppress the black energy in her body for now. We'll need to completely remove it once we're out of here. Yoshi extended a slender finger and touched Qin Qianqian's forehead. A gentle white light seeped into her body, temporarily halting the spread of the black energy. Uge. I feel awful, Qin Qianqian murmured weakly, her voice barely audible. Hang on, Qianqian. We'll get out of here soon. Qin Yu tightly gripped her hand, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. Suddenly, Yoshi sensed a powerful energy fluctuation and grabbed Qin Yu's arm. What is it? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. You have a restriction inside you. I need to investigate it, Yoshi explained. Though confused, Qin Yu closed his eyes and allowed her to proceed. Yoshi pressed her finger to Qin Yu's forehead, sending a stream of white light into his body. This restriction is incredibly strong, Yoshi said, her expression shifting. The power of this restriction was so immense that even she felt a trace of unease. What exactly is this restriction? Yoshi wondered silently. She could feel that it was deeply intertwined with Qin Yu's fate and seemed to be growing stronger by the moment. Suddenly, the restriction within Qin Yu erupted with force, sending Yoshi flying backward. Qin Yu rushed forward to catch her. What's happening? Are you okay, Yoshi? Qin Yu asked anxiously. Yoshi looked at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. That power, it wasn't there before. What did the demon clan do to you? Qin Yu shook his head, recounting everything that had happened while he was unconscious after being captured. Yoshi formed a theory but chose not to share it with Qin Yu. She then transformed into a blue light, merging back into Qin Yu's body to continue guiding him. Carrying the unconscious Qin Qianqian on his back, Qin Yu navigated the dark cave at speed. Yoshi occasionally warned him of dangers or pointed out safe paths. To the left. Watch out for that sharp rock. There's a deep pit ahead, go around it. Yoshi's voice was calm yet firm, like a guiding light in the darkness. Qin Yu's heart was in turmoil. Qin Qianqian's breathing was becoming fainter, her complexion paler with each passing moment. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, suppressing his growing desperation. System, is there any medicine to heal Qianqian's injuries? Qin Yu asked silently. Searching. Match found, the 9-turn revival pill. Would you like to exchange it? The last 9-turn golden chain can be used for this exchange, the system replied. Exchange it. Do it now. Qin Yu answered without hesitation. Exchange successful. The 9-turn revival pill has been placed in your system inventory. Qin Yu's heart leaped with hope. He quickly retrieved the pill from his inventory and gently fed it to Qin Qianqian. The pill melted instantly in her mouth, releasing a warm energy that spread throughout her body. Under Yoshi's guidance, Qin Yu finally discovered a hidden cave. He gently set Qin Qianqian down, lighting a fire to warm the frigid space. Qin Yu stayed by her side, his gaze filled with worry. From time to time, he used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead, his eyes brimming with concern. The long night passed in silence. The next morning, when Qin Yu awoke, he found that Qin Qianqian's complexion was even paler, her forehead burning with fever. Damn it! Qin Yu cursed under his breath. He called out to the system again, System, is there any way to bring down her fever quickly? Recommendation, activate the lucky wheel. You might obtain a useful item, the system suggested. Activate the lucky wheel. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, silently praying for good fortune. The wheel spun rapidly before the pointer landed on a golden, glowing segment, random teleportation array. A teleportation array? What use is that right now? Qin Yu muttered in frustration. Before he could ask the system for details on how to use it, a chilling laugh echoed through the cave. Heh heh, Qin Yu, you didn't think you could escape, did you? Meiji appeared, leading a group of demon soldiers into the cave, surrounding him completely. Meiji. You again. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with a frosty light. While stalling for time, he communicated with the system. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Meiji smirked seductively. Do you know how I found you? It's because of the black energy on her. Qin Yu's heart sank. He realized that as long as Qianqian carried the black energy, Meiji could track them. However, since he himself wasn't tainted by the black energy, she wouldn't be able to find him after Qianqian was sent away. System, how do I use this teleportation array? Qin Yu asked urgently. Place the target in the center of the array to activate it, the system replied calmly. Qin Yu didn't have time to think. He immediately placed Qin Qianqian at the center of the teleportation array and activated it. A brilliant flash of white light burst forth, and Qin Qianqian's figure vanished. Send her away, but you stay. The deal continues. Meiji watched as Qin Qianqian disappeared and sneered coldly. Seeing himself surrounded by the soldiers of the demon clan, Qin Yu smirked. If you think you can capture me, you're in for a disappointment. He summoned a short blade, which instantly transformed into a long sword. With a gleam of cold light, he darted like a phantom toward the oncoming demon soldiers. His sword easily took down several of them, and he glanced at Meiji with a smug expression. Meiji chuckled softly and clapped her hands. To Qin Yu's shock, the fallen demon soldiers began to rise one by one, their faces grotesque and exuding a nauseating demonic aura. Qin Yu's expression darkened. These soldiers were undead. Why resist? Fighting will only exhaust you further, Meiji taunted, leaning her chin against her crossed arms as she watched Qin Yu mockingly. Let me handle them. If they can't be killed, I'll turn them into controlled corpses. Yoshi's voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Without hesitation, Qin Yu sheathed his long sword and formed hand seals to summon Yoshi. When Meiji saw Yoshi, she was taken aback. She hadn't expected Qin Yu to possess such abilities. No wonder her boss had taken an interest in him. Water control art. Yoshi unleashed her technique, binding the demon soldiers in a torrent of water, forcing Meiji to retreat instantly. Running? Where do you think you're going? Meiji sneered, her sharp voice slicing through the air. This is the demon clan's secret realm. Unless I let you leave, you won't escape, not even with wings. Qin Yu clenched his jaw, silently acknowledging the truth in Meiji's words. The demon clan's secret realm was a labyrinth of traps and illusions. Without a guide, escape was nearly impossible. Yoshi, do you know where the exit is? Qin Yu asked in a low voice. If we retrace our steps, we should find the way out. But first, we need to deal with her, Yoshi replied, aware of Meiji's formidable strength. They had been lucky to evade the resurrecting demon soldiers earlier, but it seemed there was no avoiding a confrontation now. Meiji noticed Yoshi pause and immediately lunged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and after an intense exchange, Yoshi managed to repel Meiji, leaving her clutching her chest. I underestimated you, but you must be a spirit form. I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome, Meiji said with a sinister grin. Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped in front of Yoshi protectively. That depends on whether you have what it takes. Meiji laughed coquettishly, her eyes glinting with cunning. Qin Yu, no need to be so hasty. I've changed my mind. Instead of capturing you outright, how about we play a little game first? Qin Yu's heart sank. He could sense Meiji's malice, and sure enough, she waved her hand, activating a strange formation. Qin Yu and Yoshi were trapped at the center of the array. Thick demonic energy permeated the air, making it hard to breathe. Qin Yu attempted to attack the formation but found it impervious to his efforts. Child's play, Yoshi muttered as she initiated a skill, instantly absorbing the demonic energy from the array. Ha ha ha. This formation was designed specifically for you. It's our demon clan's soul-locking array. Unless you find the core, you can forget about escaping. Meiji's mocking laughter echoed as she watched them struggle. Qin Yu cursed under his breath, scanning their surroundings for the core. But the complexity of the array made it impossible to locate any weak points. Time passed, and the oppressive demonic energy continued to corrode them. Yoshi's face grew paler, her ethereal form flickering as her strength waned. Qin Yu. I can't hold on much longer. Yoshi's voice was faint, her spirit form visibly unstable. Qin Yu's heart ached. He knew they couldn't afford to delay any further. Taking a deep breath, he said, Yoshi, retreat into my body for now. Without hesitation, Yoshi transformed into a streak of blue light and entered Qin Yu's body. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu focused and communicated with his system. System, is there a way to break this formation? Analyzing. The host is currently trapped in the soul-locking array. The solution, locate and destroy the core. Core location, randomized, the system's cold, mechanical voice responded. Qin Yu's heart sank. A randomized core location made things exponentially harder. System, is there any other method? Recommendation, use blood escape technique. This will forcibly break through the array but will consume a significant amount of vital blood. Proceed with caution. Qin Yu weighed his options. Though the blood escape technique was risky, it was his only choice. Gritting his teeth, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Blood escape. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and in the next instant, Qin Yu found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Towering trees stretched endlessly above him, and the air was thick with humidity. Qin Yu immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on recovering his strength. The blood escape technique had drained him severely, leaving him weak and vulnerable. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the forest. Heh heh, Qin Yu, did you really think you could escape? Meiji's figure emerged from the shadows, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Her silvery laughter sent shivers down Qin Yu's spine. Pale and still exhausted, Qin Yu's heart sank. Meiji had tracked him down. Even the blood escape technique hadn't been enough to shake her off. How did you find me? Qin Yu asked weakly, trying to maintain his composure. Meiji covered her mouth with a hand and chuckled mockingly. Qin Yu, did you really think such a petty trick would elude me? The abilities of us demons are far beyond your comprehension. She stepped closer, her tone dripping with amusement. Now, be a good boy and surrender. You'll save yourself a lot of pain. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, knowing full well that in his current state, he was no match for Meiji. With Yoshi still recovering inside him, he couldn't afford to fall now. Fine, I can't escape, so do as you please, Chen Yu said, feigning resignation to buy himself time. Meiji smirked disdainfully. That's better. Big sister knows how to take care of her prey. I'll make sure you enjoy every moment. Great. I've never been in love before. Be gentle with me, big sister, Chen Yu quipped with a mischievous grin, extending a hand toward her. Meiji eyed him suspiciously but reached out to grab his hand. Just as she was about to touch him, Chen Yu suddenly gathered his remaining strength. However, Meiji sneered and vanished in a blur, appearing in front of him in an instant. With a palm strike, she sent Chen Yu flying. He crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Chen Yu. I wish I could help you. Yoshi's voice echoed in his mind, filled with anguish. I'm fine. Can you come out again? Chen Yu asked, enduring the pain as he struggled to get up. He knew that in his current condition, summoning Yoshi again would be nearly impossible. No, the soul-locking array drained me too much. I'm still too weak, Yoshi replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. Meiji approached him step by step, looking down at him like a predator toying with its prey. Any last words before I finish you off? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Stop. Chen Qianqian staggered into view, supported by someone by her side. Chen Yu. Qin Naren appeared with a squad of fully armed warriors, fury blazing in her eyes as she saw Chen Yu lying on the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Chen Qianqian was transported to the outskirts of the demon clan's territory by the teleportation array, where she encountered Qin Naren. Upon learning that Chen Yu was trapped, Qin Naren immediately rallied a rescue team and rushed to his aid. Seeing Chen Qianqian and Qin Naren arrive, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Yu's heart. Finally, they were here. Teacher Qin, be careful. This demon is incredibly strong. Chen Yu warned weakly before collapsing to the ground. Qin Naren cast a cold glance at Meiji. Without wasting a word, she took a uniquely shaped weapon, a massive cannon, from one of her warriors. The weapon radiated an intimidating energy, and a steely determination flashed in Qin Naren's eyes. Meiji's expression faltered slightly as she sensed the overwhelming threat. Humph, a mere toy, she scoffed, trying to maintain her composure, though she dared not underestimate the weapon. Qin Naren wasted no time and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a deafening roar, a blinding beam of light shot from the cannon's barrel, hurtling toward Meiji. Meiji teleported to evade the attack, but the beam homed in on her like a guided missile, striking her squarely. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her body was blasted backward, slamming into a towering tree with a resounding crash. Cough! What is this cursed thing? Meiji struggled to her feet, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, her gaze filled with both shock and fury. You all just wait. Meiji spat through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with venomous hatred. Qin Naren raised the anti-demon cannon again, aiming it squarely at Meiji. If you dare set foot in human territory again, I'll make sure you never return alive. Realizing she was no match for them, Meiji shot a hateful glare at Chen Yu before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing into the forest. Chen Yu, are you alright? Qin Naren hurried to his side, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Teacher Qin. You arrived just in time, otherwise, I'd be done for. Chen Yu gave a weak smile, still managing to crack a joke despite his exhaustion. Don't talk. Save your strength, Qin Naren said firmly as she helped him sit up, letting him lean against her. Chen Yu felt a wave of warmth as he looked into Qin Naren's concerned eyes. A strange sense of gratitude and comfort swelled in his heart. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed him. His vision blurred, and everything went dark as he lost consciousness. Chen Yu! Chen Yu! Qin Naren called out anxiously. With no time to waste, Qin Naren and her team carried Chen Yu out of the demon clan's territory and rushed him to the hospital. Meanwhile, across the magical city of Mordor, Li Xiu of the prestigious Li family received a letter informing her that Chen Yu had been captured by the demon clan but had safely returned. She had wanted to rescue him herself but knew the weight of her family's destiny, and Chen Yu's choice to attend Lunar Eclipse Academy meant their paths were not meant to cross. Burning the letter, Li Xiu stood by her window, softly whispering, Chen Yu, I hope you stay safe. In the hospital, Chen Yu lay on the bed, his face pale and his body wrapped in bandages that were stained with blood. Qin Naren sat by his side, her eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. She gently touched his face, her voice barely audible as she murmured, This is all my fault. I shouldn't have just warned you, I should have stayed by your side. Clenching her fists, she resolved to never let anything like this happen again. When Chen Yu finally stirred, his whole body ached as if he had been run over by a truck. He barely managed to open his eyes to see Chen Qianqian's tear-streaked face hovering over him. "Chen Yu. You're awake." Chen Qianqian cried, rushing to his bedside as tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. "You scared me to death. Do you know how worried I was?" Chen Yu forced a smile. "Silly girl, I'm fine. See? I'm still alive and kicking. Stop crying, or you won't look pretty anymore." Chen Qianqian let out a tearful laugh, sniffling. You still have the energy to joke." She reached out to touch the wound on his forehead gently, her eyes filled with heartache. "It's really nothing, just a scratch. I'll be good as new in a few days," Chen Yu reassured her, taking her hand in his. A few days later, Chen Yu's condition improved steadily. By coincidence, it was also time for Lunar Eclipse Academy's opening ceremony. Chen Qianqian, brimming with excitement, dragged Chen Yu along to register, her cheerful demeanor as bright as ever. "Chen Yu, who would have thought we'd both end up at Lunar Eclipse Academy? I'm so glad you're here with me," she exclaimed, skipping along like a carefree little bird while holding his hand. Watching her, Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps at the academy, he could find a new direction and strength. The entrance to Lunar Eclipse Academy was bustling with activity. New students filled the area, their faces glowing with anticipation. When Chen Yu and Chen Qianqian arrived, their presence caused quite a stir. "Look, isn't that Chen Yu? The one from Songjiang High School? Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in the photos. I heard he's a dual-class professional. His future is limitless." "Yeah, and didn't he reject an invitation from Haino Academy, one of the top 10 schools, just to come here? That's some confidence. Or maybe he wasn't strong enough and had no choice but to come to Lunar Eclipse." The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gazes filled with admiration and curiosity. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously combed, approached with an air of authority. His expression was warm, but his eyes carried an undeniable sense of power. "You must be Chen Yu," the man said, his voice calm yet commanding. "I'm Su Tianba, the principal of Lunar Eclipse Academy." Chen Yu blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected the principal himself to greet him. "Hello, principal," he replied courteously. "No need for formalities. I've heard about you, you're an exceptionally talented student." Su Tianba placed a hand on Chen Yu's shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. "On behalf of Lunar Eclipse Academy, welcome." "Thank you, principal," Chen Yu said, feeling a surge of excitement. This meant he would have access to the Academy's best resources and training. "I'll arrange for our top instructors and resources to support your growth. Don't let the Academy's expectations down," Su Tianba said, his tone meaningful. "I won't disappoint you," Chen Yu replied firmly. After completing the enrollment process, Chen Yu and Chen Qianqian checked the bulletin board for their class assignments. Chen Yu was placed in Class A, while Chen Qianqian was assigned to Class C. Chen Qianqian pouted, displeased. "Why aren't we in the same class?" Chen Yu ruffled her hair with a smile. "Silly girl, being in different classes means you can make more friends. Besides, Class A and Class C aren't far apart." Reluctantly, she accepted his reasoning, but not before reminding him, "Promise me we'll have lunch together after class, okay?" Chen Yu entered the Class A classroom and had barely taken a seat before he was swarmed by curious classmates, bombarding him with questions. "Are you really Chen Yu, the dual-class professional? Is it true you went to the same school as Li Siyu? Did you and Li Siyu really defeat Su Jingjing? That move of yours was incredible. Why didn't you go to Haino Academy? Why come to Lunar Eclipse instead? What's your summoning skill?" Chen Yu was getting a headache from all the chatter around him and could only brush everyone off with perfunctory responses. Most of them were just curious or trying to curry favor. How many were true friends, anyway? "Hey, Chen Yu, dare to spar with me?" A burly boy suddenly stepped forward, looking at Chen Yu with a provocative gaze. Chen Yu glanced at him indifferently and replied, not interested. He had come to the academy to improve his skills, not to indulge in meaningless bravado. "What? Scared?" The boy continued to provoke him. Chen Yu let out a cold chuckle. "I'm afraid of wasting my time." Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. The crowd dispersed, returning to their seats. The classroom door was pushed open, and Qin Naren walked in. Chen Yu froze in place, stunned to see that the homeroom teacher for Class A was her. Qin Naren caught sight of him and gave a faint smile, thinking to herself, "This kid recovered faster than I expected." "Hello, everyone. I'm Qin Naren, your homeroom teacher." Her voice was as cold as ever, though it was slightly different from back in Songjiang High School. Throughout the entire class, Chen Yu couldn't focus. He kept feeling that Qin Naren's gaze would occasionally land on him, making him uneasy. After class, as soon as he stepped out of the room, a group of people blocked his way. Leading them was a tall girl with long red hair, striking features, and a hint of arrogance in her eyes. "So, you're Chen Yu." The girl crossed her arms and scrutinized him. Chen Yu nodded. "Do you need something?" The crowd immediately made way for her. Everyone knew that Su Minner, the principal's daughter, was notoriously domineering. On Chen Yu's first day, she already had her sights set on him. "I'm Su Minner. I heard you're a dual-class wielder. I want to challenge you to a duel." Chen Yu frowned. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but neither did he enjoy being underestimated. "And why should I duel you?" "Because I want to see how strong you really are," Su Minner replied with a cold smirk. "If you win, I'll have your back from now on. But if you lose..." "And if I lose?" Chen Yu asked calmly. "Then you'll become my underling and do whatever I say." A sly glint appeared in her eyes. Chen Yu sneered inwardly. This Su Minner is clearly used to getting her way. He was about to refuse when a boy behind her chimed in mockingly, "What's the matter? Afraid of losing to a girl? Using reverse psychology? How amateurish." Chen Yu smiled to himself. Initially, he had no intention of entertaining them, but their aggressive demeanor had crossed the line. "Fine, I accept. But if I win, you'll have to serve me tea and water every day. How about that?" Chen Yu suddenly felt like playing along. Su Minner laughed coldly. "Not afraid at all. Let's do it your way. I'm curious to see what you're capable of." With his hands in his pockets, Chen Yu looked at her nonchalantly. "Name the time and place." A glint of triumph flashed in Su Minner's eyes. "Tomorrow at noon, behind the academy on the hillside. Don't be late." The next day at noon, Chen Yu arrived punctually at the hillside. Su Minner was already there, accompanied by a group of students eager to watch the spectacle. "You actually came. I thought you'd be too intimidated by my background to show up," Su Minner said, slightly surprised. "I don't go back on my word," Chen Yu replied calmly. Su Minner sneered. "Big talk. Today, I'll teach you the rules for being my underling." Before she finished speaking, two boys on either side of her lunged at Chen Yu. Chen Yu hadn't expected her to resort to such petty tactics but merely chuckled and immediately turned serious. Though the boys were quite strong, they were no match for Chen Yu. He deftly dodged their attacks and swiftly took them down. "Is that all you've got?" Chen Yu said, looking at Su Minner with a hint of provocation in his tone. Su Minner's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Yu would dispatch her lackeys so effortlessly. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take matters into her own hands. As a fire mage, Su Minner's offensive capabilities were formidable. She waved her hands, launching a barrage of fireballs at Chen Yu like a rainstorm. Chen Yu didn't dare to block them head-on and instead relied on his agility to evade. "All you can do is run. Coward." Su Minner taunted as she attacked. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He decided it was time to stop wasting energy. Coming to a halt, he summoned a puppet with both hands, then casually took a seat. "What is that?" Su Minner's heart sank as the air around them suddenly grew heavy. The puppet sprang into action, charging straight at Su Minner. She hadn't expected it to move so quickly and had no time to react before she was struck down. Immediately after, Chen Yu summoned vines that wrapped around her, immobilizing her. "Let me go." Su Minner struggled, trying to get up, only to find herself completely restrained. Chen Yu approached her, looking down at her from above. "Apologies, Miss Su, but you lost." He bent down slightly, speaking softly into her ear. "I'm curious, will the great Miss Su dare to fulfill her end of the bargain, or will she back out?" Releasing the vines, he stepped back with a faint smile, watching her. Su Minner clambered to her feet, her face covered in dust, her hair a mess. She looked nothing like the proud young lady from before. She glared at Chen Yu, her eyes blazing with fury, but she couldn't utter a single retort. The onlookers were shocked. None of them had expected Su Minner to lose to Chen Yu, let alone so decisively. "Miss Su, a bet is a bet. Don't forget our agreement." Chen Yu dusted himself off and walked away, leaving Su Minner standing there, her face pale with rage and humiliation. Chen Yu strolled toward the cafeteria, feeling rather pleased. At a nearby table, Chen Qianqian was already waiting for him. When she spotted him, she waved cheerfully. "Chen Yu, over here." Chen Qianqian was wearing a light yellow dress today, which made her look especially sweet and adorable. Chen Yu sat across from her, and the two chatted casually while eating, the atmosphere light-hearted. "Where were you just now?" "I've been waiting for ages," Chen Qianqian asked curiously. "Oh, just dealing with something small," Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, not mentioning the incident with Su Minner to avoid worrying her. After finishing their meal, they were about to leave the cafeteria when a group of people barged in aggressively. Leading them was none other than Su Minner, carrying a tray of food with a malicious smile on her face. "Well, if it isn't Chen Yu. Had a good meal?" Su Minner said mockingly. Chen Qianqian glanced at the tray in Su Minner's hands, then at Chen Yu, a hint of confusion and jealousy flashing through her eyes. Chen Yu frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Su Minner to come looking for him so soon, and with such a crowd in tow. Clearly, she wasn't here for anything good. "What do you want?" Chen Yu asked coolly. "Can't I just check in on you?" After all, I owe you a meal, don't I? I even brought it to you personally, Su Minner said with a sweet smile, though her eyes betrayed her ill intent. Chin-yu smirked inwardly, fully aware of her act. Turning to Qin Qianqian, he said, Qianqian, you should head back first. I have something to take care of. Reluctantly, Qin Qianqian nodded and left the cafeteria. Watching her leave, Qin-yu turned back to face Su Minner. Now can you tell me what you're really here for? Su Minner's smile turned wicked as she approached him, then deliberately tipped her tray, spilling the food onto the floor. The soup splashed onto Qin-yu's pants. Oops, sorry about that, my hand slipped, she said insincerely, her eyes brimming with smugness. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Everyone could see that Su Minner had done it on purpose and was eagerly waiting to watch Qin-yu make a fool of himself. Qin-yu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Su Minner to act so childish. He cast her a cold glance and turned to leave. Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after spilling the food on the floor? Su Minner was furious when she saw how Qin-yu ignored her, and she immediately blocked his path. What do you want? Qin-yu's tone was icy. Very simple. Clean up the food you spilled on the ground, Su Minner demanded arrogantly. Qin-yu sneered. You told me to clean it up, so I should. Who do you think you are? Su Minner's face twisted in anger. She hadn't expected Qin-yu to talk back to her like this. The boys standing behind her stepped forward, surrounding Qin-yu. Kid, you'd better wise up, or don't blame us for being rough, one of the boys threatened menacingly. Qin-yu had no patience for their nonsense. He smirked coldly. If you want to play, I'll indulge you, but not here. With that, Qin-yu simply sidestepped Su Minner and strode out of the cafeteria without looking back. He had no interest in wasting his time on such trivial matters, improving his strength was what truly mattered to him. A few days later, Qin-yu walked into the classroom as usual, only to find a familiar figure among the students, Su Minner. She had transferred to his class. Qin-yu cursed his luck under his breath. This woman was like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off. Su Minner shot a provocative glance at Qin-yu, fully aware that her father had arranged for her to take good care of him. Qin-yu had no intention of engaging with her, but Su Minner was relentless. She deliberately requested to sit next to him, and the teacher had no choice but to comply, as the principal had specifically instructed them to accommodate Qin-yu. Su Minner didn't stop there, she intentionally knocked over Qin-yu's books, turned his desk into a mess, and even put chili powder in his water bottle. Her pranks were unending. The other classmates, though clearly displeased, dared not speak up. They could only cast sympathetic glances at Qin-yu while keeping their distance, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Qin-yu remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Bring it on, he thought. These petty tricks were nothing to him. One day, the teacher led the students to the training grounds in the forested hills behind the school for some practical combat exercises. The dense forest and abundant spiritual energy made it an ideal place for cultivation. Naturally, Su Minner wouldn't miss this opportunity to take care of Qin-yu. She quietly instructed a few of her lackeys to keep an eye on him and find a chance to teach him a lesson. Qin-yu sensed the hostile gazes aimed at him and smirked coldly. Turning to Su Minner, he said, Su Minner, why don't you cut it out with your childish tricks? Su Minner sneered. Oh. Is that you begging for mercy, Qin-yu? Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. Ignoring her, Qin-yu walked to an empty spot and began his cultivation. Watching his retreating figure, Su Minner's eyes gleamed with malice. Keep an eye on him. The moment he's alone, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Her lackeys immediately nodded and fawned. Yes, Miss Su. Qin-yu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the spiritual energy around him. It wasn't long before he sensed an unusual presence approaching. Opening his eyes sharply, he saw several figures stealthily closing in on him. Heh, finally, Qin-yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Su Minner was indeed eager to take care of him. The lackeys moved closer, grinning maliciously. Kid, Miss Su told us to take good care of you. Be smart and surrender, or else you'll regret it. Qin-yu rose to his feet, stretching casually, his gaze filled with disdain. You lot. Take care of me. You're courting death. Before they could react, Qin-yu shot forward like an arrow, his fists and kicks raining down like a storm. The lackeys were no match for him. Within moments, they were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. From a distance, Su Minner watched, her face pale with fury. She hadn't anticipated Qin-yu being so formidable, effortlessly defeating her lackeys. Just then, a clear voice echoed in Qin-yu's mind, need my help. It was Yu Yoshi. Qin-yu's heart lifted. She had awakened at just the right moment. It seemed his recent progress in cultivation had allowed Yu Yoshi to regain enough strength. Of course. Qin-yu replied in his mind. Leave it to me, Yu Yoshi's voice was brimming with confidence. The next moment, a surge of immense power erupted from within Qin-yu, enveloping him completely. The sheer force was so overwhelming that the surrounding air seemed to warp. The lackeys on the ground stared in horror, feeling as if they were caught in a massive tidal wave about to swallow them whole. What kind of power is this? Su Min'er also felt the oppressive force, her face turning ashen. Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, which now glimmered with golden light. Fixing his gaze on Su Min'er, he smirked wickedly. Su Min'er, the game's over. A terrifying aura swept across the training grounds, paralyzing Su Min'er and her lackeys with the weight of its pressure. What are you going to do? Su Min'er stammered, her voice trembling with fear. Chen Yu stepped toward her, each step hitting her heart like a drumbeat, suffocating her. You wanted to take care of me, didn't you? Here's your chance. Chen Yu's voice was as cold as ice. Grabbing Su Min'er by the collar, he lifted her off the ground. She kicked and struggled, but it was futile. Let me go. Su Min'er screamed in terror. Chen Yu ignored her pleas, dragging her toward the cliff's edge. What are you doing? Are you insane? Su Min'er glanced at the abyss below and felt her soul leave her body. Chen Yu laughed coldly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. You like games, don't you? Let's play something thrilling. With that, he let go. Su Min'er plummeted, her scream slicing through the air. Chen Yu casually reached out and pulled her back up. Su Min'er was trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at him. For the first time, she felt utterly powerless. Her lackeys scrambled to find a teacher to report the incident. By the cliff, Chen Yu's gaze was cold and unyielding, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and Su Min'er. She was limp in his grasp, her once defiant demeanor utterly shattered. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Su Min'er stammered, her eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. I'm just letting you experience what fear feels like, Chen Yu sneered, clearly satisfied with her reaction. You. Su Min'er recalled the terrifying moment and looked at Chen Yu with wide, frightened eyes. Don't be scared. Now it's your turn to be taken care of. How does it feel? Chen Yu's voice was as frigid as death. Su Min'er stumbled, collapsing into Chen Yu's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, and any trace of her former arrogance was gone. Strangely, a flicker of an indescribable emotion surfaced within her, a feeling she couldn't quite place, as if her helplessness and fear were somehow tied to this man. A few minutes later, Su Min'er's lackeys brought a teacher to the scene. Seeing the situation before them, they froze in disbelief. Su Min'er, her face streaked with tears, her nose red and swollen, was cradled in Chen Yu's arms, crying like a helpless little girl. You, what are you doing? Let go of our big sis, one of the lackeys shouted angrily, pointing at Chen Yu with hostility burning in his eyes. The surrounding classmates were equally stunned. She's fine. She's just taking refuge with me, Chen Yu replied with a faint smile, slowly retreating, creating an even more dramatic atmosphere. The lackeys glanced at Chen Yu, their anxiety evident. Moments ago, they had seen Chen Yu push Su Min'er, but now Su Min'er appeared completely unharmed. Teacher, we saw it with our own eyes. He pushed our big sis down, one lackey hurriedly yelled, immediately drawing everyone's attention to Chen Yu and Su Min'er. I was just sparring with Su Min'er and didn't realize I hurt her. My apologies, Chen Yu said casually, his gaze landing on Su Min'er. She froze. Now no one would believe her side of the story. Only she and her lackeys knew the truth. At this moment, Su Min'er stared at Chen Yu, her emotions a chaotic mix of hatred and fear, leaving her visibly dazed. I don't want to stay here with you. Su Min'er tried to break free, but her voice was weak and laden with helplessness. You can leave, but I won't let you go, Chen Yu whispered softly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he leaned closer, catching the scent of her hair, as if pondering something deeply. A few days later, after the commotion had subsided, Su Min'er's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She was no longer the lofty, untouchable heiress she once was. Instead, her entire personality seemed to soften, even to the point of becoming gentle and compliant. She began actively approaching Chen Yu, occasionally bringing him food. Chen Yu, would you like to try the dish I made? Su Min'er asked, her eyes filled with anticipation, as though awaiting his approval. What's this? Are you actually serious about fulfilling your end of our bet now? Chen Yu responded with a playful smirk, his tone tinged with skepticism. Su Min'er's expression grew complicated. She blinked rapidly at him before lowering her head, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. I just want to thank you, she murmured. Thank me? For what? For letting you experience what it's like to be bullied? Or maybe for showing you how it feels to fall off a cliff? Chen Yu retorted coldly. He didn't believe for a second that Su Min'er had genuinely changed. To him, it was just another ploy to find an opportunity to mess with him. Chen Yu, I really understand my mistakes now, Su Min'er said, her tone suddenly serious. She truly had come to a realization. After returning home, she had gone to her father to get to the bottom of things. Her father had told her to take good care of Chen Yu, calling him a once-in-a-millennium genius. It was only then that she understood her misconceptions and realized that Chinyu hadn't actually done anything to her, he had merely been trying to scare her. Chinyu sat in a corner of the classroom, holding a book and trying to focus on his studies, hoping to block out the surrounding distractions. But Su Minner, seated right next to him, kept speaking in a soft, lilting voice that made it impossible for him to concentrate. "Chinyu, look at this problem. It seems a bit tricky," she said sweetly, her tone almost coquettish, as if deliberately trying to draw his attention. Chinyu frowned slightly, glanced at her briefly, then lowered his gaze back to his book. The Su Minner who had once been a cold and domineering big sis was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. "Didn't you say you'd focus on studying by yourself?" Chinyu asked, his tone tinged with irritation. Su Minner pouted, flashing a mischievous smile as she shook her head. "But I think studying with you is much more fun." At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open with force. Qin Qianqian strode in, sunlight streaming in behind her, and the other students instinctively made way for her. Everyone knew that Qin Qianqian had an unusual relationship with Chinyu. Since Chinyu had managed to subdue Su Minner, Qin Qianqian had frequently witnessed her fawning over Chinyu, and it irked her to no end. Sweeping her gaze across the room, Qin Qianqian spotted Chinyu and Su Minner sitting closely together. Her brows furrowed unconsciously, and a wave of displeasure surged within her. "Yuji, you're here too," Qin Qianqian said, her tone laced with mockery and hostility. "Hey, Qianqian. Chinyu's helping me with my studies," Su Minner said, feigning innocence but with a hint of smugness in her voice, as if implying something about her relationship with Chinyu. "You're such an idiot, always using these excuses to cling to Yuji," Qin Qianqian scoffed, casting Su Minner a disdainful glance. She then strode over to Chinyu, practically forcing his attention away from Su Minner. "Qianqian, I'm afraid I can't have lunch with you today," Chinyu said, glancing at Su Minner, already feeling a sense of mental exhaustion. Qin Qianqian pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, her dislike for Su Minner growing stronger. She couldn't help but think that Chinyu's personal life was becoming increasingly chaotic. "Isn't the lunar eclipse secret realm about to open?" Qin Qianqian asked, seizing the opportunity to bring up the topic and hoping to team up with Chinyu for the expedition. "Yes, I mentioned it last time. Every year, new students have to enter the secret realm for their assessment," Su Minner quickly interjected, seemingly trying to use her father's influence to ensure she was partnered with Chinyu. "Oh, and by the way, my dad said that the demon clans have been stirring up trouble lately. Teachers will be accompanying us into the secret realm this time," Su Minner added smugly, casting Chinyu a proud look, as if to emphasize her strong connections. "Indeed, the demon clans have been active recently. We'll need to stay vigilant," Qin Qianqian said, her tone turning serious. Chinyu, however, felt a shadow pass over him. Could it be that the demon clans have already taken notice of me? "It seems this upcoming challenge won't be simple," he thought to himself. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't be in any danger," Su Minner said confidently. She puffed out her chest with pride, trying to reassure him. "My dad gave me lots of treasures. If anything happens, we'll have backup right away." Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat her head before quickly withdrawing his hand, looking slightly awkward. "Just focus on completing your mission and finding the centennial growth herb," Chinyu said seriously, as if trying to keep her grounded. "Got it." Su Minner nodded eagerly, flashing a bright, cheerful smile. But as she turned and walked toward the flower beds, a trace of worry lingered in her heart. If Chinyu truly encountered danger, she vowed to protect him at all costs. As Su Minner was lost in her thoughts, a few classmates, having spotted Chinyu, stopped in their tracks and approached him enthusiastically. "Hey, Chinyu, can I team up with you?" one boy asked with a grin, his eyes full of hope. "I want to team up with you, too," a girl chimed in, her voice crisp and clear, drawing the attention of other classmates. Faced with the growing crowd, Chinyu's expression turned slightly awkward. All he wanted was to focus on completing the mission, but now he was suddenly surrounded, leaving him feeling exasperated. Seeing this, Su Minner seethed inwardly. How dare these people crowd around Chinyu? Stepping forward, she clenched her fists and declared decisively, "Sorry, Chinyu's already teamed up with me. He doesn't have time for anyone else." Several classmates' smiles froze instantly, clearly not expecting Su Minner to be so direct. A male student snarled angrily, "What gives you the right to exclude us? We have a mission to complete." Su Minner lifted her chin, her brows furrowing slightly, unwilling to let these people disrupt her relationship with Chinyu. She displayed a resolute smile and continued, "Besides, this is a secret realm. A large group would only attract the attention of fierce beasts. Why not find others to team up with instead?" "Fine, thanks," a female student said with a pout, turning reluctantly to leave. The others followed, equally unwilling, until only Su Minner and Chinyu remained. "Thank you," Chin-yu said with a faint smile, his eyes carrying a trace of helplessness. In his mind, Yoshi observed Su Miner's determined pursuit of him and mocked, "It seems your romantic luck really is off the charts." Though Chin-yu was more inclined towards solo action to quickly improve himself and acquire more resources, he still went against his heart and said to Su Miner, "It's fine. I wanted to team up with you anyway. We do have a mission to handle." Su Miner smiled slightly, quickened her pace, and naturally walked beside him, continuing to linger close. As the two ventured deeper into the secret realm, Su Miner's mood gradually lightened, and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Her thoughts were simple. She wanted to explore this mysterious place with Chin-yu and also hoped to bridge the gap between them as soon as possible. "This place is so beautiful. Where do you think the centennial growth grass might be hidden?" she asked softly, breaking the silence and trying to keep the atmosphere relaxed and natural. "Probably in areas where the spiritual energy is densest. We can head that way," Chin-yu replied, pointing towards a distant forest. Unconsciously, her gentle voice soothed him, sparking a small sense of comfort within. "I'm sure we'll find it," Su Miner exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists. Her tone was full of confidence, carrying a tinge of youthful innocence, which only made her seem more endearing in Chin-yu's eyes. "All right, let's get to work." "Stay cautious," Chin-yu said, gradually letting go of his doubts and striving to maintain his composure. The two split up, heading in different directions as they started their search. An unspoken harmony began to grow between them, subtly spreading through the secret realm. Suddenly, a deep beastly growl echoed from afar, and the air grew tense. The temperature seemed to plummet instantly. Su Miner's brows knitted together slightly as unease crept in. Still, she instinctively moved closer to Chin-yu, as if his presence could shield her from harm. "That sound, it's a beast," Chin-yu said, his expression turning serious as he surveyed their surroundings. In the shadows, four cunning eyes emerged, locking onto the young pair. Su Miner's heart clenched, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged toward her. She was acutely aware that she and Chin-yu were about to face a significant challenge. The closer she stayed to him, the more courage she seemed to muster. What should we do?" Su Miner asked, her voice trembling slightly but still tinged with determination. Chin-yu glanced at her and smiled faintly. "No matter what, I won't let anything happen to you," he said in a low, firm tone that seemed to momentarily halt the wind within the secret realm. In that instant, Chin-yu silently prepared himself, realizing that these beasts were no ordinary foes. Suddenly, four woodwind wolves emerged from the thicket. Their fur was a grayish-green hue, their bodies agile, and their sharp claws scratched the ground, producing unnerving sounds. The air filled with a nauseating stench, mingled with the fresh scent of trees. "Four of them, all S-class fierce beasts," Su Miner murmured, her voice quivering as she gripped her longsword tightly. Despite her efforts to remain composed, fear crept into her demeanor. Chen-Yu's expression turned grim as he quickly assessed the situation. "Miner, protect yourself. I'll handle the attack." He spoke softly, and the vines in his hand slithered like green serpents, extending toward the woodwind wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wolves moved with incredible speed, dodging the vines with ease and retaliating with wind blades aimed directly at Chen-Yu. Chen-Yu didn't dare to be careless. He immediately summoned his clone puppet, positioning it as a shield between himself and Su Miner. The puppet swung its wooden sword, colliding with the wind blades and producing crisp sounds. Howl! The leader of the woodwind wolves let out a furious roar, prompting the other three wolves to launch a coordinated assault. They moved like lightning, closing the distance to Chen-Yu and Su Miner in an instant. Just as danger loomed, Su Miner suddenly pulled an oddly shaped weapon from her storage pouch. It was an enormous brick, pitch black and exuding a faint metallic sheen. "Chen-Yu, get out of the way!" Su Miner shouted, swinging the brick with all her might toward the closest woodwind wolf. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the wolf was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground and letting out a pained howl. Chen-Yu stared, dumbfounded. The power of that brick was downright terrifying. He had expected Su Miner to use elegant swordsmanship or intricate spells, not something so crude and direct. "What kind of treasure is that?" Chen-Yu couldn't help but ask. This is my family's heirloom brick, specially designed for smashing things," Su Miner said proudly, holding up the weapon with a mischievous grin. In Chen-Yu's mind, Yoshi couldn't help but chime in sarcastically, "Is this girl here for comedy? A brick? Seriously? Who even thinks of that?" The remaining three woodwind wolves were thoroughly enraged. They howled furiously and lunged at Chen-Yu and Su Miner once more. "Miner, now you've really ticked them off." Chen-Yu sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. This girl was truly a troublemaker. "What's there to be afraid of? My brick doesn't mess around," Su Miner declared boldly, swinging the brick again as she charged into the fray with the three wolves. The scene descended into chaos, with the sound of the brick clashing against wolf claws echoing incessantly. Though Su Miner was incredibly strong, her lack of combat experience began to show, and she gradually became overwhelmed. Howl. The leader of the woodwind wolves seized an opening and sank its teeth into Su Miner's arm. Ah! Su Miner cried out in pain, dropping the brick to the ground. Seeing Su Miner injured, Chen Yu's heart sank. He immediately used his vines to pull her behind him. Are you alright? He asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just, that beast's bite hurts like hell. Su Miner gritted her teeth, her face pale. Yoshi, do you have any suggestions? Chen Yu asked urgently in his mind. What else can we do? Run. Yoshi responded coldly. This girl is practically a liability. She's messed up everything we had going for us. Chen Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to use vines to bind Su Miner, then activate his wind element skill to quickly flee with her in tow. Whoa! The wooden wind wolves gave chase relentlessly. Their speed was astonishing, and they were closing the distance rapidly. At this rate, we're gonna get caught sooner or later. Chen Yu said anxiously as they ran. What should we do, then? Su Miner's voice was trembling with fear. At that moment, a dense thicket of shrubs appeared up ahead. Miner, hold on tight. Chen Yu growled low, charging into the thicket with her. The wooden wind wolves followed closely, plunging into the bramble as well. The thorns and undergrowth slowed their movements. Chen Yu took the opportunity to weave through the thicket with Su Miner, constantly shifting directions in an attempt to throw off their pursuers. Whoa! The wooden wind wolves howled in frustration, unable to catch up. Just as Chen Yu thought they might have escaped, the wolves suddenly unleashed a skill, conjuring a powerful tornado. The wind howled, sand and debris flying everywhere. The tornado engulfed them, branches snapping in the storm, while the wolves' howls echoed ominously. Su Miner clung tightly to Chen Yu's arm, her face pale as she screamed in terror. At that critical moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the very center of the tornado with a deafening crack. A tremendous force hurled them out of the vortex. Chen Yu and Su Miner hit the ground hard. Cough, cough. Chen Yu struggled to his feet, his entire body aching and his head ringing. He turned to check on Su Miner and saw her in a heap nearby, clutching her arm and groaning in pain. Miner, are you okay? Chen Yu asked with concern. Su Miner shook her head, her face pale as she tried to endure the pain. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the swirling dust and debris. 3 wooden wind wolves emerged, their eyes glowing with ferocity, once again charging at them. At that instant, a shadow flashed by, and the crisp sound of a sword rang out. A sweeping arc of sword energy forced the wolves to retreat. Chen Yu looked up and saw a tall, slender man standing in front of them, holding a gleaming longsword. His gaze was sharp, and a commanding presence radiated from him. Wang Qi! Su Miner exclaimed in surprise. Wang Qi gave a slight nod, his eyes sweeping over them as he asked in a deep voice, Are you alright? Thanks to you showing up in time, Su Miner replied gratefully. Just then, Chen Qianqian emerged from the thicket as well. Seeing their battered state, she rushed over to check on them. Are you hurt? I'm fine, but Miner. Chen Yu began, only to be cut off as Su Miner suddenly threw herself into his arms, her voice trembling with sobs. Chen Yu, I was so scared. Chen Yu gently patted her back, speaking softly to comfort her. It's okay now. I'm here. Watching this, Chen Qianqian's eyes flickered with a trace of jealousy, but she quickly masked it. She pulled out a small vial of healing potion from her pouch and handed it to Chen Yu. Here, this is for healing. Give it to Miner quickly. Chen Yu took the potion with a word of thanks, then helped Su Miner sit up and fed it to her. After drinking the potion, Su Miner's complexion gradually regained some color, and her pain lessened significantly. She looked up at Chen Yu, her eyes filled with gratitude and reliance. I feel a bit better now, she said softly. Chen Yu smiled warmly. That's good to hear. Su Miner leaned back into his arms, unwilling to let go. Seeing their intimate interaction, Chen Qianqian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Ahem, now's really not the time for sweetness. Those wooden wind wolves aren't dealt with yet. Wang Qi sheathed his sword and stepped up beside Chen Yu. There's something off about these wolves. They're more aggressive than usual and seem almost organized. Chen Yu frowned, deep in thought. Could someone be controlling them? Highly possible, Wang Qi replied with a nod. We need to stay vigilant. Just then, the 3 wooden wind wolves let out furious howls. Their eyes glowed an even fiercer red, and they lunged toward them again. Watch out! Wang Qi shouted. The 4 of them quickly took up defensive positions, ready to fight. Chen Yu summoned his vines to create a protective barrier around Su Miner. Wang Qi stood at the forefront, prepared to fend off the wolves' attacks. Chen Qianqian remained on the side, ready to provide support. Though injured, Su Miner still clung to her brick weapon, prepared to use it if necessary. The battle erupted anew. Wang Qi's swordsmanship was fierce and precise, Chen Yu's vines moved with agile precision, and Qin Qianqian occasionally cast healing spells to aid them. Yet, the wooden winged wolves seemed to grow stronger the longer they fought, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Wang Qi and Chen Yu began to feel the mounting pressure. Suddenly, one of the wolves let out a sharp, piercing howl, followed by the others. Their bodies started to swell, their fur thickening, and the red glow in their eyes flared like a blazing inferno. This is bad. They're mutating. Wang Qi shouted in alarm. At that moment, a deafening roar came from deep within the forest. A suffocating aura swept over them, making it hard to breathe. The mutated wooden winged wolves roared even more menacingly. Saliva dripped from their fangs as the fiery red glow in their eyes burned ever brighter. Just as the situation seemed dire, a lazy voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Well, what a lively scene we have here. As the voice approached, a woman in a red dress appeared, her every step exuding grace. Her figure was alluring, her beauty mesmerizing, and her phoenix-shaped eyes sparkled with a dangerous charm. Behind her stood several hulking, grotesque beast soldiers. Meiji. Chen Yu recognized her immediately, his expression darkening. Wang Qi's brows furrowed as well. Meiji, the infamous femme fatale of the demon clan, was known for her ruthless cunning. Her arrival only made the already perilous situation even more precarious. Standing there, Meiji's presence seemed to dominate the atmosphere, her allure permeating the air. She chuckled softly as she looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, it's been a while. Fancy running into each other here. Must be fate, don't you think? Her tone was playful, but her gaze was as cold as a serpent's, sending chills down his spine. Surrounded by mutated wooden winged wolves and beast soldiers, Chen Yu remained unflinchingly calm. He scanned the situation quickly, his mind racing. Looks like I've been targeted ever since I entered this secret realm. These wooden winged wolves must be under Meiji's control. Hiding behind Chen Yu, Su Min'er stole a glance at Meiji. She had never seen such an enchanting woman before, and a mix of curiosity and inexplicable hostility bubbled up within her. Her grip tightened on her brick, her palms sweating. Chen Yu, letting you escape last time was my mistake. This time, there's no way you'll get away, Meiji said with a cold smirk. At her signal, the beast soldiers encircled them, while the mutated wooden winged wolves growled menacingly, ready to attack at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu silently commanded, "System, activate the roulette." A glowing, multicolored wheel appeared in his mind, its pointer spinning rapidly. Stop. The pointer finally stopped on a dazzling golden section, Energy Shield. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the defensive skill, Energy Shield. It can block all attacks and lasts for 3 minutes. The system's voice rang out in Chen Yu's mind. Activate Energy Shield. Chen Yu ordered without hesitation. In an instant, a transparent energy shield enveloped Chen Yu and his companions. The mutated woodwind wolves' attack struck the shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface, but they couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. What is this? Meiji's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected Chen Yu to possess such a powerful defensive ability. System, explain how to use the energy shield, Chen Yu asked in his mind. The energy shield can block all attacks for 3 minutes. During activation, the host cannot move, and the shield's energy will deplete with each attack it absorbs. Once the energy is exhausted, the shield will disappear, the system explained. 3 minutes, Chen Yu silently calculated the time in his mind. He knew they had to find a way out within those 3 minutes. Wang Qi, Qin Qianqian, let's press our wristbands together and send out a distress signal. Chen Yu whispered. The three of them pressed the emergency buttons on their wristbands simultaneously. However, in the next moment, they realized they couldn't move. What's going on? Qin Qianqian exclaimed in shock. It's my binding spell. I told you earlier, I came prepared, Meiji said with a sly smile. Damn it. Chen Yu cursed under his breath, realizing they were truly trapped this time. Meiji stepped closer to Chen Yu, lifting his chin with one slender finger. Her tone was cold as she said, Chen Yu, come with me. If you submit, I can spare your life. Chen Yu stared at her coldly, remaining silent. What's the matter? Unwilling. In that case, don't blame me for taking you back and loving you properly. A glint of malice flashed in Meiji's eyes. Just then, a blazing energy cannon shot down from the sky, slamming into the ground beside Meiji. The resulting explosion sent everyone sprawling to the ground. As the dust settled, a figure in black battle armor appeared before them, holding a massive energy cannon. Her gaze was sharp, and her entire presence radiated overwhelming power. Who's there? Meiji's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated someone arriving at such a critical moment. Apologies, but my students are not yours to take, the woman said coldly. Meiji scanned her disdainfully, a mocking smile on her lips. Oh. Is this Teacher Qin? Still meddling in things that don't concern you? Qin Naren met her gaze without flinching. The massive energy cannon in her hands hummed ominously. My students are not yours to take. Inside the energy shield, Qin Yu was filled with doubt. Why were the demon clan so determined to capture him? He was merely an A-rank dual-class professional. What could he possibly possess that would make him worth all this effort? Could it be related to the restriction seal? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Qin Naren pulled the trigger. The radiant energy projectile roared toward Mei Ji. Mei Ji sneered, clearly prepared. The demon soldiers behind her swiftly formed a defensive formation, creating an impenetrable wall of flesh. The energy projectile exploded against the demon soldiers, emitting a blinding light, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. No substantial damage was done. Useless. After our last encounter, our leader devised a perfect countermeasure, Mei Ji said with a mocking smile. Qin Naren's heart sank. The strength of the demon clans far exceeded her expectations. Yushi, assist me. Qin Yu called out urgently. Yushi understood immediately and began casting spells. Intricate runes started to form around Qin Yu. However, just as the runes were about to form a protective array, a sinister formation appeared beneath Mei Ji's feet. Blood-red light enveloped the entire area. Soul-locking array. Qin Naren's face turned pale. This was an extremely dangerous demon clan formation. Once trapped, a person's soul would be consumed. Qin Yu felt an immense pull dragging him toward the array. The energy shield shattered like paper. Qin Yu. Qin Naren shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but an invisible force held her in place, rendering her immobile. Mei Ji smiled triumphantly, approaching Qin Yu with slow, deliberate steps. Be a good boy and come with me. I promise to take good care of you. A wave of despair washed over Qin Yu. Was this really the end for him? Just then, a petite figure suddenly darted out from behind him, rushing headlong toward Mei Ji. No! Qin Yu shouted, but it was too late. Su Minna raised a brick high above her head and swung it fiercely at Mei Ji's skull. Foolish girl! Mei Ji roared, swatting Su Minna away with a single palm strike. But then, something strange happened. Su Minna's body passed straight through Mei Ji and fell directly into the soul-locking array. Minna! Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock and fury. He hadn't expected Su Minna to take such a reckless risk for him. The blood-red light of the array flared brightly, and in the blink of an eye, both Qin Yu and Su Minna vanished, leaving behind Qin Naren's desperate cries and Mei Ji's triumphant laughter. When Qin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Towering trees stretched high into the sky, their dense foliage blocking out the sunlight. The air was filled with an otherworldly fragrance. Where is this? Qin Yu struggled to his feet, scanning his surroundings. There was no sign of Su Minna. Minna, where are you? Qin Yu called out anxiously, his heart filled with worry. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from nearby. Qin Yu tensed up and turned toward the noise. A massive spider emerged from the forest, its body covered in black, bristly fur. 8 crimson eyes glimmered menacingly, making Qin Yu's skin crawl. Human, are you the offering? The spider rasped in a hoarse voice. Qin Yu froze, a chill running down his spine. He realized this spider was far beyond his ability to handle. Minna, he murmured under his breath, a fierce determination rising within him. He had to survive. He had to find Su Minna and escape this nightmare together. Clenching his fists tightly, he braced himself for a desperate fight. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Qin Yu, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Minna was being dragged forward by demon soldiers. Mei Ji glanced at the spider before turning her gaze back to Qin Yu. You're back. So, this is the boy. Not worth mentioning. The spider transformed into a woman, appearing in front of Qin Yu, licking her lips. Inside the secret realm. Qin Naren watched helplessly as Qin Yu and Su Minna were trapped in the soul-locking array, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. She desperately rushed toward the array, only to be thrown back by an invisible force, crashing hard onto the ground. The sharp laughter of Meiji echoed in her ears, like a demonic melody drilling into her mind, nearly driving her to despair. Qin Yu. Su Minna. Qin Naren roared, her vision blurred by tears. She struggled to her feet and once again charged toward the array, but her efforts were futile. It wasn't until the soul-locking array completely disappeared that she realized she needed to calm down and find a way to save them. Stumbling and staggering, she ran back to the academy and found the headmaster. Headmaster, Qin Yu and Su Minna have been captured by the demon clan. Qin Naren spoke incoherently, her voice filled with fear and desperation. The headmaster's face darkened upon hearing this. He abruptly stood up. Su Minna is my precious daughter. How dare the demon clan do this? You must go to their territory and rescue them. Hope reignited in Qin Naren's heart as she immediately gathered the academy's elite disciples to prepare for the journey to the demon clan's territory. However, upon reaching the border of the territory, they encountered a powerful barrier blocking their way, unbreakable no matter how hard they tried. Damn it! Chin Naren punched the barrier, pain shooting through her fist. She glared at the demon clan's territory with anger and a profound sense of helplessness. A few days later, Su Minna was thrown back at the academy gates, barely clinging to life. Chin Naren hurriedly took her for treatment, her worry for Chinyu growing even deeper. Su Tianba swore vengeance against the demon clan. The icy cold river water reached up to his chest, and Chinyu shivered uncontrollably. He had no idea how long he had been imprisoned in the demon clan's water dungeon. His body reeked of mold. The dungeon was damp and dark, with rats occasionally scurrying over his feet, making him sick to his stomach. Minna, he murmured softly, his heart filled with worry. Deep in the water dungeon, an old man with a head full of white hair, draped in tattered animal skin, was chained in a corner. The old man silently watched Chinyu, not expecting the demon clan to have captured a young boy to share his misery. Chinyu felt the old man's gaze was strange and mistook him for a powerful demon. He quickly stepped back. Suddenly, the old man began muttering to himself. Chinyu, standing too far away, couldn't make out what he was saying. Old man. Chinyu cautiously called out. The old man ignored him entirely. Kid, don't waste your energy. That old fool has lost his mind. Here's your dinner, eat it while it's still warm. A rough demon soldier walked over, carrying a wooden bucket filled with sour-smelling leftovers. Chinyu glanced at the bucket's contents and felt a wave of disgust. He had no appetite at all. I don't want it, he said coldly. Then starve. The demon soldier snorted, tossing the bucket to the ground before turning and walking away. Chinyu looked at the slop on the ground, his heart burning with anger and humiliation. Kid, you're new here, huh? The old man with the white beard suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and low. Chinyu froze for a moment, surprised that the old man had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yes, elder, Chinyu replied respectfully. Why were you imprisoned here? The old man asked. Chinyu hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he decided to tell the truth. Su Minna and I were captured by Meiji. So, it was that little fox demon who caught you. It seems there's something about you that interests them, the white-bearded old man said, scrutinizing Chinyu. Elder, how long have you been imprisoned here? Chinyu asked, glancing uneasily at the grim surroundings. I don't know. It's been hundreds of years, I suppose. Come closer, kid, the old man gestured. The elder wanted to sense what was special about Chinyu that would make the demon clan imprison him. Elder, do you know a way to get me out of here? Chinyu asked, hopeful that the old man might have a solution. The old man shook his head. This water dungeon is the most secure prison of the demon clan. No one has ever escaped. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Chinyu's heart sank. Was he really destined to die here? However, I might have an idea, the old man said, a twisted grin appearing on his gaunt face. His sunken eyes made him look terrifying, causing Chinyu to take a step back in fright. Elder, how did you end up in such a state? The demon clan is truly despicable. If I manage to escape, I swear I'll come back and save you. Chinyu said, his heart aching as he looked at the old man. He took some healing pills from his storage pouch and handed them to him. You have a kind heart, the old man said, feeling slightly better after swallowing the pills. What was the method you mentioned earlier? How can I escape? Chinyu asked eagerly. There's a secret passage at the bottom of the water dungeon that leads to the demon clan's forbidden zone, the old man said mysteriously. Is the forbidden zone an exit? Chinyu asked. No, the forbidden zone contains a sealed artifact of immense power. It might help you escape, the old man explained. An artifact? In the forbidden zone? Chinyu murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. But reality quickly dampened his optimism. Elder, are you telling the truth? How can I trust you? Chinyu asked, staring at the old man's hollow eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. The old man gave a broken smile, his teeth incomplete. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have nothing to gain from lying to you. Cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing interrupted him. Trembling, he pulled out a blood-stained piece of cloth from his chest and handed it to Chinyu. This is a map of the forbidden zone. Take it. It might be useful. Chinyu hesitated before taking the cloth. It felt rough and cold to the touch, exuding a faint rotten smell. The map was drawn with dark red lines, forming intricate symbols that Chinyu couldn't decipher. As he was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Chinyu quickly hid the cloth in his storage pouch. Meiji's seductive figure appeared at the dungeon door. She glanced at Chinyu and the old man with disdain. Having a nice chat, are we? It seems putting you two together was a good idea. Chinyu spun around, glaring coldly at her. What did you do to Su Minna? Heh, you should worry about yourself. We let Su Minna go. We don't have the resources to fight against the Moon Eclipse Academy, Meiji said with a light laugh, walking slowly toward Chinyu. However, the secrets on you intrigue us greatly. If you cooperate, you might suffer less. Otherwise. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, sending a chill down Chen Yu's spine. Chen Yu clenched his teeth and remained silent. Knowing that Su Minner had been released gave him some relief, at least she was temporarily safe. What exactly is it about me that interests you so much? Chen Yu asked coldly. He didn't want to die without understanding why. You don't need to know. You carry the aura of the scaled clan princess on you, which only makes us more curious. How did you manage to summon her? Meiji commanded the demon soldiers to open the door. She walked up to Chen Yu, gently stroking his cheek, as if toying with him like a plaything. How would I know? I'm a dual-class summoner, and the first thing I summoned just happened to be the scaled clan princess. Chen Yu, of course, wasn't about to reveal his secret. How fortunate. Well, it doesn't matter. You won't have time to wait for someone to rescue you. I'll turn you into a treasure of the demon clan, ha ha ha. Meiji exhaled softly, and Chen Yu felt a cold chill, though it didn't seem to have any tangible effect. Stay put. In a few days, you'll become the most prized possession of the demon clan. Chen Yu couldn't make sense of her words. After watching her leave, he turned to look at the white-bearded old man across from him. The old man sat there with his eyes closed, no matter how much Chen Yu called out to him. Chen Yu pulled out the tattered piece of cloth and examined it closely. The map on it only had symbols, with no other information. Looking at the prison cell surrounding him, his head was filled with question marks. How was he supposed to escape? He let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Su Minner slowly regained consciousness, finding herself in an unfamiliar room. The surroundings were cold and alien. Chen Yu, where are you? Su Minner struggled to get up but felt weak all over, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Minner, you're awake. Su Tianba pushed open the door and entered, his heart aching when he saw his daughter in this state. Father. Where's Chen Yu? How is he? Su Minner grasped Su Tianba's hand, her voice filled with urgency. Don't worry, Minner. I've already sent someone to rescue him, Su Tianba reassured her. Really? Who did you send? When will he be back? A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Minner's eyes. It's Qin Naren. She's already headed to the demon clan's territory. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Moments later, Li Siyu and Su Jingjing burst into the room in a flurry of activity. Principal Su, we're here to save Chen Yu. Please lead us to the demon clan's territory, Li Siyu said firmly, her eyes blazing with determination. Very well. I'll have someone take you to the demon clan. The fact that the 10 major academies are sending students suggests that no one wants to risk war with the demon clan. Su Tianba sighed, casting a regretful glance in Chen Yu's direction. In the demon clan's territory, Li Siyu and Su Jingjing were brought to the entrance of the demon clan's stronghold, which was heavily guarded. As soon as they approached the massive gates, they were stopped by a Minotaur warrior. Who are you to trespass in the demon clan's territory? The Minotaur roared, brandishing a spiked club with an imposing air. Cut the nonsense. Hand Chen Yu over immediately. Li Siyu retorted without backing down, drawing her sword and stepping forward. Foolish mortals. The Minotaur sneered and swung his club down at them. Li Siyu and Su Jingjing could hardly defend themselves and were sent flying by the sheer force. At that moment, the demon clan soldiers surged out, surrounding the two while activating a formation. The oppressive surge of demonic energy made it almost impossible to breathe. Then, the Spider Queen made her entrance. Dressed in an elegant gown spun from spider silk, she walked forward with deliberate grace, her overwhelming aura instantly dominating the scene. Everyone, please remain calm. Surely you don't wish to provoke a war with the demon clan, do you? The Spider Queen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority and latent menace. Chen Yu is a distinguished guest of the demon clan. We merely wish to borrow him for 10 days, after that, he will be returned to you unharmed. The Spider Queen's words brought a momentary sense of relief to the crowd, though they were still filled with doubt. How could an ordinary human become an honored guest of the demon clan? 10 days. Isn't that too long? Qin Naren stepped forward, her sharp gaze fixed on the Spider Queen. If 10 days is too long for you, then perhaps you prefer to declare war over one Chen Yu. The Spider Queen's words silenced the crowd, who began whispering among themselves before ultimately agreeing to resolve the matter peacefully. Fine. I'll give you 10 days. But in 10 days, I will personally come to retrieve Chen Yu. If he so much as loses a strand of hair, Hai Noa Academy and the demon clan will be at war until one of us is annihilated. The Spider Queen smiled faintly, offering no further response as she turned and walked away. Qin Naren clenched her fists tightly. The demon clan clearly knew their weak spots. If war broke out, the demon clan could easily overpower Lunar Eclipse Academy, and the other academies were unlikely to act rashly. The Demon King had signed a peace treaty with the president of the Great Xia Kingdom. She couldn't risk plunging the entire nation into chaos over Qin Yu unless he turned out to be the future heir of Great Xia. No. Miss Qin, we can't leave Qin Yu in the demon clan's hands for 10 days, Li Siyu protested, worried that Qin Yu might be corrupted or transformed into something monstrous. Siyu, we can't go to war with the demon clan right now. They haven't harmed us, and the peace treaty is still in effect, Qin Naren said helplessly. Though she also wanted to save Qin Yu, she couldn't jeopardize the safety of the entire city for one person, unless Qin Yu's value to the nation was irreplaceable. But what if Qin Yu dies in the demon clan's hands? What if they kill him? Li Siyu gripped her broadsword tightly, while Su Jingjing couldn't help but interject. Li Siyu, don't forget that you're the successor of one of the 10 great marshals. Are you planning to act on emotion alone? Su Jingjing's words hit the mark, stinging Li Siyu deeply. She could only close her eyes, suppressing her inner turmoil, and stand silently to the side. Qin Naren sighed, gazing in the direction of the demon clan's territory, silently praying for Qin Yu's safety. Deep within the demon clan's stronghold, Meiji looked toward the elder seated before her. Shouldn't we act quickly regarding Qin Yu? No rush. The Spider Queen has already secured us 10 days. We can take our time, the elder replied. Half of the demonic energy in Qin Yu's body is sealed. Have you found a way to break it? Meiji broke into a cold sweat. Not yet. We're still searching for a method. We've locked Qin Yu in the same cell as that old man, believing he might sense the power within Qin Yu and give him some clues. Humph, useless. Let Qin Yu lower his guard appropriately, the elder said, his eyes narrowing slightly, clearly pleased with the pace of their progress. The dark, damp prison reeked of mildew and blood. Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the floor, trying to stabilize his disrupted energy. Ever since Meiji had brought him here, he had been confined to this wretched place. In the cell across from him, an elderly man with snow-white hair leaned against the wall, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Qin Yu had gotten to know the old man, learning that his surname was Bai and that he was once known as Whitebeard, an SSS-ranked summoner. A century ago, everyone thought he had perished at the hands of the demon clan, but it turned out he had been imprisoned here. The demon clan had infused him with dark energy, using him as a test subject after discovering that the energy could survive within him. Though the old man appeared somewhat deranged, the occasional glint in his eyes suggested he was far from ordinary. Qin Yu suspected the prolonged experiments had left the old man oscillating between lucidity and madness. While Qin Yu felt pity for him, he couldn't help but wonder what the demon clan ultimately sought from him. As Qin Yu was lost in thought, the old man suddenly spoke. Kid, the demonic energy in your body, it's quite potent, isn't it? The white-bearded old man suddenly spoke, his cloudy eyes fixed on Qin Yu, as though he could see through everything about him. The sudden intensity made Qin Yu's heart tremble, but he feigned composure and said, "What are you talking about, old sir? There's no trace of demonic energy on me." The old man chuckled, revealing yellowed teeth with a few missing, and said, "Don't pretend. I've lived long enough to have seen everything. That demonic aura on you, sealed as it may be, can't escape my eyes." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Could it be true? Did he really have demonic energy within him? They want to use you, boy, the old man sighed. They want to unseal the power within you. What seal? Qin Yu pressed relentlessly, his instincts demanding answers. That's not for you to know, the old man waved dismissively. Just know this, it won't do you any good. In the days that followed, the white-bearded old man became increasingly withdrawn, often staring blankly at the walls and muttering under his breath, as though performing some obscure ritual. Qin Yu, on the other hand, continued his silent cultivation, trying to break through the seal inside him. He knew time was running out. One night, the old man suddenly woke Qin Yu, his voice hoarse yet urgent. "Kid, come here." Qin Yu walked over to the edge of the cell. The old man reached out with his withered hand and clasped Qin Yu's wrist. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Qin Yu's body. This. Qin Yu stared at him in shock. "My cultivation, it's no use to me anymore. Take it. And remember, no matter what happens, don't let them unseal you," the old man said with a faint, weary smile. An overwhelming power surged within Qin Yu. The once dormant demonic energy in his body began to stir restlessly. Qin Yu realized this was the old man's life's work, his entire cultivation, entrusted to him. "Old sir, thank you. When I escape, I will make sure to build a monument in your honor," Qin Yu said, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, young man. Meeting you must have been fate," the old man said softly. "Take this as a keepsake." The old man collapsed to the ground, his strength spent, and pulled out a gourd-shaped object from his waist, handing it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took it, but in the next moment, the old man closed his eyes, unresponsive to any of Qin Yu's desperate shouts. Without delay, Qin Yu channeled the old man's power into his own and rammed through the prison door, breaking free. The demon guards quickly noticed the commotion and sounded the alarm. Chen Yu dashed forward, his body surging with power. He felt as though he had turned into a wild beast, consumed by an overwhelming urge to destroy. He crashed through walls, escaping the prison and charging toward the borders of the demon clan's territory. The demon guards swarmed to stop him, but they were easily overpowered. Chen Yu was unstoppable, like an untamed stallion. When Meiji, the enchantress, heard the news, her face turned pale. "This is bad, he's escaped. Quickly, report to the elders." The elders, upon hearing of Chen Yu's escape, revealed a strange smile instead. "Excellent. Everything is going according to plan." Chen Yu broke out of the demon clan's territory, only to find himself in a desolate wilderness. He threw his head back and howled toward the heavens as the demonic power within him erupted fully. A dark energy burst forth from his body, shooting straight into the sky like a black pillar piercing the clouds. From a distant mountaintop, the Spider Queen and the Elder stood side by side, watching the scene unfold. Their faces displayed satisfaction. "It worked," the Elder murmured. "Yes," the Spider Queen said, her eyes gleaming. "The demonic power within him has finally awakened. Now," she continued, "we can proceed to the next phase of the plan." At this moment, Chen Yu had completely lost control of himself. The demonic power consumed him, turning him into a mindless beast driven solely by destruction. He attacked everything around him with reckless fury. Trees were uprooted, and boulders were shattered into dust under his rampage. Suddenly, he felt an immense force pulling at him, compelling him toward a specific direction. Chen Yu couldn't resist. His body moved on its own, flying toward the source of the pull until he landed on a massive altar. At the center of the altar, a black vortex swirled slowly, emanating an aura of dread and despair. Chen Yu was drawn into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. The Spider Queen and the Elder approached the altar, staring at its now empty center with sinister smiles. "It's done," the Elder said, his voice low and triumphant. "Yes. His awakening marks the beginning," the Spider Queen added, her eyes alight with cold calculation. "Now, we can begin the next stage." Meanwhile, Chen Yu, consumed by the demonic power, had entirely lost himself. But just as the vortex swallowed him, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Warning, host is in a state of berserk. Initiating emergency stasis mode." Chen Yu felt as though his body was being torn apart. The next moment, everything went black, and he collapsed unconscious. "Host, can you hear me? Please confirm whether you wish to retract the demonic energy to prevent further berserk state. This is a level 1 alert. Please confirm." Without hesitation, Chen Yu mentally pressed the confirmation button before losing consciousness entirely. The Elder and the Spider Queen soon arrived where Chen Yu had fallen, only to find him bleeding from his 7 orifices, his body motionless. "Still not enough," the Spider Queen muttered with frustration, kicking his limp body. The Elder checked for signs of life, shaking his head in disappointment. "This vessel lacks the endurance." It was close, but not quite there. He signaled to the demon soldiers nearby. "Take him to the burial valley. He's of no use to us anymore." The burial valley, as its name implied, was a natural graveyard. Its cliffs were steep and barren, shrouded in a perpetual cold mist that blocked out the sun. The valley floor was littered with countless skeletal remains, both human and beast, forming a chilling, macabre landscape. When Chen Yu woke up, he found himself lying amidst the bones. Pain racked his entire body, as though every bone had been crushed. Even the slightest movement felt like being stabbed by 1,000 knives. I'm still alive." His hoarse voice broke the eerie silence around him. He forced his eyes open, only to be greeted by a sea of white bones piled like mountains. Many were still draped in tattered remnants of clothing, the sight sending chills down his spine. He struggled to recall what had happened. He remembered being struck by an overwhelming force, then losing consciousness. That power was so immense it felt as though it would obliterate him completely. "System, what's going on? Why am I here?" he called out to the system in his mind. "Host, your power has been temporarily suppressed. The energy you absorbed earlier was too domineering, leading to severe damage. You need to recuperate," the system replied coldly. "Is my power suppressed?" Chen Yu's heart shook violently. He tried to stir the true energy within his body, but there was no response. It finally dawned on him, he was now no better than an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. He took a deep breath, enduring the searing pain, and struggled to climb out of the pile of bones. Supporting himself against a giant skull, he managed to stand up. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Scanning his surroundings, he saw a field of white bones stretching endlessly, the silence eerie and oppressive. "System, where is this place? Are we still within the territory of the Demon Clan?" Chen Yu asked. "Host, we are in the burial valley of the Demon Clan," the system responded. "Burial valley." Chen Yu muttered to himself. Stumbling forward, he found a flat rock and slowly sat down, closing his eyes to begin regulating his breathing. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when Chen Yu reopened his eyes. His body had regained a bit of strength, but it was still aching intensely. Hunger and cold gnawed at him, as though he were trapped in an icy abyss. System, I need food and water, Chen Yu said weakly. Host, your current physical condition does not permit eating. Continue to rest, the system replied coldly. Chen Yu's heart sank. Was he going to starve or freeze to death here? He felt his consciousness beginning to fade, his life force slowly slipping away. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a sudden surge of warm energy emerged from within him, spreading rapidly throughout his body. He jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Before him, a blurry figure began to take shape. As the figure clarified, he recognized her. It was Yuyoshi. Her long, aquamarine hair gently brushed against his face. Yuyoshi knelt beside him, worry etched across her delicate features. She helped prop him up against a tree, using her own body warmth to shield him from the cold. Feeling the warmth seeping into him, Chen Yu's consciousness gradually returned. Opening his eyes, he caught the faint fragrance emanating from her. Yoshi? He asked, his voice filled with disbelief as he stared at her. How did you get here? His voice was weak, tinged with confusion. Yuyoshi didn't answer. She only caressed his face softly, her eyes brimming with concern. You must be starving, her gentle voice rang like a melody. Chen Yu nodded. His stomach had long since been growling with hunger. Yuyoshi smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Leaning against the tree, Chen Yu understood. She had gone to find food for him. After a while, Yuyoshi reappeared, holding several crimson fruits in her hands. What are these? Chen Yu asked curiously. Fire spirit fruits. They'll replenish your energy. Eat them quickly, Yuyoshi said, handing the fruits to him. Chen Yu hesitated briefly before placing one in his mouth. The fruit melted on his tongue, its warmth spreading throughout his body, dispelling the chill and alleviating his hunger. Thank you, Yoshi, Chen Yu said gratefully, looking at her. Yuyoshi gave him a soft smile. Rest for now. I'll find you some water. She vanished again, leaving Chen Yu feeling a newfound warmth in his heart, a mix of gratitude and hope. When he awoke again, the sky had darkened. Anxiety crept into his thoughts. Why hadn't Yuyoshi returned yet? Could she have encountered some danger? Just as worry began to take hold, he heard the faint sound of approaching footsteps. He opened his eyes hastily to see Yuyoshi returning, carrying several roasted fish. Yoshi, you're back. Chen Yu exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. Yuyoshi smiled as she approached, handing him the roasted fish. Here, eat this. Chen Yu took the fish and devoured it ravenously. Slow down, or you'll choke, Yuyoshi said gently, her tone filled with tenderness. Chen Yu chuckled softly before continuing to eat. Afterward, Yuyoshi retrieved a cup from her storage pouch, filled it with water, heated it, and handed it to him. Yoshi, how did you get here? Chen Yu asked, his words muffled by the food in his mouth, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yuyoshi chuckled softly. It's all thanks to that old man with the white beard. His powers temporarily granted me a complete physical form. She hesitated, her gaze dimming slightly. But this power isn't stable. I don't know how long it will last. Chen Yu's heart tightened. He set down the roasted fish and asked gravely, how long do you have? Yuyoshi raised her hand, gesturing with her fingers. Perhaps a few days. Maybe less. Chen Yu fell silent for a moment before determination flashed in his eyes. We have to make the most of these days. Do what? Yuyoshi tilted her head playfully, a teasing smile on her lips. Train. Chen Yu said resolutely. I need to strengthen myself as quickly as possible and find a way to leave this place. In the days that followed, Chen Yu began an intense regimen of cultivation within the burial valley. Yuyoshi remained by his side throughout. Sometimes she would gather spiritual herbs for him, other times she would guard him while he meditated. At times, she would simply sit quietly nearby, watching him train. During this time, Chen Yu could feel his strength growing at an astonishing pace. The energy within his body surged like a raging river, pounding against his meridians. He knew he was just one step away from breaking through to the S rank. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your current power level has reached the threshold for an S rank breakthrough. The system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Chen Yu to shudder with excitement. Finally, I can break through. Chen Yu was ecstatic. Wait. The system's voice interrupted his joy. Though you've reached the threshold, an unknown restriction is preventing you from advancing. What? I can't advance. What does that mean? Chen Yu froze in disbelief. The specific reason is unclear. Host will need to investigate further, the system replied coldly, instantly dashing his excitement. Just a false alarm. Chen Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the frustration brewing within. Even if he couldn't advance, the power he had gained was real. What's wrong? Yuyoshi noticed the shift in his emotions and asked with concern. Chen Yu shook his head. It's nothing. Just a minor issue. He didn't want to worry her, so he kept the matter of his blocked advancement to himself. Standing up, he stretched his limbs, feeling the surging strength within him. A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. S-rank. It's only the beginning, but it's enough for now. He clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. Over these days, Yuyoshi's power had also grown. Though her progress wasn't as dramatic as Qinyu's, she was visibly pleased. That's wonderful. This way, I can stay with you a bit longer, she exclaimed joyfully, grabbing Qinyu's hand and hopping with excitement. Watching her cheerful demeanor, Qinyu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He reached out to gently stroke her silky hair, his voice tender. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank me for what? Yuyoshi asked, blinking in confusion. For staying by my side, Qinyu said, his gaze soft and warm enough to melt her heart. Yuyoshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and said softly, You fool, what are you thanking me for? I'm willing to stay with you, forever. Yu and Qin exchanged a smile, their gazes filled with unspoken understanding and warmth. In the days that followed, they cultivated together, chatted endlessly, and admired the serene beauty of the Burial Valley. They seemed like a pair of celestial lovers, far removed from the clamor of the world, enjoying rare tranquility and sweetness. However, such bliss was short-lived. One night, as Qinyu was deep in cultivation, he suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the distance. What's going on? His eyes snapped open, and an ominous feeling rose in his chest. Something's wrong. Yuyoshi's face turned grave. Someone's here. Almost at the same moment, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the Burial Valley. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Run! Qinyu grabbed Yuyoshi's hand and sprinted toward the direction of the sound. When they reached the edge of the valley, what greeted their eyes was a colossal figure emitting a terrifying aura. The figure was over 10 jong tall, towering like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and its crimson eyes burned like flames, exuding a chilling light. What is that? Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen such a horrifying creature before. It's the black-scaled demon Jiao. Yuyoshi's voice trembled, her eyes filled with terror. The black-scaled demon Jiao was an incredibly ferocious beast, known for its immense strength and bloodthirsty nature. Legend spoke of its ability to devour the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, capable of wreaking havoc and destruction. Roar! The black-scaled demon Jiao let out an earth-shaking roar. Its massive body quaked, sending a violent shockwave that blasted Qinyu and Yuyoshi backward. Ugh! Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. Struggling to his feet, he looked at the black-scaled demon Jiao, despair filling his eyes. This was not an opponent they could possibly contend with. The arrival of the black-scaled demon Jiao was like a massive boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirring up monstrous waves. Qinyu shielded Yuyoshi protectively as the two of them dodged the demon Jiao's relentless attacks in a disheveled state. Damn it! Why is this beast suddenly here? Qinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing under his breath. Yuyoshi's face was pale, her hands clutching tightly to Qinyu's sleeve. I don't know. Legends say the black-scaled demon Jiao only appears in places of extreme yin energy. The Burial Valley is rich in such energy, it might be its territory. Before she could finish her sentence, the demon Jiao let out another furious roar. Its enormous tail swept across the air, carrying an unstoppable force. Without time to think, Qinyu pushed Yuyoshi aside and took the full brunt of the attack himself. Bang! Qinyu was flung through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain radiated through his internal organs. Qinyu! Yuyoshi cried out, her vision blurring with tears. Cough, cough. Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. It was painfully clear, the gap between them and the black-scaled demon Jiao was insurmountable. Yoshi, run, don't mind me. He managed to utter, his voice weak. No. I won't leave. If we go together. Yuyoshi clung to Qinyu tightly, refusing to let go. You silly girl. Qinyu forced a bitter smile, his trembling hand reaching out to caress her face. I'll protect you. At that moment, the black-scaled demon Jiao approached once more, its crimson eyes locking onto them as though they were prey ready to be devoured. Roar! The demon Jiao opened its massive maw, the stench of death emanating from within. Just as all seemed lost, a figure suddenly appeared before them, intercepting the demon Jiao's attack. I've been waiting for you. Finally, you've shown yourself. A flash of sword energy tore through the air, heading straight for the demon Jiao. The newcomer was dressed in pristine white robes, exuding an aura of celestial grace. He wielded a gleaming longsword, its blade radiating a dazzling light. Yuyoshi helped Qinyu to his feet as he signaled her not to act rashly. After all, they didn't yet know whether this person was friend or foe. The ethereal man cast a cold glance at the demon Jiao. With a flick of his sword, a sharp wave of sword energy cut through the air, striking the demon Jiao squarely on its head. Roar! The demon Jiao howled in pain, stumbling back a few steps. Now's your chance, go, the man said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the demon Jiao. Chen Yu knew this was their only opportunity. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grabbed Yu Yoshi's hand, and the two quickly fled the burial valley. Elsewhere, Qin Naren arrived at the Yao clan's territory with a group of subordinates, her presence commanding and imposing. Meiji, the 10-day deadline is up. Hand over Qin Yu. Qin Naren demanded coldly, her tone sharp with impatience. Meiji lounged lazily on her throne, tapping her nails against the armrest in a crisp rhythm. Oh my, Teacher Qin, it's been a while. How have you been? She said mockingly, a sly smile playing on her lips. Unfortunately, the person you're looking for has already escaped. Escaped? Qin Naren's brows furrowed in suspicion. Impossible. How could Qin Yu escape from your Yao clan's territory? I have no idea either. We're looking for him as well. If he's not back with you, then we no longer have any reason to entertain him as a guest. Meiji shrugged innocently, feigning ignorance. You think I'm a fool? Did you do something to him and let him go on purpose? Qin Naren's anger turned into a mocking smile. Teacher Qin, one can eat recklessly, but one should not speak recklessly. What could we possibly do to an A-level puppet master? Meiji's expression darkened slightly. Humph. Your words mean nothing to me. I'll search your premises myself. Qin Naren scoffed, preparing to storm inside with her men. Hold it. Meiji blocked her path. This is the Yao clan's territory. Do you think you can search it as you please? However, since Teacher Qin is so adamant, I'll give you a single chance. You can come in and look, but if you find nothing, you must leave immediately. Agreed? Qin Naren smirked coldly. She had anticipated the Yao clan's tricks but decided to play along to see what they were hiding. Fine. It's a deal. She led her team in a thorough search of the Yao clan's grounds but ultimately found no trace of Qin Yu. It seems he really did escape. Qin Naren muttered to herself, a sliver of hope flickering in her heart. Qin Yu, you'd better be alive. I must find you before the Yao clan does. Let's go. She waved her hand, leading her team away from the Yao clan's territory. Not long after Qin Naren left, a figure emerged quietly behind Meiji. They're gone. Yes. Qin Yu is dead. Even if they scour the entire Great Xia, it'll be in vain, Meiji replied with a nod, a complicated look in her eyes. After escaping the burial valley, Qin Yu and Yu Yoshi headed east, eventually arriving in a dense forest. Qin Yu, be careful. The demonic energy here is even stronger. Perhaps we shouldn't have come, Yu Yoshi said warily, helping him sit down to tend to his injuries and guard him while he recovered. The forest was shrouded in demonic energy, its dim light filtered through twisted branches. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and moisture. Qin Yu sat cross-legged, his face pale and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his wounds still aching faintly. Yu Yoshi stood vigil at his side, her green sword in hand, her eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Qin Yu, how are you feeling? She asked with concern. Luckily, I won't die, Qin Yu said through gritted teeth, struggling to suppress the turbulent energy and blood surging within him. Suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A figure sprinted toward them from afar. It was the ethereal and otherworldly man who had helped them escape from the burial valley earlier. Finally caught up with you. The man panted heavily, his face pale, clearly having expended a significant amount of his vital energy. Before Qin Yu could respond, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. A massive black demonic serpent came hurtling toward them like a bolt of black lightning, moving with terrifying speed. Damn it! This thing just won't give up. Qin Yu couldn't help but curse, silently blaming the ethereal man for leading the creature to them. Qin Yu, watch out. Yu Yoshi's expression changed drastically. With a wave of her long sword, a surge of emerald green sword energy surged forth like crashing waves, aiming directly at the demonic serpent. Roaring tidal wave. Yu Yoshi shouted, unleashing her ultimate move. However, when the sword energy collided with the demonic serpent, it disappeared as if it had sunk into the ocean, having no effect. The serpent didn't slow down in the slightest and continued its charge. How is this possible? Yu Yoshi's face turned deathly pale in disbelief. The beast's scales are incredibly tough. Ordinary attacks can't hurt it, the ethereal man said gravely, his eyes filled with intensity. Then what do we do? Qin Yu's face darkened. I'll hold it off. You take Qin Yu and leave. Yu Yoshi said resolutely, raising her trident to block the serpent's path, ready to face it alone. Don't be foolish. How can you stop it by yourself? Qin Yu grabbed her hand firmly. If we leave together. If we die together. Heh, the kid's got some loyalty, the ethereal man chuckled, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. But this demonic serpent isn't something that can be dealt with easily. Less talk, more thinking. Hurry up and come up with a plan. Chenyu shouted impatiently, his only thought being to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. No choice but to fight it head-on, the ethereal man sighed. A golden, radiant longsword appeared in his hand. Girl, activate your shield. We'll join forces to drive it back. Understood. Yoshi nodded. She raised her trident into the air, and it floated above the three of them. In an instant, a layer of emerald green light enveloped them in a protective barrier. Roar. The demonic serpent let out an earth-shaking roar and slammed its massive body against the barrier. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Hold on, the ethereal man shouted, his golden sword radiating a dazzling brilliance as he unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy toward the serpent. Yoshi didn't dare let up, continuously channeling her vital energy into the barrier. Under their combined efforts, the demonic serpent was finally pushed back a few steps, letting out an unwilling roar of anger. Phew, we managed to hold it off, the ethereal man exhaled deeply, his golden sword disappearing. He collapsed beside Chenyu, utterly exhausted. Are you alright? Chenyu asked with concern. I'm fine, just tired. Kid, you're lucky to have such a beautiful companion by your side. Makes me a bit envious, the ethereal man remarked, waving his hand dismissively. You're joking, senior, Chenyu replied with an awkward smile, inwardly cursing the man for being so frivolous. My name is Yunhee. Just call me Old Yun. And you, girl, what's your name? Yunhee introduced himself. Yoshi, she replied calmly. A good name, a very good name. So, where are you two headed? How did you end up in Burial Valley? Yunhee asked with a chuckle. Chenyu was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. He snapped his head toward the distance. What is it? Both Yoshi and Yunhee sensed something was amiss and followed Chenyu's gaze. It's nothing. I just feel like something's watching us, Chenyu said, frowning deeply, a trace of unease flickering in his eyes. He could feel a powerful gaze piercing through the depths of the forest, fixated on them. Yet, aside from the dense trees and the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was nothing else in sight. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Chenyu muttered, shaking his head as he tried to suppress the unease in his heart. Just as he was about to calm himself, a small, furry creature suddenly emerged from Yunhee's arms. The tiny beast was snow-white, round like a glutinous rice ball, and its large, shiny black eyes darted around, giving it an exceptionally adorable appearance. Ah, little one, you've finally come out, Yunhee said with a laugh, stroking the small creature's head. What is that? Chenyu asked curiously. This is my spirit pet, Fluffy, Yunhee explained with a smile. It's a snow feather bird. Don't let its cute appearance fool you, it's quite formidable. Yoshi's gaze lingered on Fluffy, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Although the snow feather bird looked entirely harmless, she could sense the immense power it concealed, far beyond what its appearance suggested. Old Yun, we're planning to head to the Xia Empire. Could you guide us out of here? Chenyu asked tentatively. The dangers of Burial Valley made him eager to leave as soon as possible. Yunhee stroked his beard and chuckled. As it happens, I need to head out as well. I'll take you along. Thank you, Old Yun. Chenyu responded enthusiastically. Yoshi glanced at Chenyu but said nothing. In the next moment, her figure blurred into a streak of blue light and entered Chenyu's body. Wait, that girl is a shape-shifting beast. Yunhee's eyes widened in disbelief. Chenyu gave an awkward smile but didn't offer an explanation. Yunhee led Chenyu out of Burial Valley, guiding him toward the Xia Empire. Old Yun, what is your profession? Chenyu asked out of curiosity. I am but a humble SS rank swordmaster, Yunhee said nonchalantly. SS rank swordmaster? Chenyu was stunned. No wonder Yunhee was so powerful. He had been hiding his true strength all along. Kid, what's the story with that shape-shifting beast? Yunhee suddenly asked. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen a talking beast before. Chenyu scratched his head awkwardly and replied vaguely, a stroke of luck, just a stroke of luck. Yunhee cast a suspicious glance at him but didn't press further. A few days later, they arrived at Hanbei City within the borders of the Great Xia Empire. Located in the northern region, Hanbei City was known for its frigid climate. Most of the city's architecture was carved from ice and snow, crystalline and dazzlingly beautiful. Kid, your injuries are severe. You'd better stay here to recover before heading back, Yunhee suggested as he looked at Chenyu's wounds. Thank you, Elder Yun. I'll take you up on that offer, Chenyu replied gratefully. No need to be so polite. Rest up in Hanbei for now. You're pretty young, aren't you? Which academy are you studying at? Yunhee examined Chenyu curiously, as if trying to figure out why someone like him would end up in a place like the Burial Valley. He suspected Chenyu might be a student captured by the demon clan for experimentation. I just entered Lunar Eclipse Academy. I went out to train and ended up being targeted by the demon clan, Chinyu answered vaguely, avoiding unnecessary details. When Yun-hee heard the mention of Lunar Eclipse Academy, he understood that Chinyu's abilities must not be ordinary. Yun-hee led Chinyu to a residence in Hanbei City. It was a modest bamboo hut, simple but exuding a sense of warmth, like a hidden haven in the harsh winter. Kid, rest here for now. I have some matters to attend to and will be back tonight, Yun-hee said after settling Chinyu in. Alright, Chinyu replied, and Yun-hee left. Lying on the bed, Chinyu's mind wandered with countless thoughts until he drifted off into a deep sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Chinyu woke up in the soft bed, feeling that the soreness in his body had eased significantly. The healing medicine Yun-hee had provided was remarkably effective. Over the next few days, Chinyu's wounds began to scab over. He stretched his body, his joints cracking audibly. The warm energy coursing through his body made him feel remarkably refreshed. This old guy really knows his stuff, Chinyu thought to himself. At that moment, Yuyoshi's voice echoed in his mind, Chinyu, I can't shake the feeling that something's off about this place. Chinyu paused and asked, what do you mean, off? I can't put my finger on it. It's just a feeling, a weird atmosphere, Yuyoshi replied, her tone tinged with unease. Chinyu glanced around the room. The furnishings were sparse, just a bed and a table with chairs. There wasn't anything particularly unusual. Outside, the wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. The entire world was blanketed in white. You're overthinking it. This place is nice, quiet and comfortable, Chinyu said dismissively. I hope it's just me overthinking, Yuyoshi murmured as her voice gradually faded. Chinyu got up and walked to the window. He pushed it open, and the biting cold wind rushed in, waking him fully. Taking a deep breath, he marveled at the unique beauty of this icy world. Just then, Yun-hee entered the room, carrying a bowl of steaming herbal medicine. Kid, you're up. Here, drink this, it'll help with your injuries, Yun-hee said with a smile, handing over the bowl. Chinyu took it and drank it down in one go. The warmth spread through his body, leaving him feeling invigorated. Elder Yun, what is this place? Chinyu asked. Yun-hee stroked his beard and replied with a chuckle, this is a small settlement in Hanbei, home to people who were rejected by the 10 great academies, as well as some members of the demon clan. We live together here. Chinyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected humans and demons to coexist peacefully, a notion that completely contradicted his understanding. Rejected by the 10 great academies? Does that mean you too? Chinyu probed cautiously. Yun-hee sighed and said, yes, I was once a prodigy at one of the 10 great academies. But I made some mistakes and was expelled. Chinyu didn't press further, understanding that everyone had their past, and some stories were better left untold. Kid, focus on recovering here. Once you're better, I'll personally send you back, Yun-hee assured him. Thank you, Elder Yun, for taking me in, Chinyu expressed his gratitude. In the following days, Chinyu remained indoors to recuperate. Yun-hee provided him with healing medicine and meals daily, taking meticulous care of him. Despite Yun-hee's hospitality, Chinyu couldn't shake a lingering unease. He sensed that the settlement harbored some hidden secret, one that seemed to be connected to the system within him. One night, Chinyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Yuyoshi's voice broke the silence. Chinyu, I'm feeling more and more uneasy. We need to leave here as soon as possible. What's wrong? Chinyu asked, his brows furrowing. I can't explain it exactly. It's like something is watching us, Yuyoshi replied, her tone filled with concern. Chinyu scanned his surroundings. The room was as ordinary as ever, and outside, only the faint rustling of the wind could be heard among the trees. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Chinyu muttered, trying to suppress his unease. As he tried to regain his composure, Yun-hee suddenly produced a small, furry creature from his arms. The little beast was snow-white, round and plump like a ball of sticky rice, with big, shiny black eyes that darted around adorably. Ah, little one, you've finally come out, Yun-hee said with a smile, stroking the creature's head. What's that? Chinyu asked curiously. This is my spirit pet, Fluffy, Yun-hee introduced with a grin. It's a snow plume bird. Don't let its cute appearance fool you, it's quite powerful. Yuyoshi's gaze lingered on Fluffy, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Though the snow plume bird seemed harmless, she could sense the immense power concealed within it, far beyond what its appearance suggested. Elder Yun, we're planning to head to Great Xia. Could you take us there? Chinyu asked tentatively. His experiences in the Burial Valley had left him eager to leave. Yun-hee stroked his beard and smiled. It just so happens I need to head out as well. I can take you along. Thank you, Elder Yun. Chinyu replied cheerfully. Yuyoshi glanced at Chinyu but said nothing. In the next moment, her figure shimmered and transformed into a blue streak of light, disappearing into Chinyu's body. So this girl is actually a shape-shifting beast. Yun-hee's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly, offering no further explanation. With that, Yunhee took Chen Yu and left the burial valley, flying toward Great Xia. Elder Yun, what's your profession? Chen Yu asked out of curiosity. The old man, unworthy as I am, is merely a barely passable SS-ranked swordmaster, Yunhee said calmly. SS-ranked swordmaster. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Yunhee was so powerful, who would have thought he was hiding his strength so deeply? Kid, what's the deal with that shape-shifting beast? Yunhee suddenly asked. I've lived so many years, and I've never seen a demonic beast that could talk. Chen Yu scratched his head, giving a vague response. It's a twist of fate, just a twist of fate. Yunhee shot him a suspicious glance but didn't press further. Several days later, they arrived at Hanbei City within the Grand Xia Empire. Hanbei City was situated in the northernmost region, where the climate was harsh and frigid. Most of the city's architecture was carved from ice and snow, glittering and translucent, appearing both exquisite and otherworldly. Kid, your injuries are pretty severe. You'd better stay here for a while to recover before heading back, Yunhee said as he inspected Chen Yu's wounds. Thank you, Elder Yun. I'll take you up on that, Chen Yu replied gratefully. No need to be so polite. Rest up in Hanbei for now. By the way, you look quite young, are you studying at an academy? Yunhee sized Chen Yu up, his expression tinged with curiosity. It seemed odd to him that someone like Chen Yu would appear in a perilous place like the buried mountain valley, leading Yunhee to suspect that Chen Yu might have been an academy student captured by the demon tribes for experiments. I just entered the Lunar Eclipse Academy recently. While out training, the demon tribes set their sights on me. Chen Yu avoided going into detail, offering a vague explanation. Upon hearing the name Lunar Eclipse Academy, Yunhee seemed to understand that Chen Yu's strength was by no means ordinary. Yunhee led Chen Yu to a modest dwelling in Hanbei City. It was a simple bamboo house, humble, yet it exuded a sense of warmth, like a haven amidst the frosty winter. Kid, rest here for now. I have some errands to run and will be back this evening, Yunhee said, settling Chen Yu in before heading out. Alright, Chen Yu responded, and Yunhee departed. Lying on the bed, Chen Yu's mind wandered with countless thoughts. Before he realized it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. By the next morning, Chen Yu woke up on the soft bed, feeling much less soreness in his body. The healing medicine Yunhee had left him was remarkably effective. Over the past few days, his wounds had already begun to scab over. He stretched his limbs, his joints cracking audibly, as a warm current coursed through his body, bringing an indescribable sense of relief. This old guy really knows his stuff, Chen Yu thought to himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Yu Yoshi. Chen Yu, I can't shake the feeling that something's off about this place. Chen Yu froze for a moment and asked, what do you mean by off? I can't explain it clearly, it's just a feeling. The atmosphere here feels strange. Yu Yoshi's tone carried a hint of unease. Chen Yu glanced around. The room was sparsely furnished, just a bed and a few chairs and tables, with nothing superfluous. Outside the window, the wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. The entire world beyond was blanketed in a pristine layer of white. You're overthinking it. This place seems great, quiet and comfortable, Chen Yu dismissed casually. Let's hope I'm just imagining things, Yu Yoshi murmured, her voice fading away. Chen Yu got up and walked to the window. When he opened it, an icy gust of wind hit his face, jolting him fully awake. Taking a deep breath, he relished the unique charm of this snow-covered world. Just then, Yunhee entered the room, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Kid, you're awake. Here, drink this, it'll help with your injuries, Yunhee said with a smile as he handed over the bowl. Chen Yu accepted it and downed the soup in one gulp. A warm sensation spread from his throat to his stomach, and his entire body felt invigorated. Elder Yun, what is this place exactly? Chen Yu asked. Yunhee stroked his beard and smiled. This is a small settlement in Hanbei, home to people who've been cast out, former professionals from the 10 great academies, and even some demon tribes. We live together here in peace. Chen Yu was startled. He hadn't expected humans and demons to coexist harmoniously. This ran completely counter to everything he had known. Outcasts from the 10 great academies. Does that mean you too? Chen Yu probed cautiously. Yunhee sighed and admitted, yes, I was once a prodigy at one of the 10 great academies. But I made some mistakes and was expelled. Chen Yu refrained from asking further. He understood that everyone had their own past, and some matters were best left untouched. Kid, just focus on recovering here. Once you're better, I'll help you get back, Yunhee said. Thank you for taking me in, Elder Yun, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude. Over the next few days, Chen Yu stayed in the bamboo house to recuperate. Yunhee brought him healing medicine and food daily, taking care of him attentively. Yet despite Yunhee's kindness, Chen Yu couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. He felt as though the settlement harbored a secret, one that might be connected to the mysterious system within his body. One night, as Chinyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Yoshi's voice suddenly resurfaced. Chinyu, I'm more certain than ever, this place isn't right. We need to leave as soon as possible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chinyu resolved to inform Yunhee of his departure come morning. The next morning, Chinyu sought out Yunhee to express his desire to leave. Yunhee did not try to stop him, instead offering a cryptic remark. Kid, there are some truths you'll come to understand sooner or later. Just remember this, in this world, human hearts can be far more dangerous than demonic beasts. Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Yunhee's words carried an ominous weight. After bidding Yunhee farewell, Chinyu left the unsettling settlement. No sooner had he stepped out than he felt a powerful presence locking onto him. Spinning around, he saw a tall, imposing man standing behind him, a cold smile on his face. Kid, did you really think you could just walk away? The man said in a chilling tone. Chinyu's heart sank, he realized he had been discovered. Who are you? He demanded warily. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is the secret inside you, it's mine now. The man vanished in a blur, reappearing right in front of Chinyu. Chinyu tried to dodge, but the man's speed was incomprehensibly fast, there was no time to react. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as Chinyu was struck squarely in the chest by the man's punch, sending him hurtling backward. He landed heavily on the ground with a thud. Pfft! Chinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted entirely out of place. The man walked slowly toward Chinyu, looking down at him with a mocking smile in his eyes. Kid, your strength is pathetic. You're no match for me, the man sneered coldly. Chinyu struggled to get up, but his entire body was numb, leaving him utterly powerless. Give it up. There's no escape for you, the man said, reaching out to grab Chinyu's chest. Just then, a streak of blue light flashed across the scene, and Yoshi appeared in front of Chinyu, intercepting the man's attack. With another flash of blue light, Yoshi's form solidified, as if stepping out of an illusory world, and she stood protectively in front of Chinyu. An overwhelming wave of demonic energy emanated from her, bending the surrounding trees under its immense pressure. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to go through me first. Yoshi's voice, no longer soft and gentle as usual, was now laced with icy killing intent. The man, clearly startled by the unexpected turn of events, studied Yoshi with a glint of greed in his eyes. Oh. A shape-shifting demon beast. That's rare. If I capture you and present you as a furnace to the boss, he'll be ecstatic. Yoshi ignored his filthy words, raising her delicate fingers with a graceful flick, as though commanding an army. Tempestuous waves. Her voice rang out, and instantly, countless streams of water materialized from thin air, converging into a towering tidal wave that surged toward the man. Unprepared, the man was struck by the massive wave, stumbling backwards several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Yoshi unleashed her water-controlling technique once more, binding him firmly in a cocoon of water, rendering him immobile. Without hesitation, she grabbed Chinyu as if he were a small chick, carrying him away from the scene. After escaping the man's pursuit, Chinyu began to feel an intense heat spreading through his body, an unbearable firestorm threatening to consume him from within. His breathing grew rapid, and his consciousness began to blur. Yoshi. Something's wrong, Chinyu stammered, his voice hoarse. Noticing Chinyu's abnormal state, Yoshi asked anxiously, what's happening? Is your injury getting worse? No, it's not that. I feel so hot. Chinyu's face was flushed, his gaze unfocused. System, what the hell is going on? My body feels like it's about to explode. Chinyu called out desperately in his mind. Ding! Anomalous energy detected within the host's body. Likely the result of ingesting a special substance. This substance activates latent potential within the host but comes with severe side effects. Host's current points are sufficient to redeem a serenity pill to suppress the effects, the system's cold, mechanical voice replied. Redeem it. Redeem it now. Chinyu said without hesitation. A pill emitting a faint, calming fragrance materialized in his hand. Trembling, Chinyu swallowed it. Yoshi carried Chinyu to a secluded ice cave. The cave was bone-chillingly cold, its frigid air a stark contrast to the blazing heat coursing through Chinyu's body. Even after consuming the serenity pill, the burning sensation within Chinyu did not abate. Instead, it intensified, as if an inferno raged inside him, threatening to devour him entirely. System, what's happening? Didn't you say the serenity pill would suppress the effects? Chinyu asked through gritted teeth, his voice filled with pain. Ding! The serenity pill can only suppress part of the effects. The substance's side effects are exceptionally strong. The host must endure this phase, the system responded, devoid of any emotion. Endure? How am I supposed to endure this? I feel like, Chinyu's words were cut short as he suddenly leaned forward and kissed Yoshi deeply. Caught off guard, Yoshi was startled by Chinyu's abrupt action. She quickly pushed him away, staring at him in shock and panic. Chinyu, what are you doing? Chinyu's eyes were dazed, his breathing ragged. Grabbing Yoshi's hand tightly, he pleaded, Yoshi, help me. I can't control myself. Seeing the torment in Chinyu's expression, Yoshi's heart filled with worry and confusion. She didn't understand why Chinyu was acting this way, but she knew she couldn't abandon him. After a moment of hesitation, Yoshi took a deep breath and leaned forward, kissing Chinyu once more. Inside the icy cave, their figures entwined, their heated breaths mingling as an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the space. Yoshi's kiss was like a cooling spring, attempting to quench the flames raging within Chinyu's body. However, Chinyu's response was like dry wood catching fire, burning even more fiercely. Time seemed to blur until Chinyu's breathing gradually steadied, and he finally collapsed into unconsciousness. Yoshi looked at the slumbering Chinyu in her arms, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Gently stroking his face, her emotions were a complex mix of relief, embarrassment, and concern. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the ice cave. The approaching footsteps stopped just outside the cave entrance. Yunhee's voice rang out first, sharp and commanding, Yoshi, I know you're in there. If you're smart, come out now. Otherwise, I'll seal this cave and leave you both to freeze to death. A coarse male voice chimed in, brimming with malice, You wretched woman, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. It was the same man Yoshi had subdued earlier, his face now twisted with hatred as he cracked his knuckles menacingly. Yoshi snorted coldly, raising her delicate hand. With a wave, a shimmering blue barrier of ice appeared at the cave entrance, cutting off the noise from outside. Yunhee and his cohort felt an icy chill sweep over them, but before they could react, a solid ice wall had formed, blocking their way. Damn it! Yunhee cursed, kicking the ice wall in frustration. The impact left only a faint mark. This woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Grinding his teeth, he turned to the man beside him. Seal the cave. Let's see how long they can hide in there. The man grinned maliciously, forming hand seals with a gesture. The loose stones on the ground began to levitate, hurtling toward the cave entrance. Though Yoshi's ice barrier was sturdy, it began to crack under the relentless assault. Inside the cave, Chinyu's internal heat finally dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Sensing Chinyu's dropping body temperature, Yoshi immediately transferred her spiritual energy into him, attempting to dispel the cold. Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, his body weak and his mind clouded with confusion. Struggling to sit up, he looked at Yoshi beside him, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Yoshi, what happened to me? Yoshi let out a soft sigh and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Yoshi, guard me. I need to assess my condition, Chinyu said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Yoshi glanced at the cave entrance, now sealed by rubble, and felt an oppressive force bearing down on them. She immediately erected a shield to protect Chinyu from harm. Chinyu shut his eyes, summoning the system in his mind. System, check my body. Ding. Scanning host's condition. Scan complete. Trace amounts of unidentified substances remain in the host's body and have been cleared. However, anomalies have been detected in the host's skill data. Some skill data has been lost, the system's cold voice reported. What? Skill data lost? Are you kidding me? I worked my ass off to earn those skills, and now they're just gone. Chinyu exploded in fury, unable to hold back his curses. Ding! The cause of the data loss is unknown, suspected to be interference from external energy. The system has initiated an automatic repair program but cannot guarantee full restoration. As compensation, the host is granted 3 chances to draw advanced skills. The system's voice remained steady and devoid of emotion. Although Chinyu was fuming internally, he knew that venting now would be pointless. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Fine, 3 it is. Just don't let me down. Ding. Initiating skill draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS-grade winter coat. Based on the host's current situation, this item provides absolute warmth. A thick, plush winter coat materialized in Chinyu's hands. The texture was soft and warm, as though it could shield against the coldest of winters. The corner of Chinyu's mouth twitched. This counts as the first draw. He thought with frustration. Reluctantly, he placed the coat into his storage bag. Ding. Initiating skill draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS grade skill, Vine Manipulation. This skill allows the host to control vines and attach the effects of other skills to them. Duration, 10 minutes. Ding. Initiating skill draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS grade skill, Tenfold Berserk. This skill increases the host's attack power by tenfold for 5 minutes. Well, at least the last 2 skills are useful, Chinyu thought, relaxing slightly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the cave entrance was nearly sealed shut. Yoshi, you've worked hard. Here, take this spiritual medicine to restore your energy, Chinyu said, handing a pill to Yuyoshi. Yuyoshi accepted the medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current coursed through her body. Her depleted spiritual energy rapidly replenished itself, leaving her feeling even more invigorated than before. She opened her eyes and saw Chinyu sitting cross-legged, faint ripples of spiritual energy emanating from him. Realizing he was meditating, she quietly stood guard to protect him. Outside, the man continued reinforcing the seal, causing rocks to rain down on the icy wall with crackling sounds. Chinyu exhaled a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. A cold smile formed on his lips. You think this little trick can trap me? With a single thought, Chinyu activated the tenfold berserk skill. A violent surge of power erupted within his body, as if threatening to tear him apart. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Chinyu focused the energy into his fists. Break for me, he roared, slamming both fists into the icy wall. Boom! With a deafening crash, the ice wall shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. The powerful shockwave flung the man at the cave entrance backward. He hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. Yun-hee, startled by the sudden turn of events, rushed to help the man up. His gaze fixed on Chinyu, who strode out of the cave. At that moment, Chinyu radiated an overwhelming aura. His blood-red eyes brimmed with killing intent, exuding the presence of a demon from the depths of hell. You actually. Fine. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yun-hee stammered, pointing at Chinyu in disbelief. In the next moment, he drew his longsword, prepared to fight. Sorry, but my strength now is several times yours, Chinyu said coldly, charging forward and delivering a devastating punch that sent Yun-hee flying. Yun-hee hadn't expected Chinyu's power to be so overwhelming. He crashed into the ground, and after struggling to his feet, he motioned for the other man to retreat. Retreat! Yun-hee shouted. However, with the tenfold berserk skill boosting him, Chinyu's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the two men. Trying to run. Too late. Chinyu sneered, aiming a punch at Yun-hee. Yun-hee quickly raised his arms to block, but Chinyu's strike sent him flying once more. He collided with a large tree and slumped unconscious. Meanwhile, Yuyoshi emerged from the cave. Wielding her trident, she unleashed a water-binding technique that immobilized the other man in place. The man struggled against the water's grip but found himself utterly powerless. Chinyu approached him, looking down with icy disdain. What are you after with all this power? The man's face turned pale, his lips quivering, yet he remained silent. Wait and see, Chinyu said coldly. He knew the effects of tenfold berserk wouldn't last long. They needed to leave quickly. I'll kill them, Yuyoshi declared, raising her trident and preparing to strike the man. Chinyu reached out to stop her. Don't alert the enemy. We need to leave first. He understood that if they killed these two now, whoever was behind them would only act faster. It was better to buy time and lure out their adversary later. Yuyoshi glanced at Chinyu, then withdrew her skill and nodded in agreement. Yoshi, let's go. Chinyu grabbed her hand, and the two of them dashed toward the depths of the polar forest. When Yun-hee regained consciousness, he dispelled the water restraint on the other man, who immediately prepared to pursue. Wait! Don't chase them! Yun-hee called out, stopping the man. Clutching his chest in frustration, the man asked, Senior brother, why not? Yun-hee shook his head inside. The polar forest is perilous. If they venture in, they'll likely meet their end. There's no need for us to risk it. But, the man wanted to argue but was cut off by Yun-hee. No buts. Let's return and report, Yun-hee said firmly before turning to leave. The man watched Yun-hee's retreating figure, his eyes filled with doubt. However, he ultimately said nothing and followed. The polar forest lay in the northernmost region of the continent. Covered in snow year-round with an extreme climate, it was a forbidden zone for humans. Yet, this treacherous land hid countless rare treasures, drawing adventurers eager to seek their fortune.